Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call the meeting to order. Start with the salute to the flag and the country, our country. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good evening, everyone. I'd like to first thank everybody on the Board of Estimate for allowing me to have a revised regular meeting agenda. We very rarely ever do that, and our second meeting is posted for 6:30, but I really appreciate that. It did save us a little bit of time. Brings us to item number 2, routine applications. Mr. Drake.
We have 3 routine applications tonight. PD4 for the police department for $33,333, an approval to use a grant. SE3 from the First Selectman's Office, $200,000, which is an appropriation of a settlement of a lawsuit. And SE4, also from the First Selectman, $34,490, also an appropriation for a settlement.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstaining?
Mike, I'm going to abstain just as to SE4.
I will call the vote in a different way just for you then, for that reason.
Okay.
So all those in favor of PD4 and SE3 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstaining? And for SE, was it 4, correct?
Yes.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And abstaining?
1101.
1101. Thank you very, very much. That brings us to our non-routine applications to settlement. Ms. Tarkington?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move to postpone these 2 applications until next month.
Okay. Do I have a second on that motion?
Second.
Discussion? Ms. Tarkington, explain to us.
These items came to the BET agenda without them being reviewed previously by the Law Committee or the BET Budget Committee, and we didn't know the amounts to approve, et cetera.
That's a good reason. Peter, is there anything that you know of on this? Anybody coming or anything? Or
Abby is here,
Oh.
but she said she could wait until next month, Mike.
Could we hear that on the record?
I wasn't going to know.
Please,
Chairman of the
please.
Law Committee?
She's here.
These 2 matters, SE5 and SE6, they've been reviewed by the Law Committee, not by the Budget Committee because of the amounts requested, but I understand that Ms. Tarkington would like to postpone. No objection to that.
Okay.
I don't believe these have been reviewed by the Law Committee.
Okay, well, maybe we should postpone
Yes,
then for
okay.
clarification.
No, thank you. Thank you
No
very
problem.
much. Yes. I know we have a threshold. If it's over the threshold, then it leaves Law Committee, it does go to Budget Committee, but I don't know the numbers, but
Yes, I believe it would be below the threshold for budget, and I will confirm about the Law Committee then.
Okay.
For next month.
Okay. Ms. Tarkington, thank you very, very much. So all those in favor of deferring these items till our next regular scheduled meeting?
I would move that they be deferred to the next meeting.
I've already moved
Oh,
and
did you already move?
seconded.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry.
Okay.
Okay.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstaining? That motion is carried. Item number 3, everybody should have received the assessor's report, and in spite of Mr. Norton, I gave Ms. Elliott the evening off, so Mr. Norton can't ask his usual question,
No,
but
but compliment the assessor and the fact that she settled, 4 cases were settled during the month, so that I think compliment should go to the assessors, both to the assessor and her department for the resolution of 4 outstanding items, which will go back to the 2010 grand list.
well, that's very good.
Mr. Chairman, since our last meeting, the assessor has completed the grand list, and it's signed and submitted to the state, and the applicable paperwork is attached to her report.
Thank you.
So I move that we accept the report as submitted.
Item has been moved. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstaining? That item is carried. Controller's report. Do you have anything you wanted to say on that? I thought you did.
I'll open it to any questions, but there's 3 or 4 items that are in my report that are carried later under new business. But if anybody has any questions other than
I will call you then under new business on those.
regarding the report right now,
The one thing I don't think you touched hard enough in the report is how many hours we've put in for the budget this year. But I have to say thank you to a lot of people for that, but your department especially. Mr. Raymer?
Mr. Mynarski, at the bottom of page 1 is a reference that the Parks and Recreation submitted a claim for the damage that occurred at the falling tree at Riverside School, and the $22,000 claim was late. Meaning that you received it from Parks and Rec after you'd settled the claim with the carrier. I guess that's what it means.
Yes.
Then there's a reference that you'll be submitting that claim, but that the amount will be negotiated. I wanted to ask, do you have any idea why it was that it was late? Do you happen to know?
the answer is no, I don't, but you explained it properly. The claim was being coordinated between the risk manager in Parks and Rec, and there was a tree vendor involved. And after the claim was negotiated between the insurance company, the risk manager, and Parks and Rec, and closed, this bill came in. And that's why the word negotiated is going to have to be used, because the claim was closed and they're allowing it to be reopened. So we don't know if they're going to honor the full $22,000.
So you don't know at this point that the amount of the recovery from the carrier is going to be any less because of the lateness, but it might be. Is that sort of what you're saying?
Exactly, yes.
Okay, all right. Mr. Chairman,
Well,
sorry.
Go ahead, Mr. Rimmer.
The $22,000 is going to stay the same. You mean the settlement may be less?
The original settlement won't change. You're
Correct.
seeking a supplement to the original settlement.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I had a separate question on the controller's report that doesn't relate to that item.
Please.
All right. It's really a comment for me to bring to the attention of the board. I'd invite your attention to the flash report, the first page. I've been, as you're all aware, I've had an abiding concern about some of the higher risk investments that we've been doing, both on the fixed income side and on the private equity side. Looking at the first page of the flash report, I wanted the board to note that the performance, the financial performance of these fixed income investments, these higher risk investments, have not been even reaching the level of the benchmarks. That can happen if one is selecting benchmarks that are not fair benchmarks. But it might also be that, frankly, the investments were not only higher risk, but they frankly weren't very good performing investments either, not even compared to the benchmarks. And I'd like the board to be mindful of that as we continue to be looking at and being asked to approve investments of this character. That's all, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Norton?
As chair of the audit committee, I'd like to bring everybody's attention to an item which is at the bottom of page 3.
Is your mic on?
Yeah, I just put it on.
Could you say what you said again?
Yeah, as chair of the audit committee, I'd like to bring to the attention of all an item that's at the bottom of page 3 of the controller's report, which is an audit of leases of town property. A preliminary information that we have received is the disparity between and the differences between what has so far been reviewed. And hopefully we'll have at least a first report at our meeting in April, I believe. It says March, but I believe it's meant to be April.
Yes.
And we will try to put together some type of consistent continuum of how these various leases should be drawn. We have found all kinds of discrepancies, some of which there's no evidence of insurance, some of which there's quite a bit of missing information on many of these things. But nevertheless, I just wanted to bring to the attention of the committee that we are doing, that an internal audit is being done on leases of town property.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Being it's our budget time under internal audit, as you know, this is my term where I hold a seat on the internal audit, and I want to thank Peter. A little statistic that the town should be proud of. Some 5 years ago, the town of Greenwich had 1 motor vehicle mishap per week. We are down to 1 per quarter because of training GPS on the vehicles, great cooperation with department heads on both town side and Board of Ed. It really does make a difference, and when you look at some of the exposure from some of the mishaps, the cost of replacing the equipment, I think that's just something phenomenal that you and Ron have, championed, and I suspect the audit committee has been behind this for quite some time, and those members should be applauded as well, but I thought that was an amazing, amazing statistic.
Yep.
To go from, in a very, very short period of time.
Yep.
And as you know, the HR committee right now is expanding with the driver's license, the background checks, and making sure everybody's supposed to be driving it, everybody who's driving is supposed to be driving. It's just fantastic. That's progress. So I want to just flag that. I couldn't believe when I heard that last meeting, so that was pretty impressive. Can I get a motion to accept the controller's report?
Second.
All those in favor? Opposed? Thank you. Acceptance of treasurer's report. All those in favor? Opposed? Abstaining? New business. I think the approval of the RSM LLP, Mr. Norton.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, the audit committee at its meeting on the, I believe it was the 14th of this month, voted to recommend to the full board to have RSM McGladrey perform the audit for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2016. Our vote was 4-0.
Okay. Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstaining? That motion is carried. Approval of retirement investment, Landmark Real Estate. I believe that's Ms. Tarkington.
Yes. Mr. Chairman, the Law Committee voted unanimously to approve the Landmark Real Estate Fund Amendment Number 1 to Section 7.4 Reinvestment of Proceeds as in legal order. This amendment was recommended by the Retirement Board's advisor, NEPC, by email and was approved by the Retirement Board per the Retirement Administrator. The Investment Advisory Committee did not take up this amendment, which will allow up to $133 million be used to purchase additional real estate by reimbursing prior committed credit payments.
Okay, discussion on that item? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstaining? Okay, approval of a retirement investment, Harbor Vest Partners, for $10 million. Mr. Drake, Investment Advisory Committee.
You have in your package the one-page checklist of facts about this investment, and NEPC's four-page recommendation letter supporting it. This is an investment with a fund family that we have prior experience with. They're one of the giants in private equity, and this is consistent with the Retirement Board's 11% allocation to private equity, and got a unanimous, or got favorable vote at the Retirement Board, and a 3-1 vote in our committee because Mr. Norton hadn't had the moment to examine it at the time of our meeting. But the Investment Advisory Committee recommends the approval of this to the BET.
Was the vote of your committee 3-0-1 or 3-1?
3-0-1. It's just,
Yeah, thank
just
you.
our friends travel.
Yep, I understand.
Okay. This further discussion?
Mr. Chairman, do you want the Law Committee?
Oh, I'm sorry, please.
The Law Committee voted 2-0 to approve an investment in Harbor Vest Partners 10 for up to and including $10 million as in legal order, based on the opinion letter from Gary S. Hammersmith, who's outside counsel, and the side letter with Harbor Vest Partners. The committee did not limit the investment in either the buyout fund or the venture fund. It left that flexibility with the Retirement Board. Attorney Hammersmith was not present at the meeting, and the committee requested several clarifications in an update of the draft opinion letter.
Okay.
What was the vote?
The vote, as I said, was unanimous, voted 2-0 to approve, and to say that it was in legal order.
Okay.
Okay, further discussion? Mr. Raymer?
In line with my prior votes, I will vote against this item, not because of my opposition to this particular private equity, but because I feel like the sheer volume of private equity that we're carrying, both private equity and private debt together are about 15%. That together with about 20% of the investment in some high-risk instruments that I alluded to previously. We're already invested in the HarborVest Partners 9, which is like a sister fund. I guess that's a fair question. But our flash report doesn't give us any figures on its performance, and in the nature of private equities, you really don't get much figure on much sense of performance this early in their life. It usually takes a while for the investments to take place and mature, and then be resold by the private equity fund. This particular fund, it's not clear exactly how much will be onshore and how much will be offshore, but the potential is there, as I understand it, for 35% to be offshore. It's in two components. One is a buyout fund in which they're entering into buying what typically are troubled existing companies to put them back on their feet, rehabilitate them, and then resell them. The second is the venture fund in which they're looking for and finding clever new ideas, which they then provide the funding for and hopefully enjoy profit from. Again, my opposition is not to this particular fund. It's to the fact that between the private equity, private debt, and the high-risk fixed investments, we're probably at about 35% in total, which is just too much for my blood on this kind of funding used for funds that are the footing of a pension fund. And so I'll vote against it for that reason.
Thank you. Further discussion? Ms. Kralik?
I believe both of these funds that we are going to be investing in, if approved, are Delaware Limited Partners. They're not the Cayman funds in the fund structure.
I didn't mean to suggest they were Cayman Islands. I meant that the underlying investments, it means that the businesses that they're buying and rehabilitating and reselling, a portion of them, I mean, at this point, they haven't been identified, so at this point, they don't know what they're going to be, but the documentation that we were shown suggests that up to 35% of it may be outside of the United States. That doesn't mean it's a Cayman Island fund. It means that it may be the rehabilitation of some business that operates in Manchester, England at this point. Similarly, on the new venture fund, they'll be looking for new venture ideas, and there too, they have no idea what proportion of them may be overseas, but the documents indicate that a portion of them may be overseas. To my mind, investments that are overseas have a further risk, a currency risk, sometimes an instability of economies, not England necessarily, but other places. So I viewed this as being not exactly safe and solid, but rather something that we're investing in to take a little further risk for the purpose of deriving, hopefully, a little further return. I don't mind that in theory. I only mind when the proportion of it in our portfolio rises to figures such as numbers like 30 and 35% of our total portfolio. That's just too much for me.
Okay. Okay. All of those in favor, signify by saying aye, please.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay. Nay.
So,
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to continue to abstain on this because I abstained in committee.
okay, so
Sorry,
I'm
why
going
did
to
Mr. Norton abstain?
9,
2-1, was it?
2, 1.
Why did Mr. Norton abstain? Mr. Chairman, did Mr. Norton say why he abstained?
Because I abstained in committee, I'm just continuing to abstain.
Right. And Mr. Reamer, usually on negative votes, did you want to add a comment in, Mr. Lash, or no?
Did. No.
Okay, good. Okay. That item is carried. Next item, creation of Nathaniel Witherell Special Project Team. As you know, the BET has had special project teams in the past. We've been very successful with these. We need a special project team for Nathaniel Witherell to review the current business plan that they're working off of, or the last one that they had versus what they're working off of today. And we need a report of the expected future subsidies for Nathaniel Witherell going forward. I think most of the public in the town knows when we did the Nathaniel Witherell project, we always knew there'd be some type of subsidy. But in recent years and some of the discussions we're going to have later, those numbers seem to be growing, and I think it's time for us to take a look at that on behalf of, where this is going for the town. And if, Peter, Nathaniel Witherell's last business plan was,
March 12th, 2010.
okay,
This is, I still have 3 copies left.
Okay.
But I was able to research in the archived document, and I have copies available if anybody wants it. This is the last one we did about 6 years ago.
okay,
And I understand that you are going to nominate 4
yes.
individuals, so
So
any of
Mr.
the...
Norton's going to need that as chair,
This is his copy.
and Ms. Crumick, and Ms. Oberlander, and Ms. Weisler. So I would say that sort of a clear agreement is we really need to have something before we start budget cycle, I'll say October 1st. We really need to have some ideas on this. We've heard a lot of good conversation with Nathaniel Witherell, with the Budget Committee, and the Budget Committee is still going to be releasing their funds as we go, so we can keep track of sort of how this year's going, and I think we have a double wedge going, because this is going to be obviously a big communication in the budget cycle with the RTM. So I thank you so it's Ms. Crumick, Ms. Weisler, Mr. Norton, Ms. Oberlander.
Can I make a comment?
Yes, Mr. Drake?
I think it's a very productive idea. I'm glad to see that it's been done. And when we create the mandate for this group, I would propose that in the examination of their mandate, that they approach it with an open mind, not foreclosing the opportunity to put the Witherell under a different structure entirely than town ownership. Everybody knows that is the topic that the 2003 RTM study that was the last time before 2003, one before the 2010, when all this was approached, that Ms. Weisler sat on that committee. Very well done, thorough work. It'll be a good starting point for the committee. But it's a question that should be asked, so let's ask it and not foreclose it.
I'm sure you have your work cut out for you, Mr. Norton. So on that working committee, obviously, when you do have full committee meetings, those will have to be posted minutes, posted meetings, and et cetera. Okay, the last item, resolution to authorize refunding of various general obligation bonds. Peter
Mr.
Winiarski.
Chairman, excuse me, could I just ask what was the result of Mr. Drake's comment just now?
Well, I think his comments are well taken. I mean, obviously, we've given him the scope to review the business plan and to look at these subsidies, and I think Mr. Drake is looking at adding another option there, and I think the committee will, as they dig in, we will see what they find and look towards solutions on the shortfalls of the revenue.
I would not particularly be in favor of that option or idea that Mr. Drake has put forward, so I don't know that it should come within the purview of this project committee.
I think that purview will come before all of us. I think we need research done to decide if that would be something we would want to pursue or not. That's my point.
Okay. I'm not incredibly happy about it, but okay.
It's a better start from where we've been, budget committee-wise, reeling with these huge numbers and going into the fund balance to, get the fund balance even every year. But anyway, to the next item. This was your item.
Okay, this is not the first time. The previous time we did this in the last 12 years with North Mianus Millbrook. Tonight, the BET is going to vote on bonding resolutions for the general fund and the sewer improvement fund. It has an appropriation for each of these capital projects and a funding source, which is the bonding authority. You give me each year the authority to go out and bond after July 1st on all of the capital projects that are in these bonding resolutions each year. As time goes by, the interest rates change, and periodically they become candidates for refinancing. So we have candidates in 2010, 11, 12, and 14 bond issues that could be refinancing. All you're doing tonight is you're giving me the authority to start the process like you normally do. What I normally do is I don't go until the market until January, But what I need is the RTM approval, and then I need to update the official statement, a very short credit rating review with one agency, not three, and then we will go to market. Unfortunately, I couldn't get it to the RTM on time for April, so it won't go until June. We'll have 2 more Fed meetings between now and then. So if it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, we walk away. So all it is you're given the authority to go to refinance these between now and January 1st, 2017. And we'll probably go to market in July.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Mr. Norton?
If I read this resolution, Peter, it indicates that on the refunding, the term of the refunded instruments cannot exceed those which are being refunded. So items that were issued 4 years ago would only have a short-term life. Is that the way in which this is intended?
Correct. The 10s can't go, we've already started paying them down. Each one has got a 20-year term, and there's 4 different sets of issues.
We're now talking about the sewer bond.
These are sewer projects.
These are strictly 20-year sewer and Nathaniel Witherall bonds.
Okay.
We don't do, no, this is all 20-year bonding.
Okay, that was not clear.
10, 11, 12, 14. I was counting. Okay.
That was not clear. and-
That helps. That helps. Okay.
So we're only talking about sewer bonds because you talked about,
Sewer and Nathaniel Witherall. So actually, Nathaniel Witherall would be a benefit of this
potential benefit.
over the life of the refunded bonds each year.
Okay, all right, so it's only the, all right.
Okay, thank you. That was a really good question.
You need a motion, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, please.
Okay. I would move the BET pass the resolutions presented with respect to refunding $28 million of general obligation bonds as described by the controller.
Second.
Okay, discussion? All those in favor? Discussion. All right, hold on. Oh, I didn't. Okay, hang on one second. Ms. Moriarty?
This is just a procedural issue. Mr. Minarski indicated that we missed the deadline for distribution for the April call. That meeting is still 3 weeks away. I'm wondering whether we can make a special request of the moderator to take up this issue if it's going to save the town money.
I would defer to the chair if he could do that, but they're pretty strict with the deadlines.
Yeah, they post their deadlines. When was the deadline?
Last Friday morning.
I can make a phone call. But we probably have a better chance of asking them to do it as a separate item at the budget meeting. From time to time, they've done a separate item there, but that's a very good.
That would help a month.
That would help a month. Yes. Mr. Raymer?
So the bonds that are out there, are they callable then?
Yes.
And so you would, of course, you don't know the interest rate at which you're going to get until you actually go to market.
That's correct.
But I guess you can get educated guesses from people who in the field.
We already have them. I didn't want to inundate the VET tonight with all that information because you've got so much on your plate. And what I also can do is IBIC has offered to come down and actually give a presentation. So if you want, at the Investment Advisory Committee or I don't feel I need that, but I just wanted to. I did have that information. They priced it at March 16th. So when it went away from. On the call, is there a lead time on the call?
Yes.
The RTM has a closing.
No. The calling of the bonds of the outstanding issue. I'm wondering if you get kind of a chicken and egg thing here, where you end up issuing a call that might have to be, I don't know, a month in advance. And so then you have the refunding process, but we frankly don't know the interest rates a month in advance. You're taking a certain risk, I suppose, that when you go to market, then a month later, that you don't get the interest rate you were planning on? Correct. There's a risk here. The best practices is that you have a net present value savings that exceed 3%. This right now, when it was priced last week, was 6.92% net present value savings. But there's ins and outs on all the maturities, the call dates. It's different bond issues, and it can go away potentially. And the bond counsel and the financial advisor do not charge you
If it doesn't go away, the only cost would be to the credit rating agencies for the review.
And why would you then necessarily wait until you normally go to market in January? Why wouldn't you go at any point on this? Once the RTM approves, why wouldn't you, if you have a favorable market now, from my understanding, I don't have much knowledge about this field, but from my understanding, you can go to market any month you like.
Yes.
So
Yes.
we could be going to market in June or something. You don't have to wait till January if the market is favorable
that's
to you
correct.
now.
This expires in January. This authorization would expire in January.
This keeps it open through January 1st, 2017.
But if it seems, once this is approved, if it seems appropriate to you, you could act on this right away. Because you were talking about doing something in January.
No, I was giving you a lead into this on how the VET and the RTM authorizes bond appropriations and bonding resolutions. And it gives me the authority to go to the bond market. Once you give me that authority, I'm on my own. I can go in December, I can go in November, I can go in March, kind of thing.
And that would be, in fact, your
And
plan.
then, as I stated before, every once in a while, the opportunity comes up where the market it's timed right, where we could previously issued bonds that are callable can be refinanced. So the timing is right with the low interest rates.
Okay, thank you.
Maybe I misled you.
I got it now.
Okay.
Took me a little while, but I got it now.
Pete, do we have any bonds that have call restrictions to them?
Just the general fund ones.
No, I mean,
Not that I know of, no.
well, when they're the first 5 years, some bonds are not callable.
Yes, they're all after 5 years.
Okay, all right.
Further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstaining? That motion is carried. Old business, nothing. Number 8, approval of the regular BET minutes for February 16th, 2016. Moved.
Seconded.
Seconded by Mr. Raymer. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion is carried. Mr. Drake, do you have anything?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Norton? No, sir. I obviously have kept this short. Does everybody have, as you know, sort of an initiative I've had for quite some time is that besides the May meeting, we go to the RTM committee and district meetings in April as well. All I would ask is I framed this out off of the calendar. If you can't make it, see if you can do a swap or get somebody to cover. Some of the standing committees such as finance, budget overview, we typically send 2 members to those. Those can be quite lengthy. And we have it, I think this year we're doing that on Public Works. So, and you're obviously encouraged to attend any other meeting if you don't have a commitment. And all we ask is sort of just a report back to us on topics that may need more information, or if there's something you think, we can help get the deliberations going. So that'll begin in April, which is not too far from now.
But we don't need to keep you advised of this.
No, not at all.
Okay.
No. It's with everybody's schedules and
Right.
Tuesday night, Monday night, Thursday night, Wednesday night. Other than that, tonight is our budget meeting, and we'll have a few minutes to break and get our paperwork set. So I'm actually going to adjourn this meeting and start another meeting. Please.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right. We'll be back in about 10 minutes here. Good evening, everyone. Welcome. This is our second meeting of the evening, but tonight is the Board of Estimate and Taxation Decision Day. We got here through a long process which began back in October with budget guidelines, a consolidated budget coming to us from the Board of Education and the First Selectman. We had a few meetings, one might say, this year in the budget deliberations. I think I lost count after about 9 full days, plus some of the items on our regular schedule. So tonight is a night where we will go through the departmental budgets, capital projects, separate revolving funds, et cetera, that we have in our budget. And what I'd like to do tonight, sort of for edification for our members, we're going to be working off of the big form. On the screen behind you is a list of items that members on this board would like to have a discussion on or motion to condition, add, delete, remove, etc. Those items are highlighted on the big form, and when we get to them, we will address them accordingly. What I plan on doing is asking Mr. Drake, our clerk, and I'll give an example. When we get to the big departments such as fire department is based in the major object codes 201, from the departmental codes 201 through 208. I'm going to ask him to call the department as a whole. If any one of us has an item in the fire department budget, please pick the department. For example, 201 administration, and then the item you'd like to add, subtract, condition, your choice. So we'll go through the general government, then we'll go through fire, police as a whole, public works as a whole, vehicle maintenance as a whole, health, and we'll follow along. Whenever possible, we know where the motions are coming from, and we'll try to adhere to that. When we get to capital, we'll be going to what we call the second big capital project sheet. Notice capital project is 2 pages. So we'll be having lots of discussions on those. So with that, I would call on our clerk to begin, and we'll all try to just, if I don't see you when you have something, just speak up for me, please. Mr. Drake.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let us start with Department 101, the representative town meeting, where the budgeted amount is $16,270.
These all need to be moved and seconded.
Second.
Okay.
Ethics, $17,400.
Second.
Department 103, Historical District Commission for $10,000. Maybe we could relieve Leslie of saying it each time if she wants to do it globally, just to make it simple.
Okay.
Emergency operations, $143,200. Office. No, I was going to say, just to make it easy, you could second them all. That would be very appreciated. Thank you. Office of the Selectmen, $975,500. Purchasing, Department 106, Purchasing Department, $1,068,133. Department 107, the Administrative Services Center, $693,391. Department 109, Human Resources, $2,958,176. Department 111, Probate Court, $43,745. Department 120, Registrar of Voters, $490,220. Department 130, Finance Administration, $2,018,136. Department 131, Retirement, $586,896. Department 134, Information Technology, $3,789,677. Department 135, the Assessor, $1,097,150. Department 136, Board of Assessment Appeals, $42,598. Department 139, Tax Collector, $547,672.
Mr. Blankley.
Mr. Chairman, I'm making a motion to reduce the salary of the tax collector by 50%. I notice that our tax collector is here this evening. I wish to emphasize that this motion is not directed at the current tax collector. It is to reflect the fact that since this is an elected position, it is perfectly possible for someone to be appointed who is not qualified or certified. It seems to me that a finance position in town should be one that a person occupies who is qualified and certified. And in due course, I would hope that this position will no longer be an elected position. But in the interim, since it is elected, I believe that since there is a danger that someone can potentially be elected who does not have the requisite qualifications, that the salary of over $100,000 with benefits is inappropriate.
Second.
That motion has been moved and seconded. Discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye with your hand, please. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All those opposed? One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Do I? And so we have one abstention. 2 or 1?
I'm abstaining.
There were 2 abstentions.
Okay. So I show that vote as 6-4-2. Motion has failed. Okay. Didn't get a majority.
Which is 4-6-2, right? Is that the way that works?
No. 6 in favor, 4 against, 2 abstain. Mr. Raymer.
In counting a majority, you don't count the abstaining votes, so you're looking at the 6 and 4. That is a passed motion. Sorry about my voice.
No. Pardon me. It had 4. It had 4 in favor.
In
6
determining,
opposed, did it
in
not?
determining a majority, you ignore the abstaining votes. That is Robert's Rules of Order. So you're only looking at the 6 and 4. The question is whether or not 6 was a majority of the 10 votes that were cast that were not abstentions. 6 is a majority. And under our Policy and Procedures Manual, if you recall, parliamentary measures to adjust the budget prior to the vote are going to be done on a simple majority. You've enjoyed a simple majority on that motion.
Okay, that motion has passed. Okay, Ms. Weissler, you have a motion?
I had a motion to approve the salaries for all the elected officials, and my motion, I guess, I don't know if this can supersede, but this is not only applies to the tax collector, but to the other elected officials.
Okay, it's except for Register of Voters.
Pardon me?
Except for Register of Voters.
It's tax collector.
No, but the ones that you're making the motion that we've set the salaries for the fiscal year are other than a Register of Voters.
It would include the Register of
Oh,
Voters.
it would include.
Yes. So for...
And that's on page...
That's on page 10 of the salary schedules, but I can read them to you.
Okay.
For the first selectman, it's $139,216. This is for calendar 2017. For the selectman, which is a part-time position, $13,922. For the town clerk, it's $99,963. And for the registrar of voters, it's $35,741, plus a stipend of $1,500 each for every primary held.
And tax collectors on that
And
list.
the tax collector is $99,963.
Okay, so your motion is to accept the salaries presented on page 10
Page
of our
10.
salary schedules.
Of our salary schedule.
Okay. Do I have a second on that? Mr. Norton? I need a second to, okay. Discussion on the motion for the salaries for fiscal,
So I would make, if I may, Mr. Chairman, amend that motion to reduce in half the salary suggested for the tax collector, since we just passed a motion to reduce that salary.
okay. Do you have a second?
I second.
Okay. Discussion?
Yes, I'm confused about this vote,
Yeah.
because the motion was to reduce it. And so I thought the vote was 4-6-2, not 6-4-2.
That was the confusion I was doing
Yeah,
there.
sorry.
642.
So could,
You had 4 Democrats who voted for it, or did you have 6 people?
could we just review the...
Can you review the vote for us, please?
Voted for this?
Excuse me one
Yes.
second.
The word.
The 6 voters for that amendment, for the original motion. The 4 that I got, rather, were Nancy Weissler, Art Norton, William Drake, and Arthur Mason.
Against.
Against.
No, against the cut.
Against.
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 Yes.
And I voted against it.
So that's 5. So it's 5-5-2. Vote fails.
Yeah, so it's 5-5-2.
While Mr. Raymer was talking, I was listening to them count, and I couldn't do both.
So that vote is 5-5-2 then, right?
So that failed.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes. Before you started off on your majority, they were sitting here counting, and I couldn't listen to 2 conversations at once.
Chairman, I was responding only to the vote count that you recorded. I'd like to ask of the secretary if, what was the vote that she recorded?
She just said, those against the motion, Weissler, Norton, Drake, Mason, Tarkington. Those against. Those in favor would have been Raymer, Kiernan, Blankley, Lash, and Crumack. Those abstaining,
Overlander.
we're already in Overlander.
So we have a tie, Mr. Chairman. What are you doing?
I didn't break the tie. Motions failed, as I said originally. I just was trying to get the count before you started off. It's a 5-5 with 2 abstentions, so majority is 5 of 10. It did not get a majority.
So should I?
Okay, so,
Can I?
so we
can avoid some confusion.
So we are still here.
We're still here,
with
and
the
I have
salaries.
just, at the controller's suggestion, every year we should ratify or approve the salaries explicitly. And so I'm looking on page 10 of our salary schedule book, which shows the salaries for the elected officials' positions. I read them to you just a minute ago, so I won't read them to you again, but I'd like to make a motion to approve them.
Okay, that, seconded by Mr. Norton. So this is our,
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I would like to repeat my motion.
yep, I'll get there.
Okay.
So we have a motion on the floor and an amendment to reduce the tax collector's salary by 50%. That motion is by Ms. Kiernan, seconded by Mr. Raymer. Discussion on the amendment.
I think, Mr. Chairman, I would just like to reiterate the statements that Mr. Blankley just made and add that we had uncovered, I think, substantial inefficiencies in that office during the budget hearings, and that I believe the cut proposed by Mr. Blankley makes sense going forward without reference to party or person that is in the office, and I hope those who voted against or abstain will reconsider. Thank you.
Okay, on the motion to amend. Ms. Oberlander.
Mr. Chairman, the question that I have, and perhaps somebody else on the board can give a little clarification, is how the cut in salary would be affected or implemented in the middle of a elected term.
It's not. These are for fiscal 16, 17.
It is in the middle of the term. It's in the middle of the term.
It's for next year's budget.
Yes, but his elected term runs for another period that budget covers, correct?
It's in the
Yes.
middle of the term.
Same term as ours, yes.
Yes.
So it's fully inclusive, in the term.
The half cut would cover his salary in full for the part of his remaining term, and the half that was completely cut out, that becomes the salary that pertains to the part for which nobody at this point has been elected. Is that not correct?
No.
No, this would be the salary starting July 1. And he's in office.
On the amended motion, all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so I have to write this now, so we have John, Jim, same 5. Oh,
listen.
That looked like 6.
okay. Opposed?
Did you get them all, Kathy? Oh, I'm sorry.
Abstaining. So that motion, as I count, you're going to give me a second, right, Mr. Raymer? 650.
651.
651. 651. Okay, so that, the amendment has carried. Now, as back to the salaries, okay, as amended, this is the original Weissler motion.
7 votes?
No, not out of 11.
7 affirmative votes?
No, that's the whole budget. No. So on the salaries as for Ms. Weissler's motion, all those in favor? As amended, Ms. Weissler's motion amended?
Aye.
Opposed? Aye. I'm not opposed to that salary. I mean, the salary, let me just put it in perspective. All the conversations through the political season about this position that I hear Mr. Blankley and Ms. Kiernan talking about are for the next time. All the conversations were in the future. We recommend this position be appointed rather than elected at future elections. So it was a very strong point during the campaign season that all the officials running for the positions would be at their agreed current salary, other than, annual changes that we might make. The HR committee has made a change to all of these by, I think it's about 2%. So with that said, this is a deviation from the political stories in the paper, and the idea of this position being appointed versus elected was all for a future time. If I remember some of the quotes that we said back then, it would be starting in 2017. I wasn't supportive of that, but in 2018's election, we're on the even years. So that's why I don't support this, because we're basically making a political change here, and that salary is part of the salaries in your motion, so I can't support that. So I show the vote on that item as what?
651.
No, on the motion as addressed.
1110.
Okay. Moving on. So, Roland, you have an amended number for 139, Department 139.
We did reduce that.
The first vote was for the salaries for the elected officials, beginning at the start of the fiscal year. They were listed and depicted. There was a motion to amend one of the salaries. That motion carried. Then the amended original motion carried. 1110.
Mr. Chairman, it's not possible to revisit that vote. I feel like we had too much discussion here.
Are you asking for reconsideration on the last motion?
I am.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Reconsideration on the last motion. The motion before you, the amended motion passed to reduce tax collector's salary by 50%. The motion we voted on after that was a motion for all of the elected official salaries beginning July 1, 2016. As people voted there, the vote came 11-1-0. I have a motion to reconsider.
Reconsider the last motion, Mr. Chairman?
The last vote,
Right.
which was 11-1-0. Okay. Further discussion, all those in favor of reconsideration?
It's a motion.
I have a member who would like to reconsider that last vote.
I felt that this was a very confused dialogue from the votes we started to begin with and we had a lot of changes, to be honest with you.
I know, that's why I tried to keep the,
Yes.
Consider can be made by somebody who was on the winning side. That's why I asked which motion was being asked to be.
I was on the winning side.
she was on the winning side. I've already checked that.
I'm not challenging it. I'm only explaining the
Right.
lesson.
Okay, so we're going to revote the
And can I
Weissler motion.
amend that motion? Because I feel this is a very messy approach. I would like to see each
I have a mo-
salary considered individually
Okay.
as page 10. I feel like we're an apples and oranges here. It's probably, I hadn't anticipated the amount of discussion, so I would like to amend this. Can you turn your mic on? I'm sorry. I'd like to amend this motion to take up each one of these salaries individually.
Do I have a second? Second. Okay.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Raymer, I was waiting.
If that's going to be,
That's going to be a backhanded way to seek a reconsideration of the earlier motion. I have an objection to that.
I'm glad you do, because I do too. So the motion that you asked for was reconsideration on the item.
Well, I thought I could amend the item as opposed to.
We're going with reconsideration of the item.
well, the
If
others
that
weren't.
motion fails,
At the end of it.
I can entertain another motion.
Okay.
Yes, she got a second from Mr. No. Okay,
So the motion is to reconsider.
the motion is to reconsider.
Okay.
Okay, all those in favor? Signify by aye. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That motion has failed.
Okay, so we're done.
Can you say the vote, please, 5-7?
Yes. No abstentions, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Roland, you'll have the 139 as amended? Okay. Any member can go back to any item at any time for reconsideration, but it has to be from a majority on the vote. Okay, Mr. Drake, moving on.
No, Mr. Chairman, I believe we have to
I asked Roland to do that. We will do that when we total up general.
But we don't have to do it by department?
We will, when Roland gives us the number, I will go back and get the revised number. Thank you, Ms. Tarkington.
Okay, continuing, Department 140, Law Department, $2,733,803. Town Clerk's Office, $641,827. P&Z Board of Appeals, $505,850. Condemnation Commission, $2,500. P&Z Commission, $1,018,689. Conservation Commission, $358,509. Inland Wetlands and Watercourses Agency, $527,632. Land Use Administration, $356,261. Commission on Aging, $211,221. And Senior Center, $688,289. That makes a total.
Roland, do you have a revised total for Department 139?
For 139, it's $497,690.
Okay, does everybody have that, 497,690? And do you have a revised total general fund, general government?
$21,492,763.
Okay, everybody has the revised numbers?
Yep.
Okay, so,
Should be a motion on the revised number, Mike? And
yes,
So I'll do, just to repeat the number for the whole general government, $21,492,763.
Second.
we'll vote on them at the end. I just want to make sure I get the totals. Okay, moving on.
I'm going to move the fire department as a whole, and should there be motions, please speak up. So the fire department as a whole is $14,800,342.
I have a motion, Mr. Chairman.
Would you make just second it?
Hold on, Mr. Raymer.
Second?
Yes, motion second for the fire department. Mr. Raymer, you're the first one. Department, major object code.
Well, it in candor is going to affect, to look at it properly, you need to look at both of two different line items. It affects 205 firefighting force, which appeared on page 55 of our operating. I'm seeking to restore $383,016 of salary, which are related to account code 51980, new positions. But that was just the salary component. It doesn't include the benefits. And so to get a proper view of it, I'm simultaneously making a motion also as to 901 employee benefits, operating fixed charges, page 143. It's item 57970, earnings to be allocated, an additional $242,152. The two items together total $625,168. The reason being to restore the 4 firefighters cut from the increased staffing at Byram, which at the appropriate time I'd like to speak to.
So before I ask for a second on that, because I don't have one listed, I would think the item on Department 901 we would do when we got to 901.
That's all right. I just want to be sure that
I
people,
understand.
to
No, I
fairly understand, they need to understand that you add the firefighters, you're adding the benefits, you take away the firefighters, you're taking the benefits. It's not a $380,000 item, it's a $625,000 item.
Very good. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you.
Ms. Overlander, discussion? Discussion, I'm sorry.
Yes. Mr. Chairman, rightfully, later on in this discussion, we'll be taking up Northwest Firehouse because of the very long call times up there. They right now are receiving response 8, 10, and 12 minutes after fire trucks leave the house. I want to bring to your attention what I call the red dot map that I showed you. It was a tracking by the fire department of the location of fire calls, and what that map showed you was the great density, the overwhelming majority of fire calls were at the bottom 1/4 of the town of Greenwich, heavily concentrated in both Byram at the one end and Old Greenwich at the other end. What is happening here is you have a 2-man response coming out of a firehouse at Byram. It requires a 4 certified man presence to make an an entry to start fire suppression or to make a rescue. The second two men are reliant upon a second engine coming usually from Central. And I gave you time-weighted evaluation maps showing you that that second engine was arriving from Central 8, 10, and 11 minutes after the fact. We have exactly the same thing going on at Old Greenwich, where Sound Beach responds with two men, and then COSCOB comes later on with the second two men that are required. To my mind, that was a deficiency in fire coverage, but you don't need to take my word for it. You have competent professional staff who you've hired and entrusted the operation of this firehouse to, and they have recommended, and your first selectman has recommended, that you begin to repair this deficiency. The fire department presented you with a staffing plan in which, without too heavy a hit in any particular time, there are incrementally first adding additional staff at Byram, then adding in the next year a little bit of additional staff at Sound Beach, and then incrementally in the third year adding a little bit of staffing at COSCOB. In each case, they're not giving you a 4-man response, they're giving you a 3-man response, which isn't fully up to snuff, but it's clearly better. And I gave you data earlier on to show you that the present coverage that we're doing does not match what our sister municipalities are doing. Fairfield is responding throughout with 3-man engines, Westport 3-man engines, Stamford 4-man engines, Norwalk 4-man engines, Bridgeport 4-man engines. If you're going to rise to at least the level that's required by OSHA, at least the level that's required by fire department standards, at least to the level of what our sister municipalities are doing, you would begin to make this change. The first selectman, in my opinion, wisely proposed to you that by these small increments, let's add one additional firefighter at Byram. One additional firefighter means you're hiring 4 people because there's 4 shifts. I'm sorry about my hoarse voice. I wish it was clearer today. And that engenders the dollar figures that we're talking about. It is a small increment. I want to mention also that although we have a terrific cadre of volunteers that are responding to fires, because we have about 4,000 calls a year, of which about 1,800 are from automatic alarms, of which about 900 are false alarms. The reality is that on your volunteers, they cannot possibly be expected to respond to 4,000 calls, a healthy percentage of which are simply false alarms. Life doesn't work that way. We're no longer with a blacksmith who hangs up his apron and hops on his horse and goes the 300 yards to the site of the fire. These are people with business lives and personal lives. Our very fine volunteers are showing up in force, but they're showing up 10, 12, 14 minutes after the call, which is wonderful for the fire suppression process when everything is going full tilt, but it is completely inadequate for the initial response to get the fire scene under control and to begin to execute the rescue of citizens that are in danger. And to reduce that danger, I'm asking you to restore the smart funding provision that the first selectman and fire chief have recommended to you, and that is the items that I've presented in my amendment.
Further discussion?
Mr. Chairman?
Ms. Oberlander?
So I speak also, and I second this amendment, to urge my fellow BET members to both support the First Selectman's firefighter staffing proposal and to vote in favor of the acquisition of land for development of a Northwest Fire Station. In so doing, I recognize the cost analysis provided in a later amendment on the, comes up on the land acquisition. I acknowledge that these votes will, over time, impact the underlying cost basis of town government. Notwithstanding that, we have heard time and again that both the station and the staffing will make a difference both for the town's fire coverage and for the men and women of our fire department. I am grateful for the dedication and commitment of all of the town's employees, but I'm particularly appreciative of those who risk their own lives and well-being for the benefit of town residents and visitors. We can and have spent many hours discussing the vagaries of response times and response patterns, but in my opinion, it is my opinion that the issue of public safety is a core mission of our local government, and approving both of these proposals will begin to address a clearly identified shortfall.
Further discussion? Mr. Blankley?
Mr. Chairman, I've spoken on this subject for each of the past 2 years, and I just want to add my voice to my colleagues, Mr. Raymer and Ms. Oberlander, and to repeat comments I've made in the past about my personal family involvement in firefighting. My son-in-law is a firefighter and paramedic in Arizona, where they obey the national standard of four-man crewing. It seems to me inconceivable that in our community, one of the richest in the entire country, that we are objecting to even getting close to what the first selectman last year called the silver standard of three-man crewing, as opposed to the national standard of four. So the motion last year was thrown out, and after many discussions organized by the first selectman, a more incremental approach was brought forward, and this incremental approach is what we have now, and it seems to me a fine way to move forward, recognizing the balance that we always try to achieve between what we need operationally and what is prudent from a financial point of view. I urge, as did my colleagues, the other members of the board, to accept this incremental approach and to accept the motion.
Further discussion? Ms. Weisler?
I think we all appreciate the dedication and professionalism of our career and volunteer firefighters. However, I don't think I can support this motion. It is an incremental approach. However, it's difficult in an environment of limited resources to commit to increasing headcount by 16 over the next few years without an announced plan to offset this increase with headcount reductions. Second, the recent BET public hearings offered residents the opportunity to comment on the budget. And I was struck by the fact that only one resident in an area staffed by the 2 career firefighters raised their concern about staffing. And finally, the town has just earned an upgrade in its ISO rating from 4 to 3. This rating is an independent assessment of the town's capabilities to suppress structural fires. At a rating of 3, Greenwich is more highly rated than all but 2% of the other 50,000 areas rated in the U.S.
Mr. Lash?
The Budget Committee spent a good deal of time, as all of you know, because you were in those meetings, discussing the Northwest Firehouse, fire service generally. Mr. Raymer had presented many of these same facts before. The chief testified. We heard from the union and the public hearing the other day. The Budget Committee recommended, and presumably later this evening we will agree, to buy a piece of land up on King Street to build the Northwest Firehouse. And in this budget is the architectural engineering money to design that firehouse. So the question is not whether or not we will have additional firefighters, but when we will begin to hire them and where they will be deployed. Clearly, many of them will be deployed to the Northwest. Perhaps some will be deployed to other locations. The Budget Committee didn't take that up in this session. So I think it's unnecessary to characterize this as having a vote on how many fire personnel should be on each fire unit as we think into the future. What the committee did was it recommended the items that I've already identified, and it, in the process of pulling the budget together, included many items and didn't include other items, some of which are very expensive. And one of the things we have to do is, as a Budget Committee and as a BET, we have to make choices. And the choice that we made here was to move ahead with the Northwest Firehouse, which has been on our agenda for many years. That will come with additional personnel. The question ultimately will be how many and where will they be deployed. And the Budget Committee voted, as I recall, 3-1 at that time for this, the approach that's in the budget, and to defer till next year the question of hiring when we know whether the RTM has approved the Northwest Firehouse. Because if it's not approved, then we have to look again at the fire service and how we deploy our personnel. Thank you.
Ms. Kiernan?
I won't repeat what Mr. Lash has said, but do agree with his points. One other point I'll just raise that has not come across yet tonight in the discussion is that when you approve these new staff, you also add millions to our liability within our defined benefit program. Now, there has been discussion in the past about whether fire services should remain in that program. I still support the notion that they should remain, but we do have to be careful with limited resources about all of the requests being made, whether they are in our fixed charges for the pension, whether it's capital, whether it's an operating. And I think generally this is a BET that is very, very supportive of the fire services and all public safety, but I will not be voting in favor of this amendment.
Okay, all those in favor of this motion to reinstate this money by Mr. Raymer, signify by saying aye, or raise hands, it's easier. 1, 2, 3, 4. Opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4. Abstaining? 4. I show it as 4-8. 4 in favor, 8 opposed. 0 abstentions. Okay,
Okay,
moving on, Mr. Drake.
we continue with the police department. I'll just read the total. $21,415,793. Public Works, again, the total, $20,900,410. Vehicle maintenance, the fleet department, $2,957,922. The health department, this is 5 line items that together are $2,392,731. Okay, we pass to the next page. Department 440, the external entities, GEMS, TAG, and others, $6,136,240.
And I would call on, give me 1 second. Oh, that came from the Budget Committee, so Mr. Lash.
Yep. The Budget Committee has, over the years, developed the process of conditioning the GEMS funds to be released quarterly, and this is a motion to continue that so that we hear from GEMS at least 4 times.
I think it's
Semi-annual.
Semi-annual, at least twice a year. Thank you.
Second.
Okay, discussion on the motion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstaining? Item is carried 12-0.
We continue. Social services, there are 3 departments there totaling $3,240,284. We pass to the Board of Education. There are several line items there together composing $150,073,669. Libraries, there are 3 line items there combined are $11,014,875. We pass to the Parks and Recreation Department for a total of $10,888,513. Okay, we pass to fixed charges. Department 901, town contributions for employee benefits, $99,290,971.
It may be, Mr. Chairman, that that item is earmarked because of my motion on the firefighters, and I think it's a given from the vote of the firefighters that this change in operating benefits has already been voted on and declined. Yes?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Raymer. On 901, if you look in your books, on page 4, which is up there,
It's also the pension.
We have a number of things in there.
this is coming from, I'll call on Ms. Tarkington for a motion to add, it looks like a motion to add $1,521,000 to the pension fund.
Yes, I so move adding $1,521,000 to the pension fund, increasing the line item to $22,021,000 from $20,500,000, and this was approved. I'm sorry. increasing the line item to $20,500,000, which was approved by the Budget Committee. The reason is the proposal to fund the full amount determined by the Retirement Board since, 1, pensions are a financial obligation of the town, 2, the town has a responsibility to address the underfunded status of the pension fund, and 3, a delay in funding the full amount will increase the required contribution next year and in future years, impacting the ability to maintain service levels while managing year-to-year budget changes. The $20,500,000 approved by the Budget Committee includes the new experience tables. However, it does not include the Retirement Board's modified assumptions for rate of return, 6.75%, down from 7%, inflation rate, 2.25%, down from 2.5%, and salary increases, 1/4%, higher than inflation.
Do I have a
And
second?
this motion came from the Law
Oh,
Department.
I'm sorry, this came from, okay, do I have a second?
Seconded.
Okay. Discussion on the motion to add the funding to the retirement fund. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstaining? That motion is carried 12-0-0. Now, as Mr. Raymer was saying, that has now created a negative from the budget, coming from the Budget Committee of $1.5 million. So I think we're going to have a conversation on how to fund that. Would you like to, Ms. Kiernan, yours was the next motion. Would you like to postpone that till later when we get towards?
Yeah. Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Yeah, there's been some discussion about this since the opinion of the town attorney changed the definition for this year of the required contribution. I think we have a fairly straightforward way of dealing with it, but to get the numbers right, we need to know all the rest of the ins and outs to the budget, so I would suggest we just hold that question till the end, and then we will know what amount we need, and we will know how to act.
Okay. So I will come back to all motions on that then.
Okay, just to clarify, so, for example, I was going to make a motion, and Roland, correct me, to reduce the capital tax levy, so would that have been under 950 within fixed charges?
That's actually.
Or is that also means of financing later on? Both or one?
Would be financing.
Okay, so I don't need to make a motion within fixed charges for that purpose. And then both of my alternative motions then therefore would be under means of financing
Yes.
after we get through capital.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. The next one I have is for, making sure I don't forget anything. We're coming back to this just, okay, so 950, and then what is 999? Just for the, okay, we're coming back to, okay. That takes us, so if we're coming back to that takes us to capital, correct?
No, we have a few more fixed charges.
I'm sorry.
That's all right. So if I'm not missing anything, we're going to pass to Department 902, unemployment compensation, et cetera, $3,583,000. The next line item is 908, payments for insurance coverage, $3,406,300.
Second.
Thank you. 911, sewer taxes for town-owned property, $700,000. 926.
Excuse me, I think we have actually, don't we have an amendment there?
We do have an amendment. When we got the approved, or the grand list revaluation for the town properties, it went up 40%, which means the budget of $700,000 should go up to about $140,000.
Page 10 for all those who are following.
Please give the figure again.
$140,000.
Additional.
Additional.
Yep,
Yes.
thank you.
And that, so I get a formal motion on that. Mr. Harkington?
So I move that, that we add $140,000 to that line item, and the reason is this final October 1st, 2015 assessed value for town-owned properties increased by 40% over the October 1st, 2014, the way Roland has just described.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Raymer, I have a second. Okay, discussion? Okay, so Roland, the revised number there will be?
840. 840,
Yeah.
$840,000.
Okay, got it. Everybody has that? All right, continuing on.
Do we need a vote on the amendment?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
We haven't voted before this.
Okay.
12-0. Okay, we continued. Department 926, non-public school bus transportation, $2,896,158.
Second?
Yep. Department 950, repayment of debt, principal and interest, $32,165,000. And
Why do we have that, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, that's highlighted wrong.
There's a motion on page,
That Art's motion?
that's Art's motion, yes.
Okay, so that's right.
Will not that item, depending on how we decide to deal with the funding? Oh, no, that's repayment.
That's not on 12, Roland. That's not on page 12, Roland.
page
8.
Page 8.
Mr. Norton?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. My motion is to transfer to the Nathaniel Witherell debt service, which is currently $1,960,145, to the general fund, to the repayment of debt and principal account 950. The debt, for example, town of Greenwich owns all the properties of the town of Greenwich and has the responsibility for any debt that's incurred on town-owned property. The facility in Nathaniel Witherell, for which debt was raised 2 years ago, is an obligation of the taxpayers of the town of Greenwich. And I don't believe that there's any justification for having this included in the operation of the facility, because it has nothing specifically to do with the facility. If Nathaniel Witherell were to continue or not to continue in its current use and capacity, the town would still have the debt obligation to fund the outstanding debt service, which includes principal and interest payments, which we incurred for the next 18 years. And therefore, my motion is to transfer back to the general fund, to the repayment of debt and principal account 950, the $1,960,145.
Okay, so I have a motion. Do I have a second? I'll second that motion. Mr. Drake?
Yes, I'd like to read a sentence. Mr. Ormsby stated that as of September 28, 2011, the state of Connecticut will increase the per diem Medicaid reimbursement rate to $252.43 per resident, which equals a 4.1% increase, adding approximately $2 million to Nathaniel Witherell's revenues over the next 30 years. So Mr. Ormsby, who was the chairman, indicated in 2011, when the Project Renew was being examined and voted, that the state of Connecticut increased the revenues of the Witherell by $2 million to pay this debt, basically to pay for this addition. So this amendment to remove the debt service and make the Witherell's financial statements that much more attractive looking could only be, I'll be voting against it, but it could only be adopted if, for consistent accounting treatment, the related revenues that Mr. Ormsby identified in that statement were also removed. Therefore, there'd be no effect improving the financial statements, but we'd be just modifying them twice for no purpose whatsoever. So I'll be voting against this. I don't think it's appropriate.
Ms. Weissler?
I don't also plan to support this motion. I think there was a statement that this is like any other town-owned asset. However, I think there is some fundamental differences. With Stamford having gotten out of the nursing home business in the past 6 months, Greenwich is the only Connecticut municipality that owns and funds one. And second, when the RTM voted to support Project Renew, it did so with the understanding that Nathaniel Witherell's cash flows would be allocated to repaying the debt taken on for the project. If you look back to the explanos for the RTM vote in 2011, it said, I quote, "It is the expectation of the town that bonds issued to finance the construction of Project Renew would be repaid in substantial part from third-party revenues generated by Nathaniel Witherell's operations and from private citizens' contributions to a capital campaign."
Mr. Lash?
So as the members of the BET know, the Budget Committee spent a good deal of time on this topic. Let me start by correcting something that was attributed to Mr. Ormsby, which he may well have said, I have no idea. But the state allotment was $12 million, not $2 million. So I think you quoted that accurately, but it's actually much more money, so it only makes the point more. The Budget Committee, as the members know, made a series of recommendations for the presentation of the financial performance of the Witherell. And our chairman has decided to appoint a special committee to look into this in more detail. I would suggest we not make the change that Art has suggested tonight, but rather he will be on that committee and he can consider that as part of the work of his committee. As to repeat myself, the Budget Committee made a series of trade-offs in the way the financial performance of the Witherell is shown. All those trade-offs find their way through several different accounts in the financials, and my hope will be that what we do is leave the budget the way it came up from the Budget Committee. This year, the committee will get to look at it. I'm sure the RTM will pitch in and along the way. The new board out at the Witherell will have an opportunity to look at the operations along with you and make whatever improvements they choose to make, and we can all revisit this again in a few more months. So not that I'm in disagreement with Art here, I may be in agreement with him, but I would suggest this issue isn't timely at this point.
Further discussion? I would echo those points. For some of us who have been with the Nathaniel Witherell right from the start, we all knew it was a town endeavor. It's one of the things that makes Greenwich a little bit unique to our peer communities. And this year in the budget deliberations, of all the donations we got from Nathaniel Witherell, we found how we had logged the donations into the general fund versus giving Nathaniel Witherell credit. The Budget Committee caught that and made that correction for the first time this year. And I agree. I think this motion is, I did form a special working group tonight, and I think this is something that committee should do. I think this is just a little earlier. I know Mr. Norton didn't know I was going to be forming that committee, let alone making a chair of it. So, sorry. But with that being said, I think that this may be something we're doing, just might not be tonight. That's all. All those in favor? Ms. Tarkington?
I was just going to add that to date, based on all of the donations and also the tax credits, basically, while money is fungible, those payments have been made within the general fund also. And so far, all of those payments for the debt service have been made out of the funds, as Friends says, generated by Friends. And that will continue certainly through this year and into next year also. So I think it's premature, and I support the committee looking at these issues.
Okay. Further discussion? All those in favor, raise your hand. Mr. Norton? Opposed? 110 and 1 abstention.
Who abstained?
Me, because I believe that this is something we shouldn't vote against. This is a definite consideration for the future. Okay, back to you, Mr. Drake.
Okay. Remind me where we were.
I think we're on capital now.
Yeah,
Oh, I'm sorry.
999.
Can we get to Nathaniel Witherell when we take up the fund? That was what I thought we were talking about. Okay, that brings us to capital.
Yes, it does.
On page 11, there's a risk fund reduction.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, based on other discussions and the discussion later to occur on Nathaniel Witherell, I'd like to withdraw my motion on the risk fund, please.
Okay, thank you very much.
Like I said, 999.
Is that permanent?
Yeah.
Okay, that brings us to our capital then?
No, I think it brings us,
The 999.
unless
She
you're
just
saying
reduced it.
999, we're postponing it.
No. She withdrew
Yes.
the motion.
And so 999
Stays the same.
will, okay.
11,600,000.
All right, then I'll just, should I just read it for
Yep.
clarity? Department 999, transfer to other funds, 11,645,000. Thank you. All right, we moved to capital.
Capital for everybody following this, capital are in the actual departmental order.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Rimmer.
Ms. Weisler had a motion that also reading for, on page 12.
Yes.
Thank you.
For the audience, we have a series of motions that are methods for funding or addressing the pension contribution change that came to us Thursday night at 5 o'clock before our public hearing. So we've sort of been scattering on how we plan on filling that, and we're waiting till we make all of our other decisions. And there's a series of motions from take it out of risk fund, from Nathaniel, there's all different motions. So when we get to Nathaniel Witherell at the end of the budget, we'll address them all at that time.
Mr. Chairman,
Ms. Oberlin.
one other, the in-kind allocations, is that also going to be taken up at the end?
Yes.
So,
Okay.
so we'll turn to capital, if that's all right with everyone. First item, and I'll just read them. You don't need to second every one until we find one we need to delve more deeply. I'm going to count them by the department name. Department 134, enhanced email and document sharing, $40,000. Department 134, application upgrades, $45,000.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to add here that I will be seconding these, but I won't be doing it individually.
As a group, that works fine, Ms. Tarkington, thank you. General Government Network Resiliency, $30,000. General Government Online Permitting, $132,000. General Government Equipment, $20,000. Revaluations and Inspections, $110,000. Two pumpers, $1,350,000. We're in the fire department now. 206. Thank you, Mr. Norton. Again, in the fire department, an SUV with three SUVs with upfitting, $150,000. Staying in the fire department, personal protective equipment, $70,000. Turning now to the police department, $213. 13 police interceptors and fit out, $640,000. And next item, 3 police motorcycles. There's no number there.
I will call on Mr. Blankley for that.
Mr. Chairman, this motion is to reinstate 3 motorcycles for $74,000, motorcycles with upfitting, as requested by the police commissioner and police chief.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Kiernan. Discussion?
So this is in a $400 million budget, a relatively de minimis matter, and therefore easy enough to have been taken out during the Budget Committee's consideration. But by the same token, it's small enough to be reconsidered, especially in the light of how we look at fleet. When I first joined the RTM, I discovered that a lot of studies have been done about our fleet generally throughout town, in all departments, and that a trigger point had been discovered in terms of when it would be optimal to replace equipment as opposed to continue maintaining equipment. And the same considerations given to the motorcycles here. They are maintained, in fact, off-site, not by fleet, because we don't have anyone qualified to maintain the vehicles. And it's a simple economic matter. If we make this payment, then ultimately we will save money. It's a small amount, and I move the motion.
Further discussion? Ms. Tarkington, followed by Mr. Raymer.
Mr. Chairman, when you look at last year's budget for this year, the replacement of these motorcycles was not reflected in that budget. So it doesn't reflect any orderly kind of replacement of these, and hence I think these are fairly low mileage, I don't know, 12 to 14,000 motorcycles, and we thought that that could be deferred for at least another year.
Further discussion? Jeff was, yes. Nancy, you're next.
Yeah, I could be more specific. I made the motion actually at the Budget Committee to strike these motorcycles, so it's my motion that Mr. Blankley is seeking to restore. These motorcycles, the one with the highest mileage has not quite 15,000 miles. The one with the lowest mileage has 13,000, not quite 700 miles. They're all three of them. They're Harley Davidsons. All three of them are 2009s. They're only used for a part of the year. Unlike the police interceptors, in which the director of the fleet department had pointed out to us that several of the vehicles are inoperable and are laid up, and that they're using cars that are signed for personal use and the like to substitute for some of the police cruisers. None of these motorcycles have suffered layups. They're all fully functional. It is correct that because fleet doesn't really have the capability to do repair on motorcycles in shop, it gets sent to an outside vendor, and outside vendors are moderately more expensive. The rationale that Jay had mentioned was that he wants to sell these before they start to produce a repair issue, but he conceded that they're not yet producing a repair issue of any great expense, and that had signaled me too, Mr. Chairman, that we could probably postpone this expense for a year, maybe longer, but for a year in any case, and that's why I had moved at the Budget Committee to strike these three motorcycles and reconsider them next year. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Weissler? Oh, I thought you did. Okay. All those in favor of reinstating the $74,000?
Aye.
1, 2. Opposed? 1. Abstaining? That motion has failed. 2-10-0. Mr. Drake, police license plate readers.
Okay, police license plate readers, 21,000. And then we pass to the Department of Public Works. Stormwater master planning, $500,000. Stormwater program compliance, $250,000. Traffic signal maintenance, $132,000. Traffic signal fiber optics upgrade, $260,000. 3 dump trucks, $585,000. A sidewalk snowplow, $160,000. A loader, $250,000. 3 pickup trucks, $142,000. School zone traffic control measures, $650,000. ADA sidewalk inventory and improvement, $200,000. Our highway maintenance budget, $1,750,000. And our annual paving program, $3 million.
Mr. Raymer?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I had unsuccessfully made the motion at the Budget Committee to increase the $3 million of paving that we do on our asphalt roads to $5 million, given the state of repair of our roads. We tried to avoid the whistling sound of the missing fillings in our teeth as we discussed this item. It seemed to me that after having had a very tough winter the winter before, and then a winter of lots of wet, it seems to me that our roads now need a little more than just the minimal paving, and I had sought to increase the paving from $3 to $5 million, and I would make that motion.
You have a second by Ms. Kiernan. Discussion? Mr. Lash?
So the Budget Committee discussed Mr. Raymer's motion at the time. As we all know, there is a study going on now of the condition of all the town roads. That study is done by a special purpose vehicle operated by a contractor that assesses the condition of the roads, feeds the information it collects into a computerized model, which the town has been using for 10 or 15 years, and produces, just to pick on Mr. Raymer's word a little bit, not a minimal repair program, but recommended repair programs for different kinds of roads across the town. The Budget Committee did not have, and we still do not have, the result of that analysis. And when we do have it, if it turns out that the town needs to upgrade its program, we will, I'm sure, recommend it at that time. Additionally, the town does receive other funds that are spent on paving projects, so the actual amount spent each year is somewhat more than the $3 million. This number was down around $1.5 million or $2 million, maybe 10 or 12 years ago. It has climbed since then. It's been at this level for a while. It may well be time to change the number again, but I think until the Public Works Department's had a chance to get the result of this most recent survey of the road condition, the $3 million seems adequate. And we didn't get any testimony from the DPW that they thought the $3 million was not adequate at this time.
Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Kiernan?
Mr. Chairman, I would just add that in years past, the DPW commissioner has given her assessment of the quality of the roads, and they do need repair. We are falling behind when we underfund this every year, as we do, and as she reiterates every year, there is capacity to do more, to do 40% more. So I will support Mr. Raymer's motion to increase from $3 to $5 million to address the underfunding that we have in the past committed with respect to our roads throughout town.
Further discussion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Raymer?
Yeah, I promise not to make this a carrying-on debate, but the study to which Mr. Lash referred, its target date was to be in our hands by late March. As Mr. Lash has correctly pointed out, we don't have it at this point, but we expect it at any time. The funding we're talking about here is funding during the fiscal year that runs from July 1st coming through the end of June. The report's obviously a little delayed, but I'm pretty sure we'll have it by July. In any event, I don't think you need the report to know that you're looking at roads that need paving. The report is going to classify roads into three categories. Central arterial highways, these are my words, not the words of the report, words that are intermediate arteries connecting roads, and then small roads at the back. And it grades these roads, I believe, from 100 down to 0, and weighting the condition and also the importance of the road, it prioritizes the paving process. And all of that is extremely useful, and I'll be glad to be seeing us using that report as we make a selection of how we apply the $5 million worth of paving that I'm looking for. But I don't think I need the report to know that we need to do the paving. I think the report will help you figure out how to allocate the paving. I think the roads speak for themselves, and they're calling out to you very eloquently, and I'm hoping that my colleagues will support the change.
Further discussion? Okay, all those in favor, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Opposed? Opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6, 6. That item has failed. Continuing.
Okay. Public Works, US Route 1 concurrent pedestrian signals, $390,000. Again, in Public Works, the Pembroke Park and Road Sidewalk Project, $250,000.
Okay, so if we have two items on that, item 15, or page 15 and page 16. Page 15 has been withdrawn. So I will call on, turn the page, I will call on Ms. Tarkington.
So, Mr. Chairman, I would like to move that we reduce this item by $75,000. The reason is to reduce the Pembroke Road Sidewalk Project to proceed with sidewalk driveway improvements, construction for segment from existing sidewalk from approximately the Pembroke Civic Center north to entrance, removal of the storage shed, some tree removal, etc. And so that cost is estimated by the Public Works Department to be $175,000. The design work for future potential phases of the sidewalk north to Comley Avenue, for that engineering work was estimated to be $75,000, and that is being reduced.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Lash. Discussion?
Well, I think that, you know, this is a new project in the Selectman's budget on his list of new projects, but I think people are concerned about the, particularly the second phase of this project and the costs of the blasting and what other issues it might raise. On the other hand, I think this board, or at least some members, were very sympathetic to the Pembroke area people who felt that the sidewalk was important to their quality of life and the use of the park. So this is a way to sort of balance it.
Ms. Kiernan?
I would like to share a different point of view on this, which is that we should keep the entire appropriation intact as it went through the Budget Committee. I think the $75,000 that is being cut is part of a very important project going forward. I don't think it's a new project. I think I see the First Selectman nodding his head. I think this has been before us previously. I live on the west side of town. I cut through down this road quite often. There are people walking on that road. It's very unsafe. This is part of the POCD plan for the Glenville, Pembroke areas. And I think it's an important project that should move forward, and I would ask my colleagues to keep the $75,000 in the full appropriation. Thank you.
Ms. Moriarty?
Just to add to Ms. Kiernan's comments, I think some of the reasons that were given to cut the funding for the A&E work or the design work is because fearful that the project's too expensive for us to be able to afford. I think without the design work, we don't know that. There may be cost-effective solutions to a problem. I think opportunities to increase the ability for our residents to walk to and from parks and public spaces is a good thing for us to explore, so I'm going to vote against the motion to reduce.
Okay, so if you vote yay, you're voting for the motion to reduce. If you vote no, you're voting against it. So all those in favor of the motion to reduce, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That vote is 6-6. And so it has stayed unless I break the tie vote. And I will vote in favor of the reduction.
Okay, that's the reduction. Next item, again in Public Works, Greenwich Avenue streetscape implementation, $300,000.
Just so we get the revised figure, we've been revising the figure all along. So,
Yes.
Pembroke Road now becomes $175,000.
Correct. I usually give Roland a little bit of time to do that, and I go back.
You don't want to give him too much time, he'll be spoiled.
Okay, so 312 Greenwich Avenue streetscape implementation, and I have, is that page 17?
It is.
Mr. Lash?
So this POCD and the POCD before it have undertaken to look at the Greenwich Avenue streetscape and the paving and the sidewalks and the conditions there. Over the years, we've done a number of smaller projects, bump outs, the number of police officers working on the corners, directing traffic have changed from time to time. This project is, as currently in the budget, $300,000, of which $175,000 is designed to do something that I was surprised to hear we hadn't done, and that is survey the avenue and develop an accurate and detailed record of the boundaries of the various pieces of property that border the avenue. So the project as proposed included money to then begin thinking about designs, and I think the conclusion I came to was that get the survey work done, let's find out what we really have, and then let's come back and look at how much money it might take to do design work. This is, and I think people are guessing here, estimated to be an $8 or $12 million project by the time it gets done. $125,000 probably isn't really going to do very much design work. So I suggest we make this reduction this year, get the results of the survey and whatever else we learn along the way, and ask the Commissioner of Public Works to come back and make a new recommendation to us in next year's budget.
Seconded by Ms. Tarkington. I had it backwards on the form, I'm sorry. Yes, right. Okay, discussion?
No, I got that wrong.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman?
Okay, hold on one second. So it was actually moved by Mr. Lash, seconded by Ms. Tarkington. Okay, discussion. Ms. Oberlander?
So I had a similar feeling when I looked initially at this proposal, that I was surprised that we did not have accurate meets and bounds, and that we should have that and understand what the utilities are. But I was also concerned about going forward with the creation of a conceptual engineering plan and other design work without the results of the survey. I have, on the following page, a different amendment that, instead of putting off the design work, would condition the release of the design funds so that subsequent to the receipt and review of the legal land survey, we could get a presentation by the Department of Public Works on the outcome and their recommended courses, and that way we would not unnecessarily delay design work, but could move forward subject to completion of the legal land survey.
So I'm going to take that, page 18 for everybody who's on. I'm going to take that as an amendment. Don't want to do it that way, but we'll do it that way. I'll take that as an amendment to the Lash motion. So do you have a second?
I would second that.
Okay, discussion. Mr. Lash, followed by Mr. Raymer.
So I admire that idea, and it allows things to keep moving a little more rapidly. I have to say that having not been on the BET for a while and having not done the budget in any detail for a while, I was a little taken aback by the quantity of work that's going on, and a lot of that work falls on Public Works. We are going to be approving a substantial amount of money so that the Board of Education can prepare a comprehensive plan for the next 10 years or so for their buildings. There doesn't appear to me to be a critical problem on the avenue, and we do have other areas where we probably do have critical issues. And so, in my view, moving this project for the avenue along but not making a priority of it is about the right way to treat it. And therefore, I would urge us to reject this amendment and approve the reduction already mentioned.
Ms. Kiernan, followed by Ms. Tarkington.
Just a couple of observations with respect to what's been said and the motions that have been made. You know, the idea that we often hear that there is just too much work for our Department of Public Works to handle is something that I do disagree with. And Jim, since you were involved, we've had the arrival of Amy Siebert, who I think is a terrific commissioner of Public Works, who has a terrific team and has taken on a number of projects, some of which that have become very complicated without us knowing that that was going to happen, and I think you know what I'm referring to. And she has handled it all in stride. I think what we need to do is give her, frankly, the resources to do her job, and we will see excellent results from that. With respect to this particular appropriation, you know, Greenwich Avenue is probably one of the premier shopping streets, not just in the state or the region, but the entire country. And I think it is a very important responsibility of this board to maintain a premier street like that, which is a key element, I think, of protecting our grand list overall. And I believe that this particular project's been on the table for quite a while, and that I would like to keep it intact in order for Ms. Siebert and her team to move forward with understanding the complexities that we may encounter when we start to think about maintaining this very important roadway. That goes to underground utility, that goes to drainage structures, in addition to the survey work that we all know is quite critical. So I would say that I'm going to support Ms. Oberlander's condition. I think it's thoughtful. I'm not sure that it's sequenced exactly, but I think it's a very thoughtful approach and a good way to keep the entire appropriation intact for the fiscal year of 17. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Tarkington?
Yes, I think that I won't be supporting Ms. Oberlander's amendment to this. I think that the project itself, the survey moves the project ahead. And the project is estimated on these sheets as somewhere between $8 and $12 million. I feel strongly that the town should have an inventory of the legal boundaries of its properties, and as Ms. Kiernan pointed out, on one of its most highly valued streets. However, I think it's going to be, even in terms of the survey, highly complex because of the different parcels we have and how it's transitioned over time. And as Ms. Siebert herself pointed out in our Budget Committee meeting, there are many different views in terms of how Greenwich Avenue should look and progression. I was a member of the POCD Downtown Committee, and I'm certainly aware of the many views that came up there. So I think that moving ahead on this survey, which I expect will take quite a while to do, is really a great step, and it gets the project started, and certainly people can start thinking about what the next step should be for, we'll call it Phase 2 of the project in the next fiscal year budget.
Okay. Mr. Raymer, Mr. Norton followed.
Well, the material submitted to us pointed out that the funding, of course, is in two pieces. The survey part, if just the survey part is done and brought back to you and laid before you, for us as laymen, it will answer no questions at all. We'll be looking at survey materials, and then we'll say, well, what are you proposing? And the answer is going to be, well, I don't know. We don't have that answer yet. We were supposed to do the design work, but you cut that funding. I mean, I think the logical thing is to have them do the inventory of what's out there and do this conceptual engineering and come back to us with an expression of what they propose to do. And if you want them to do that, then you have to fund both pieces. But I nevertheless support, as a middle ground, Ms. Oberlander's suggestion of, okay, if you're concerned about it, why don't we condition the second stage of the funding, and we'll take a look at where we are, but we don't have to wait for the loss of a full year to do that. To simply do the survey work without doing any of the conceptual engineering or preliminary design work is just to delay the thing for a year, just for the sake of delaying it for a year, and I don't see the value of delay in this case. I think let's get the design work. If you like, we'll condition it as has been proposed, so you can see some of the survey work before you approve the design work, but just to wait a full year for no reason other than to wait a full year isn't purposeful to my mind. And I will support Ms. Oberlander's middle ground, which I think is fair and smart.
Mr. Norton?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I think this project has two primary components, meaning the $175,000 appropriation is really addressed to two specific areas. One is the zoning surveys of all the properties that currently exist on Greenwich Avenue. And I think we will discover, going through that process, that they vary almost from location to location. And also, I think the second item is all the utilities, whether they're water utilities or electric utilities or even telephone utilities, and where they are. And I think that the amount of time that's going to be needed to complete this is far more than in the next fiscal year, and I don't think that makes any sense to have another $125,000 to have been appropriated, which we can't even begin to work to complete until we know what the zoning surveys and the utility lines and where they actually are is identified, because without that, we may be running various types of conflicts, and who owns both the utility lines as well as does the town own any, and the amount of electricity that comes down Greenwich Avenue is, I don't believe, consistent throughout the whole avenue from top to bottom. So I think that it's most important that we do the zoning surveys and the utility analysis before we're able to do any more work and proceed further on this project.
Okay, so the vote will be on Mr. Blankley?
One quick comment, Mr. Chairman, just putting this very simply. Greenwich Avenue is the face of our town to the world. Now, faces age over time, and faces need a facelift. And what this is about is planning for the facelift. And I think Ms. Oberlander's conditioned solution to this is a very smart way to go, and I support the motion.
Okay, all those in favor of the amended motion, I'll call it the Oberlander motion, please signify by saying aye. Raise your hand.
Aye.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That motion did not carry. That brings us back to the original motion. Further discussion on the original motion. All those in favor signify by saying, or raising your hand. I gotta count hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That motion is 6-6. I will go with, because we want to do this. So it'll be 7-6-0. Continuing on.
Okay.
That's a cut of 125s there?
Yes.
It's 175.
Yes.
The other motion.
No.
Just 100.
Just 125.
No,
Okay,
175.
Mr. Drake.
So,
The amount on that's 175.
So
Roland's got the figures.
the revised number on Pembroke is 175. The revised number goes from 300 to
Yeah.
to 175.
It's a reduction of 125,000. Thanks for clarifying. Next item from Public Works. The Dingletown Road Bridge over Rockwood Lake, $500,000. Next item, the Sunshine Avenue Bridge over Binney Park, $260,000. Next item, the Bridge Maintenance Program, $250,000. Staying in Public Works, the Church Street Storm Drain Replacement, $3,100,000. The Sound Beach Arcadia Road Storm Drain Replacement, $2,500,000. Stormwater Drainage Maintenance and Improvement, $750,000. The next item is asbestos, somebody knows where, $50,000. The next item is the Steamboat Road Pier Rehabilitation, $50,000. Strickland Brook Coscob Harbor, $250,000. Board of Ed Parking Lot Maintenance, $315,000. Parks and Rec Parking Lot Maintenance, $155,000. Holly Hill Master Plan, $875,000.
Ms. Tarkington?
Yes, this motion is to delete the $875,000 for the Holly Hill Resource Recovery Facility construction. And again, the reason for it is to defer the Holly Hill Resource Recovery Facility project for 1 year to prioritize other environmentally sensitive public works projects and to coordinate timing. This project is coordinated with the Holly Hill sewer line deferral in the Sewer Improvement Fund.
Seconded by Mr. Lash? Second. It's on here. Discussion on the motion. Ms. Kiernan?
So this follows from discussion, extensive discussion we had at the Budget Committee hearing on this item. This is a project that has been around for a while, discussed extensively not only at the BET but RTM. I see our DPW RTM chairman here as well tonight. And in my view, this is an extremely important project to do. We have this goes with the item in the sewer vote later on. This is a sewer line that is undersized and needs to be upgraded. We also have stormwater drainage there that puts pressure on the sewer situation and potential for overflow and, of course, contamination leading down into Long Island Sound. I believe that there were questions raised about whether there's some kind of remediation risk out there, and perhaps that's what Mrs. Tarkington was referring to, but we have heard from the Public Works Commissioner that if she is not moving material, dirt off of that site, there is not a remediation requirement. She will be using it, regrading it, and capping it on that site, and everyone involved in that will be kept safe. Our Commissioner of Public Works is digging around this town all the time. She knows best exactly what the rules are, and as we heard, she has had outside counsel confirm that there is no risk of a cost of remediation here. So I just want to set the record straight on that in case anyone believes that that may be a reason for voting against this. Again, I think this is a critically important infrastructure project that we have put off too long and put ourselves at risk by delaying it any further. Thank you.
Further discussion? Mr. Raymer?
Which ties in, of course, to the sewer line itself, which at our direction was put separately under sewers. But since they're integrated, I want to refer to that sewer line. That sewer line not only is old, but it's a sewer line that starts at 18 inches, then reduces to 15 inches, then reduces to 12 inches. I mean, what kind of an engineering design of that? And then, of all things, runs through a pond. It's a septic sewer. So in a pond, it's difficult for us to maintain. It's difficult for us to observe. It is a nightmare waiting to happen. It has been on our agenda to look at. I think it must be now at least for 8 years that we've been looking at this thing and pushing it back. This particular motion that's before us now did not enjoy even a second before the Budget Committee, and I urge this body to be equally firm in rejecting it here on the vote here. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, all those in favor of the motion signify by raise of hands. In favor? 1, you in favor? 2, 3, 4. In favor, raise your hand.
Of Leslie's motion.
Yes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Opposed? 5.
6.
Oh, 6. That motion hasn't carried. That motion will carry. 7-6. Okay. I do have a request for a break. I'm getting some nods.
Hopefully not a break in the pipe.
We'll call it right after, at quarter after. So, welcome back, everyone. Thank you for the break. I'm going to suspend capital projects for a minute. I had this question when we were rolling early on. I believe the town charter says that the elected officials' salaries are set before they take office for their term. I believe that's a charter requirement. I believe this board could reduce the 100 line in the Department 139 by a dollar amount. I believe that can be done. But I believe the salary for the tax collector has been set for the term. Each year, we reaffirm those salaries because this year, the HR committee has chosen to raise the MC salaries and the elected by a number of 2% or whatever that number was. So with that, I'm going to lean on my parliamentary friend, Mr. Raymer, to offer a motion which would sort of redirect what we've done before. So
since I had voted on the successful side of that, I have standing to make a motion to reconsider, and I'm going to make at this point a motion to reconsider that action of this board to make the following change: to take that reduction of $49,000 some odd dollars, and instead of making it a reduction of the specific salary of that specific person, which was actually what Mrs. Weissler's motion was, I'm going to make it a reduction in the 100s line.
I don't think it was
of
Mrs. Weisler.
Mrs. Weissler's motion was for approval of a list of salary figures for a list of elected officials. Please, Mrs. Weissler, correct me if I'm mistaken about that.
Yes, but mine was not to reduce, I'm sorry. I thought I
No,
missed
but your motion was for approval.
Right,
And
exactly.
then the motion was made to reduce one of those salaries by a specific amount. And the combined effect of that was to reduce the salary of the elected tax collector for the current term by that dollar amount. And what I'm proposing to do here is to bring that motion back for a reconsideration and make the motion that's before us instead a reduction in the 100s line, the salary figures line of that department, 139, the tax collector department, by a matching amount. That means that we have a completed budget that we can finish and seal tonight. What we can do then, in the fullness of time, is consult with the town attorney about what is appropriate handling. We can either leave it exactly as it is, or if the town attorney advises us that our initial action was correct, we can make a change, or if we like, we can do an interim appropriation to restore the funds. To my mind, there's a full latitude of activity that's available to us, but for right now, for the purpose of completing a budget, my motion is to propose to transfer that sum, don't have it in front of me, but 149,000.
No, it's 49.
49.
I'm sorry, 49,000. $981.50 to make that reduction instead a reduction in the 100s line, the salaries line of Department Number 139, tax collector. If there's a second to that motion.
I will second the motion.
Okay, so before discussion, so Roland, as I understand this, the salary schedules on page 10, as Ms. Weissler depicted, that would stay the same. Then what would happen is in Department 139, 100 major object code, that amount would be reduced by the number Mr. Raymer just said. Okay, so I just want to make sure everybody's clear on that. Okay. Question, Ms. Kiernan.
So just, Mr. Raymer, help me understand procedurally the advantage here. You're saying we still have opportunity to make a change if we hear a confirmation from the town attorney. So I guess I'm wondering why we even have to make a change now if there's that later opportunity. And number two, I would appreciate hearing the town attorney in public come explain to us his views on this. So I'm trying to, I'd certainly like to support a full consideration of this topic, but I'm not sure what we're gaining by your motion, and maybe you can help me understand that.
There's very little of what you just said that I disagree with. I too would like the advice of the town attorney, and that's not available to us this evening. I don't want to conclude the budget tonight with an action which is potentially an illegal action. And we're being told secondhand that the town attorney may be of the view that the action we took is not a legal action, in that it is the salary, the posted salary of an official who ran for election, was elected, and now we're retroactively changing that for the period of time that concludes June 30th, 2017, when in fact he's been elected to that position through December 31st, 2017. So rather than leave something which we believe secondhand we're understanding is illegal, I'm transferring the sum to another place. I believe then it would be within our province, if the town attorney is opining to us that we have standing to make a retroactive change in his salary, then that's something that we can also do with an action that we do on an interim basis. If conversely, although it's not my plan, but if conversely, matter of fact, if we decide we want to restore the funds altogether, we can do that too. It would be an interim appropriation. It seems to me the action I'm proposing leaves us some latitude to go in any of three different directions, depending upon the advice that we're receiving.
Mr. Chairman?
Sorry, I'm done.
Thank you, Mr. Raymer. Mr. Norton?
Mr. Chairman, can I get clarification? It's my understanding that what we voted on was an amendment to the motion made by Ms. Weissler.
Mr. Norton, we had a motion, then there was an amended motion.
Right, so that was Ms. Weissler.
Amended motion called for the tax collector's salary to be reduced by that $49,000 number.
That was an amendment to Ms. Weissler's motion.
Correct. That motion passed.
Right.
Okay?
Now, is that the motion that we're
So-
moving on?
No, what Mr. Raymer's saying is, and I agree, and I'm trying to research it in the charter right now, is that motion was not in
Legal order.
legal order. And I believe the point I'm trying to get to is that, and I think I have just found it here, because it's the same as the assessor. The salaries are appointed for a 2-year term, and the fixed compensation, so there it is. It's set for the term. 293 is the assessor, and then tax collector's coming right
Mr.
after.
Chairman,
Sorry, can I
tax
ask
collector is 298.
Yes.
It has different language.
While you're looking at that, Mike, can I
Yes.
just ask Roland, so every year we vote on these elected positions, correct?
Yes.
Where does that requirement come from?
Well, I know that in the past, some of the salaries were not set at the budget time, although it's cleaner to do it that way. But they were set for the election. I remember that, we'd say, we can do it up to October. We can change the salary because it's before the election.
That's for the next term.
All the elected official salaries are set before their term begins. The reason we reaffirm those at the budget is because from time to time during the term, during the 2-year term, there's a different salary for the second year, which is usually an increase. But the salary is set for the term before we do this. Mr. Drake.
Ms. Kiernan made this, I think, smart recommendation that this is a topic that deserves to be examined subsequently and thought through. And so therefore, I'd like to ask the effect of Mr. Raymer's motion, if it were adopted, are we, by reducing the salary line in the tax collector's department by $50,000, are we aiming rifle at an individual, missing him and taking out one of the 6 staff members that work for him? Is that what would happen if we reduce the tax collector's department's salaries by this $50,000 and we were told we couldn't attain a modification of the tax collector's salary, but in his department? I think that would not be a wise move to recommend to anyone. I think it'd be wiser, as Ms. Kiernan said, to examine this subsequently in the fullness of time and make an analysis and make a decision as a board. But we don't want to catch somebody else with unintended fire.
The answer to that question is all department heads have the control of their organization within their department. The department head can move that anywhere within his 100 major object codes and can come to us to move it between his other major object codes, 200s, 300s, 400s. It would be very difficult to pass a budget when you are knowingly doing something against what the charter says.
Well,
Yes,
Very
certainly,
difficult.
certainly agree.
Yeah,
And we've done this in the past, and I'm sorry you feel that way. I think we will revisit it, but I think the proper thing to do here is to reduce, if that's what the body wants to do, reduce the $49,981 out of the 100 salary line for that department, but the salary for the tax collector is set for the term.
Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to clarify, I don't think anybody here wants to knowingly act in contravention of the charter. The question is what the town attorney's interpretation of that charter is, and we don't have the town attorney here tonight to be with us and answer our questions in public. So all I'm saying is to get the town attorney here and deal with this when he is present and can answer our questions. I think we're trying to do our best here, but we're a little bit moving around in the dark, and we need more information, we need better information. And I would suggest that we put off any further action on this until we have the town attorney present.
I respectfully disagree, and I think everybody's had more than enough time to answer these questions in rolling up. There's a desire here to reduce the tax collector's salary. That desire may be some and may not be others, but the province is that all salaries for elected officials are set before the term begins.
And if we were to take no action, we're letting stand an action which we've been told is not in legal order. That's would not be my recommendation, unless I'm misunderstanding you.
I'm sorry, we heard secondhand, I think through Mr. Walco, who had spoken through the town attorney, that there's a question here. I would frankly like to hear the town attorney tell us that himself, and we should all be given the opportunity to ask questions.
Section 298B of the charter says simply, "The board shall fix the tax collector's salary and the expenses of his office." And to my mind, I'm a lawyer, to my mind, that's less than clear about whether or not the sum remains committed for 2 years in advance, or whether or not it's a sum that we have the prerogative to change from time to time. And so I think there's enough of a shadow there. I mean, all due respects, certainly I have complete confidence in anything Mr. Walco said, but the town attorney has been caught on a couch in front of a TV after a few drinks and whatnot, without the charter in front of him, and you asked him a question, and he gave you the best answer he could. Let's give this poor bastard the opportunity to take a measured look at this, sober and sound, and in his office, and dressed like a lawyer or whatever. I mean, I think all the concerns that Ms. Kiernan has said are all entirely correct. I'm just trying to leave this in a footing for the moment which is workable. And so the choices that are before us are to leave it exactly as it is, in which event you may be closing up a budget with something in it which is frankly not in legal order. That doesn't sit very well with me. Or you could undo it altogether and put back the funds, which was frankly not what the majority wanted to do. That doesn't sit very well with me. And so I offered this half-baked, that wasn't exactly the word I was going to use, but this half-baked middle ground. And the half-baked middle ground is, let's take the cut in a related salary line, which we can then apply to the tax collector if we have the prerogative to do so, or we can restore the funds later on as an interim appropriation if that seems like the better course. That seemed to be a course of action that left us a little flexibility, didn't restore something that we didn't want to restore, and doesn't leave a budget out there that is not in legal order, and that's why I proposed what I proposed.
Okay. Okay, so we all understand what Mr. Raymer's motion does, 2 changes. Okay.
There's another choice offered, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Moriarty, for a good suggestion, and that is to restore the salary to its full amount, but to condition the $49,000 and change so that we have the ability not to release it if the town attorney opines to us that that is within our prerogative to do so.
That I would not know the answer to that one.
Okay. So, Mr. Raymer, are you withdrawing your motion? You made a motion that was seconded. Are you withdrawing that?
No, my motion is in place. I'm not sure if it was seconded.
He's just giving you other motions in case that's not enough.
By way of discussion, I'm trying to lay out what I view as being the alternatives here.
Okay.
I did second the motion.
Thank you.
Thank
I'm going
you,
to call it the Mr. Raymer discussion. I'm calling, the motion is to reinstate the tax collector salary and to make a $49,981.50 reduction to Department 139, 100 Major Object Code.
That's correct.
All those in favor of that motion, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4.
You in favor?
Yes. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I see 10, or see 9.
I don't think you see 10.
What, okay, I see 8 in favor. Ms. Kieran, I didn't see what you voted.
I'm not in favor.
Okay, I get 1 against.
No, then.
Okay. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I'm getting 10. Why am I getting 10?
I'm seeing at least 3 votes against, 3 hands.
Okay, all those against? 1, 2, 3. Abstaining? 9-3. That motion is carried. Okay, back to capital.
The fourth state has a question.
I'm sorry.
I'm very unclear about what you have done.
I think most everybody is. So the question comes up about elected salaries being set ahead of the term that you're running for election. If you decide to run for first selectman, you know what the salary is before you take the job. And the charter has said, so you can't get the job as first selectman making $100 a year, and then the next day, the finance board changed it to $50,000. So it's set before the term begins. However, each department has major object codes. Salaries are typically in the first major object code. We call it the 100s. Okay? So in the 100s, there's all different salary type items. So what we've done is we've eliminated the salary change for that position, and we've gone in and taken the dollars away in the 100 major object code.
So you took it out of the overall budget
Of the department?
salaries from the tax collector department?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
No, thank you.
I'm sorry, but we will be hearing from the town attorney in a more fulsome way at some point in the future.
I would say that would be a safe bet. Okay. Back to capital, and I believe we're on town hall space utilization.
I think so. That item is $250,000. The next line item in Public Works is Northwest Fire and Gems for $2 million.
Okay, let me get to the right roll. What page is that? 18.
I'm sorry, 20.
20.
The motion to eliminate. Let's see what's it.
20, not 20. Yeah, it's 20.
Okay, the first motion is Ms. Weissler, seconded by Mr. Drake.
I'd like to make a motion to delete the $2 million for land acquisition at 1241 King Street for combined Northwest Fire and Gems facility. Second?
It is seconded, it's on the.
And in terms of my rationale, there are three key considerations. First, the labor contract for fire is in arbitration. One of the issues is minimum staffing standards. If fire prevails on that issue, this could lead to a spike in labor costs for the town, as it would apply not just to a new Northwest station, but also to the other 3 stations that are staffed with 2 career firefighters. Seems premature and risky to expand the number of stations that could be affected by this ruling. Second, while the capital costs for the new building and its associated equipment are substantial, future operating costs will dwarf those numbers. All-in capital costs for the new station are about $8.3 million. However, assuming that the town adopts the staffing plan proposed by fire in the first selectman, this results over time in an increase of 16 firefighters and an increase in operating costs ultimately of about $3 million per year, or the equivalent of a 1% increase in the mill rate. To keep the future mill rate increases at less than 3% per year, the town faces many challenges. Healthcare costs escalating at double-digit levels, labor contract settlements in excess of inflation, and pension cost increases. The fact that the firefighters are entitled to a generous defined benefit plan and post-retirement healthcare benefits makes this even more challenging. And finally, it should be noted that Northwest is currently served by 4 stations: North Street, Glenville, Round Hill, and Banksville, half of the stations in town. In the past 5 years, these stations in total have responded to an average of 7 building fires per year, or just over 20% of the fires that took place.
Mr. Drake?
I too support the amendment proposed by Ms. Weissler. You know, there are a lot of people I respect who have a different view on this than I, and that just is. But these expenses are really large. You know, like is noted here, this is $8.3 million of capital plus nearly $3 million a year of operating expense. It's probably a $20 million decision we're making here today. The value of the slightly improved coverage in one portion of our town is not worth $20 million of taxes on everyone in our town. We have 8 firehouses. We don't need more. We need them in different locations. We need to consolidate this, the structure. Open one and close one, or open one and close 2. This is politically hard. You know, the U.S. Congress couldn't close military bases, just couldn't do it. So it's hard. But when the fire leadership and the selectman's office and the BET and the RTM and everyone together face this challenging decision of where to site your firehouses and how to structure them, in a consolidating manner where you add one and subtract one, then I will be voting for one in the Northwest.
Anybody else? So, before us tonight is an application to buy a piece of property, and it's followed up by we're going to follow it up with conversations about A&E, and some would say that I was just getting involved in the BET when someone bought 1327 King Street. Since 1327 King Street was bought, lots of things have happened, construction requirements, GEMS, lots of things have happened. I'm going to support going forward buying this property. And I'll tell you what the difference is between this proposal, sort of not just buying the property, but the proposal in its totality. So this proposal offers us a piece of property that the neighbors or the owners of the property were kind enough to let us do the environmental testing ahead of time. This piece of property takes away the conversation about having enough rooms for emergency medical service response and firefighter response from the same location. This location is closer to the water line that's running up King Street. This location has a much better egress point from it being slightly on a turn for being able to see coming in and out. This location doesn't have a need for another traffic light on King Street where fire trucks would have to stop in King Street and back into the building. This location, as it's currently rendered, fire apparatus and emergency apparatus would be able to drive into the property like you were driving into a driveway, work around the back of the building, come in the back door, close the door, and be able to depart on the next call out the front door. This location also has a connection with our golf course property, believe it or not, in the back. Not that I think there's a benefit for that, but we do have an antenna down there that sometimes we have service and what have you. The staffing for this location, as submitted in the other conversation about staffing that you heard us talk about earlier, calls for this to be a 3-person fire company. And as I think you heard before, one firefighter position calls for, I'll let it go, somewhere between 4 and 5 people to fill that one position 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. So with that said, if the current plan submitted to us was to take a position from one firehouse and a position from another house and put them there, that would reduce the hiring that would be needed to make this a 3-person company. We don't have a volunteer company that will be in this new house. So with that said, I believe this is a more complete package than we've had before. It's just a better piece of property. There's, for anybody who's gone out and looked at it. So for that reason, I support sending this to the RTM and letting them opine on it and go from there. And then the scheduling for the staffing and fire trucks that will come, we have I think the current schedule would be coming from DPW with something in the neighborhood of 8 to 10 months of A&E work, about a year to a year and a half or so of construction, and then somewhere, I think Mr. Lash said it before, somewhere in the middle of that, we'd plan for the staffing accordingly. So I think that when it leaves this board going to the RTM is a package. And I'll just give my opinion on that as one who has in the past not supported the location for Northwest. So further conversation, Mr. Lash?
So as most of you know, I was first selectman when we bought the other site, 1327. That was bought at the time to be a fire-only location. And as it turned out, for various reasons, it's become a GEMS-only location. So GEMS has demonstrated its usefulness in being in that part of town. This site, 1327, is not large enough for both fire and GEMS. As I said, it was supposed to be a fire site. The new site accommodates both fire and GEMS, so it meets both of those needs. And we will be able then to dispose of 1327 and use some of that cash to offset the cost of this site. All in all, it seems to me, even though I've been around this for more than a decade, like a good solution at this point in time. A number of arguments have been made over time about response area covered and response times and so on and so forth. I won't reiterate that. When I was first selectman, I didn't live in backcountry near that site, Subsequently, I've moved to backcountry, so in fact, in full disclosure, this site will be convenient to my current home. But that isn't why, because I wasn't there, why we bought that site in the first place. It may be true that other parts of town need additional fire personnel or fire response capability, but this area in backcountry has extremely poor response, and the data supports that also. So I'll be voting in favor of this.
Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Kiernan.
I'm just going to add two thoughts to what has been said. And the data does tell us that this is a part of town that is vastly underserved by our fire department versus other parts of town. The response times are, way beyond the acceptable levels and range up to as much as 15 minutes, which is basically no fire service. I will add a personal note. The weekend before Christmas, friend of mine who lives on Riversville Road, house burned substantially, and there was substantial water damage, so they're going to be rebuilding that entire house. The response time was 9 minutes, and that was certainly not enough to save their home. Thankfully, they were okay that day. Another observation I would make in response to Mr. Drake, I don't want to start pitting areas of the town against each other, and I really am concerned when I hear remarks like, why should the rest of the town pay for this? Well, if you're going to make a statement like that, I think it should be very clear to the public that the northwest part of town has been paying for fire service everywhere else. So you can turn it around any way you want. I would just ask that we not engage in discussion like that. The data says that there is life safety that is not being provided to a large area of town, and the response times support that. And I would hope that we can address this with a plan, as Mr. Mason has described, as a very complete and thoughtful plan that also includes GEMS. Thank you.
Mr. Blakely. Mr. Norton, you can follow.
So, Mr. Chairman, I'm a historian. You may not know that.
Is that because of your
my
age?
yes, exactly. And just adding another note to this whole point, it has come to my attention that the study was actually done back in 1989, called the Buraco study. Which,
75.
well, and doubtless sometime before that. And it identified voids in coverage in the town, of which Northwest was certainly one. So this has been an ongoing issue for years and years. So I think finally we have an opportunity to solve this problem, and I will be voting for this acquisition.
Mr. Norton.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Approximately 13 years ago, I became convinced of the need for a fire station in northwest Greenwich. And at that time, I was chairing a district on the RTM, and I supported the purchase of 1327 King Street. And at that time, there was a decision was made that this would be probably not to serve both GEMS and the fire station. And there were other plans, which we ultimately provided an alternate facility for GEMS in northwest Greenwich. But the point I'm making is if I could support this 13 or 14 years ago, I see no reason, if I identified the need then, how the need has changed. If anything, the need has intensified with the growth of the facilities and properties that are along King Street, as well as the growth of the real estate in northwest Greenwich. So subsequently, I will support this.
Okay, so the motion is to delete, the $2 million is in the budget from the Budget Committee. So if you vote in favor of the motion, it's to delete. If you vote against the motion, it's to leave it in. Okay, so all those in favor? 1, 2, 3. Opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. The other way around, 390. I almost said 930. Okay, which, while we're on, you're going to hear some, just for everybody's edification, we now have some conditions because we have current A&E money within the budget. We have some motions This is on, and you'll hear some conversation about the two different locations, but that's what this is about. So I'm going to call on, let's start next. Page 21, Ms. Kiernan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I've proposed here just a simple subject to release on the $500,000 A&E appropriation for a Northwest Fire Station. And the language is subject to release by the Board of Estimate and Taxation upon receipt and acceptance by the BET of identification of the construction site. And what this does is give the First Selectman and his team time to pursue a closing on this property that we have now approved funding for. And if the event occurs that this closing doesn't happen, there is still actually A&E funds available for an alternate site. Now, you've heard different points of view of the site at 1327 King Street. But what this does is hold on to the money until it is actually needed to move forward. And if, in fact, the closing doesn't happen, it also provides money for moving forward with an alternative site. So again, no reduction in the appropriation, just a condition for the First Selectman to come forward and identify the site, which is hopefully at 1441 King Street.
Okay, that's moved by Ms. Karen, second by,
Second by me. Go ahead.
okay, Mr. Raymer. Before I begin discussion, I sort of have a question. If we turn a page to page 22, am I understanding, I'm sorry to do this to you, Ms. Kieran, but your motion would be to not appropriate the A&E money?
My approach, exactly.
Chicken and egg, here we go. So,
Which do you want to do first?
that's a really good question. I was going to ask. I wasn't going to be asked. I was hoping to ask that.
Well,
Let's stay with, we'll do them in number order. So that brings us discussion on page 21. Mr. Raymer.
Yeah, I just wanted to clean up what I think might be a slight misstatement by Ms. Kiernan. The identification of the site won't be dependent upon a closing. First of all, it's pretty clear to me that there's some issues that need to be resolved, the largest of which probably are before planning and zoning. And so I think the orderly progress of this is going to be a process of entering into a contract, but the contract itself will be conditioned upon certain approvals from planning and zoning, and only once they're obtained will there be a closing. And the way the structure of the condition is written, which I agree with, by the way, and will vote in favor of it, but the way it's written is the design money is available once the site's identified. It doesn't require a contract, and it certainly doesn't require closing. And again, there might be a bit of a lag of time between contract and closing because of these planning and zoning issues that need to be resolved.
Mr. Raymer, if I can ask you just a question. If I'm reading page 21 in Ms. Kiernan's motion, it says identification of the site after closing of the land acquisition.
I don't see that.
Line 3.
Line 3.
I'm looking at page 21.
I am too.
Oh, in the reason, I'm sorry, I'm reading the condition. The
Well-
reasoning is not the condition.
I'm sorry. Can we just play this out?
All right?
Okay, so July 1 hits. Typically, if there was no subject to release condition, BC&M would have access to $500,000, but they don't using this condition, okay? So what's happening is the First Selectman's office is moving forward, and let's say they close on 1441, the property that's been identified publicly. Then they come to us and they say,
1241.
I'm sorry, Fairview Country Club property. Say they come to us and say, it's closed, can we please have the release of the $500,000? And at that point in time, we would release it, okay? Say it doesn't close, okay? Then they may come to us and say, well, can we please have 300 to pursue 1327, at which time Mr. Mason would probably vote against it, but at least it would come back to the BET, and there would still be opportunity, if there were the votes, to move forward with 1327. So that's the intention here.
All of which works fine from my standpoint, except the condition, as it's written, does not, I see your wording in the reasoning, but the condition that you've proposed doesn't say anything about a closing.
That's fine. I don't think it has to, Mr. Raymer, in order to work. They'll just come to us and say, it's Fairview Country Club, if it closed, and if it didn't close, they'll probably come to us and say it's 1327.
Right, if they come to us in a setting in which you do not have a contract of sale, or you have a contract of sale, but it's conditioned on some things that have not yet happened, but they've identified the site, then to my reading of your condition, they've come to you with a satisfied condition and are asking the release of the money. But because they do not yet have a closing, they only have a contract conditioned on something which has not yet happened, you may be unhappy with the release of the money. I think you want to add to your condition not just identification of the construction site, but also a closing on the contract of sale.
No, I'm sorry, that may preclude the use of 1327.
Okay, Roland, can I just ask one question? I'm sorry, Mary Lee. 345 59560, that project number, is that Northwest Fire Station A&E? That project, that account code number?
Yes.
Okay, so therefore, there was already, like I said at the start, I tried to preempt, we already have an A&E allocation for Northwest. This is adding to it.
Oh, you mean the one from a few years ago?
Yeah.
That, I think, lapsed.
Oh, we
because
lapsed, okay,
We didn't
okay,
approve the
okay.
condition.
Okay. Okay, I think I am. All those in,
I'm sorry. I'm going to make a motion to amend. May or may not be seconded. I'm going to add not just the identification of the construction site, but and closing of title. We can, as a BET, we can choose to accept something and release the money even though a condition hasn't been satisfied, but we can't go the other way. You cannot refuse to release the money once they've come to you with a satisfied condition, and the mere identification of a construction site is not enough of a condition for me. I want the money released when there's been a closing on title, because I think there are some issues that need to be resolved that you won't know they're resolved until there's been a closing.
If I may.
so your addition, Mr. Rainbird?
Identification of construction site and closing of title. I'm not hearing a second.
Hang on one second, I'm writing.
Okay.
Okay, do I have a second on that? Seconded by Mr. Blankley. Discussion on the motion to, the amended motion. The amended motion is only to add to number 1 and closing of the title.
Mr. Chairman.
That's it. Ms. Kiernan.
So I'm sorry, Mr. Raymer, I believe your addition would preclude the use of A&E money for 1327 if in fact the closing does not happen on the Fairview property.
If the funds were to be used for 1327, the property we already own, we've already closed title on it, we own it. It means that you've satisfied the condition as to the property for which you want to use the money. You haven't satisfied the condition on some other property, but that's irrelevant.
Sorry, I don't agree with your approach to this. I think this is clean and enables the first selectman to come to us and identify which site he would like to build on in the event that Fairview either closes or does not close.
Okay, I don't want to talk it to death. Let's bring it to a vote. Win, lose, or draw, I don't
I
care.
was trying that before. Okay, on the Raymer amendment, which is adding of, and the closing of the title. Okay, all those in favor of that, please raise your hand in favor. 1, 2, 3, 4. I see 4. Opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm missing a vote. All those opposed to Mr. Raymer's motion? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There we go. 4-8-0. Back to the original motion as presented. All those in favor? Signify, hands up. 1, 2, 3. Leslie? No. 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I showed 9 in favor, and I should have 3 hands for opposed. 1, 2, 3. Got it.
You
put your hand up.
Yeah, but he has 9. If he had 9, he's.
Or you can only put one hand up.
So are you for or against?
Vote off and then.
So then it's 8-4.
You were opposed.
No, Leslie and the three of us.
This is the original motion.
So that's
9-3. Okay, moving on. That brings us to Ms. Weissler's motion, which is to revert back what we just voted. Would you like to make that motion or pull it?
I'll withdraw that.
Okay. Continuing on, fire station upgrades. Mr. Drake?
Fire station upgrades for $200,000.
Mr. Lash?
So the Budget Committee agreed to leave the planning for the rehab of the Byram Fire Station in the budget. It's part of a long series of fire station rehabilitation projects. The reason I'm making this motion to pull that at this time is not because I don't think we should do something with the Byram Fire Station, but because I don't know what we're going to do. And to some extent, though some people disagree with me, I think that it will be influenced by whether or not the station in Northwest is actually constructed, because that will also affect our staffing plans generally. And there are questions about what else we need to be doing with the Byram facility, which is quite a large facility given the way we staff it with, I think, 2 career firefighters and not very many volunteers, at least at this stage of the game. So we have lots of things to do in the fire department this year. We have to complete the main central firehouse. Presumably we're going to be working on the Northwest Firehouse, and my recommendation, though I didn't succeed at the Budget Committee, is to take this out of the budget this year, figure out what we want to do, and bring it back next year.
So
That's my motion.
Okay. And that was set on the form. It's seconded by Ms. Tarkington. Discussion on the motion. Mr. Raymer. I knew I saw hands.
See, I've been talkative tonight. This is a 1952 fire station. It's the same fire station in which we couldn't find it in our hearts to give it an adequate staff to meet response times down the end of Byram. And the range of things for which the fire station could be developed is quite narrow. It doesn't take great imagination to figure out how one upgrades the fire station, and to simply kick this can down the road rather than to take a 1952 fire station and do the renovation of it at a moment when we're not yet starting on the physical development, the construction on the fire station up in Northwest sounds like the right timing. Why we want to put this off so that we're doing the work on that fire station while you're also doing the work on Northwest doesn't make any sense to me. It seems to me that this fire station should be renovated now. It's exactly why the motion to delete it was not successful at the Budget Committee, and I would hope that the motion to delete it won't be successful before this board either.
Ms. Tarkington.
Yes, I agree with Mr. Lash that this will permit the DPW staff to focus on the completion of the Central Fire Station and the moving forward on the Northwest Fire Station. But in addition, and you know, again, I think that Central Fire won't be finished until, you know, at least December, and, you know, having worked in other town construction projects, that I expect it will be even longer than that, but, and it's going to take a lot of work to move ahead in this other. But in addition, the same department has other major town projects that we want them to move forward on. The Byram Park and Pool is an example. We'll see more on the Eastern Greenwich Civic Center, et cetera. So these are all major projects that need focus, and so I will support this budget amendment.
I'm sorry. Ms. Moriarty.
I just want to make a suggestion. I won't make an amendment now, but if this if this motion were to be voted down, I would propose that we consider an alternative, or I'll put the alternative out to give you a reason to vote this down, and that is, instead of taking it out of the budget, because there are some questions on really planning, it's interdepartmental planning. Fire department knows what they want to do, but I think some questions are, how does that relate to other public safety organizations like GEMS, to put a condition on it instead. So keep it in the budget, put a condition on it to have the conversation at the BET Budget Committee and full BET on what our plans are and see what makes sense. Again, it's a timing issue, but it indicates our support that we know that this building needs attention.
For discussion?
So as I said, if this motion fails, then I'll make the motion to keep this in the budget and condition the funds.
Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Karen, I'm sorry.
So, I think that is a very helpful suggestion by Ms. Moriarty. I think that would probably be an amendment to this motion. I think you'd have to amend to reinstate the 200 and put a condition on it. Just a couple of other...
Or just call it a subject to release rather than deletion.
Fair enough.
Would it be easier for me to make an amendment to this motion to do that now?
Good idea.
Okay, so can I offer an amendment to this motion, and that is to retain the funding in the budget and instead add a condition and subject to release, which I believe was written by Mr. Lash, that the $200,000 is conditioned upon receipt and acceptance of a report from the First Selectman, Fire Department, and GEMS that addresses the space requirements for the public safety entities and proposed solutions.
I would second that motion.
Okay, motion seconded.
I have a comment.
Ms. Kiernan?
So, I think this is a very helpful suggestion to try to keep this in the budget. I would add that the timing of this is quite actually important. There are now facilities at Horseneck that the Byram Station, its facilities and its staff could use if we were to move forward with this project. So I think it's very important to keep this in the budget and keep this moving forward. As to the condition that's just now been proposed, I think we have to keep in mind there is a plan. There has been a plan with respect to the fire department facilities. We've done North Street, Cos Cob, Central, Glenville. Now we're doing Byram, and next is Sound Beach. And I had this conversation again this morning with Al Manelli about what the plan is. So there is a plan with respect to the fire department, and of course we've taken care of the police station. I think the big question in everybody's minds is GEMS. And as we heard at the Budget Committee hearings, there isn't enough contiguous space in a number of these fire facilities to take care of the GEMS requirements. Now, there some further thinking on that. You could split up their meeting space requirements, but even if you did that, there's still not enough contiguous space to house GEMS at some of these facilities and rehab them as fire stations. So while I'll vote for this condition, I would just caution that we do pretty much have a plan for the fire department and what they need. The only question is, in my mind, is GEMS.
So I think people are genuinely on the same page. I think there's one thing that ought to be added in there, and I do agree. We started the fire station projects years ago. But in that little corner of town, we have a little barn park project going on. I think we're going to put a new swing set in at New Leb School, right? Or maybe something a little bit more than that. There's just going to be, and that's right across the street from this. So I think there's that factor as well. And I think depending on how the New Leb project goes and the timing, I think DPW is going to have to finagle how they want to do all that construction in that area. So I think for that reason, I would support this with the added amendment on it. So, Mr. Raymer?
Yeah, I would hope that perhaps the fire department could place some benches around Byram so that the residents would have a comfortable place to sit while they're awaiting the two-man response from remote locations like the Horseneck.
Out of line. Come on, John. Okay, Mr. Lash.
Yeah, several times this evening, we've had comments in the course of our discussion that suggest that we're kicking cans down the road. We've spent hundreds of millions of dollars in the last decade not kicking cans down the road, but doing projects. And we're spending a lot of money on the fire department as it stands, and we're getting ready to spend a lot more in Northwest. And one of the unfortunate things about being chair of the Budget Committee is that sometimes you have to say, well, we can't do everything. I don't object to conditioning this instead of deleting it. But where do we stop? When do we say, this is enough for 1 year? This will be one of the largest capital budgets the town has ever seen, whether we leave this $200,000 in or not. So I would appreciate it personally if we didn't refer to suggestions that I think each of us is making in good faith as being in bad faith, or kicking the can down the road, or not caring about public safety, or not being responsive to the data as it's viewed by one person. I don't think that's helpful. I think it makes it hard for us to work together as a group to get our job done. So I don't object to turning this into a condition for release, because I still want to know, and I can learn it from that mechanism, what we're going to do with that facility. But I do object to the work that I'm doing being characterized as thoughtlessly kicking the can down the road. Thank you.
Okay, on the amended motion, all those in favor? Raise your hand. 1, 2, 3. No? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I show 11. Against? Mr. Norton, no abstentions. 11-1-0. Continuing on.
Need the motion.
I'm sorry. That vote was on to amend the motion. Now the motion's before us. As amended. All those in favor?
Just for, I'm sorry, point of clarification, the original amendment was to cut 200.
Now it's subject to release.
But no, the condition also reinstated the 200, right?
Yes.
Okay, so now it's as amended, so it's at 200 with a condition. I'm sorry, I just wanted to clarify. Thank you. Okay.
Okay, so all those in favor of the amended motion?
Aye.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Against? 11-1-0. Moving on.
Next item is, again, in Public Works, the Senior Center interior renovation for $200,000. Pine Needham Greenhouse and Garage Restroom for $300,000. Next item is Eastern Greenwich Civic Center design, $520,000.
And that one, the first one I have on,
I believe we are now combining those amendments, and, correct, and we are,
so we're on page 24 and 25.
we're on page 24 and 25, and we're now going to combine them to a condition subject to release.
Okay.
So, we are going to condition $350,000. And so $150,000 is to be used for testing environmental and hydrology of the building footprint and the parking lot, which those funds would be available immediately. Then there would $350,000 is to be released upon satisfactory acceptance and review of these environmental and hydrology studies.
370.
Excuse me, what did I say?
Originally, it was 150 for testing, then.
Well, excuse me, to be honest, we made a mathematical error. We think
Yeah,
it's
there's a mistake on the
170,
sheet.
Mary Lee.
Yeah, I think it's one, I think the
170.
correct number for the hydrology
170.
testing is 170,000.
So, so then that's available immediately, and then $350,000 is to be released upon the satisfactory
The results and a review of
receipt
the
and
results.
acceptance of the studies.
Okay, so we're sort of combining the two. Okay. That motion was by Ms. Tarkington. The second half was seconded by Mr. Lash, so I'll let it go. Okay. Discussion? Ms. Oberliner?
Does the combined motion include the condition for, that was included in the book, receipt and acceptance of a report from the Selectmen, Parks and Recreation Departments about the public input process and findings?
At this point, it doesn't unless you'd like to.
Does not.
No.
And the reason for that, I'm sorry, Ms. Whistler, is because that condition as written offered information that I don't believe was correct about public input. I don't know the level of public input, but I can sure speak from, my brief conversations that there's a long list of people who want involvement on that for different activities at that facility. So I didn't think that was actually accurate.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, just so we can clarify, so I think we've just heard that page 25 is being withdrawn, is that right?
24 is.
Nope, 25.
25 is the condition on getting public input, is that correct?
is changing.
And then, but, okay, let me restate that, Mr. Raymer. The effect of what I'm hearing, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Chairman, is that the condition on page 25 is being withdrawn? Okay. And then we are leaving in the full appropriation of $520,000, and we have two new subject to releases?
No, only one.
Only one.
I'm sorry, I have 170 for hydrology testing.
That's good to spend.
That's available
That's ready to
immediately.
go.
It says, that's under the reason.
Okay.
170,000 is to be used for testing and environmental and hydrology of the
remaining
building
amount is
footprint and the
conditioned.
parking lot.
Thank you. So subject to release is on the 350.
Correct.
And there was a math error on the form. That's what triggered that.
And the condition is if somebody would.
Mr. Raymer, let me just recognize the people who have their hands up before you.
Well, I just want to know what the motion before us is.
Ms. Weissler?
I just wanted to say I would support this motion. I think it's prudent, basically, to do the environmental testing first. On the other hand, this is a facility where we know that there's continued problems in terms of maintenance and deterioration. I think we want to move ahead as expeditiously as possible, given the issues in terms of the infrastructure, rather than having to continually invest money into this to shore up this structure. So I would support this motion.
Ms. Cormick?
I'm just asking for clarification on the condition for the $350,000. Can you restate that? Because
Okay.
I don't know what it is anymore.
So if you start out, there's an appropriation for $520,000.
Right.
And what this motion condition, subject to release, is that the first $170,000 is available July 1st for DPW to do the environmental hydrology testing. The remainder of that, to get to the 520, is subject to release from us, pending the outcome of the test results, and a review and of the outcome of the test results.
And the testing in question is environmental and hydrology?
Yes, as written.
Well, we say it's written.
It's on page 24.
Yeah, just of the building footprint and parking lot.
Right. We didn't propose to do the whole facility, but what would be necessary in order to begin with
I
the
just wanna know what I'm
construction
voting
and
on.
the support of parking.
So the only testing we're going to do is on the building footprint and parking lot.
Well, at this point in time, in order to proceed with the rest of the project.
It's just the fields. Okay.
Discussion?
Ms. Overlander?
So I'm fully supportive of moving forward with this project. I think Eastern Greenwich Civic Center has been in great need of investment over the years, and I also am supportive of moving forward with the understanding that Parks and Rec has been reaching out to the public, and I would just ask, instead of conditioning the funds, that I just make the statement that we've heard from the members of the public. They've come to several of our meetings and spoken that they want the process to be inclusive, and I encourage you to be inclusive in your review and incorporating their comments.
I normally try never to speak for department heads because it's not really we do it all the time. This one said that one said this. But I will tell you that in passing, when the Budget Committee was there, Director of Parks and Rec had a clipboard, and I would guesstimate there had to be 20 groups on that. I don't want to put Director Joe on a spot, but I did see that, and that's what caught my attention to that, for that reason. Discussion? Ms. Kiernan?
So You know, on its face, I think this is a reasonable condition to be imposing here, and I'm glad that the full appropriation is available and not being cut at all. I will say, in a conversation I had with Mr. Minnelli this morning, this is not in the flood zone, he says. There's no wetlands. They've already demolished several buildings there as part of a town-wide demolition project that we have funded previously. We've already given funds for design here. We gave $200,000 last year. So I'd like this to be able to move forward expeditiously and not hold back a project that has been in the works for quite a long time, and we began funding last year. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Before I call for the vote, just a little background information. I served on the original working group for this, and this is one of the original projects from before I was on the BET, on the sort of the town master list with the Board of Ed projects and whatever. And this project has been deferred, and we've sit here and angst over having to put a roof, an electrical panel, a boiler, fix the wall. We've angst over it for many, many years. And last year we took the actual steps, and this is one where we just takes time, but we got to it. So all those in favor? Opposed? Abstaining? I show that 11-1-0. Ms. Moriarty. Okay, continuing on, Mr. Drake.
Next item is Greenwich Point facility improvements for $477,000, followed by townwide restroom rehabilitation, $860,000. Last item in the Public Works Department, 3 SUVs, $90,000. Now we'll pass to fleet. The Fuel Focus automated fueling system, $30,000. Vehicle lifts, $45,000. Atomic absorption spectrometer, $60,000.
That's in health.
That's in health.
That's in health.
Thank you, sir.
Give that to fleet, you never know what they'll do.
Okay, now we're passing to schools. Digital learning program, $1,940,000. School technology, $277,000. A pickup truck, $40,000. An SUV, $32,000. Food service equipment, $25,000. Furnishings, $135,000.
Is this when you want to take a break and come back tomorrow now?
No, we're
I
getting
just
to the,
have to see if everybody's paying
we're
attention.
getting to the good stuff. Next item, New Lebanon School, $29,950,000.
Okay. So before I call on everybody, we have a series of motions. The main two that and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Drake, Ms. Kiernan, are coming from the two of you. I'm going to start with Ms. Kiernan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me briefly touch on some salient financial and other information with respect to this project. It has a long history, but there's no need to repeat a lot of what we've heard previously. The two main drivers for this project, I think we all know, are the fact that we have a building that is old and substantially undersized relative to the rest of the district in terms of its common spaces like the gym, and most importantly, there are simply not enough classrooms to fit the student population there. And the second driver is that the school is racially imbalanced, and the attraction of magnet students from around the district to see this attend this new building will secure a large reimbursement from the state, that the likes of which the town has never seen before as part of the town's racial balance plan. Right now, the amount in the budget before us is $32,048,000, which includes modulars, but does not include the prior appropriation for A&E. So don't compare this to the all-in number. And just let's remember that this number was based on an option for site location that never received MI. So in my view, this was always a bit of a placeholder in our budget. And so the building committee, I think, wisely didn't change it, and the budget committee wisely didn't change it, and the building committee came to us several times, including at our monthly meeting just recently. So as we all know, the first attempt at an all-in number included funds for over $41 million, including A&E. The building committee immediately reduced this to 40.3, And then they came to the Budget Committee, went back to work, and I went to one of those building committee meetings, and they cut out $2.7 million, or about 6.7% of that $40.3 million number. And now, there was a lot of dialogue, very constructive at that meeting, and a lot of conversation about protecting programmatic priorities and the educational specifications. And I know there was a sensitivity analysis done at the meeting, which went like, if you cut 1,000 feet, how much would that cost? And that first $1,000 square foot cut would only save about $300,000. And I know Mr. Drake is going to speak to that in a little bit. I would just also touch on the fact that the building committee came back to us with a very important analysis of comparable public school buildings, and it also leveled those comparables for the pricing of new LEB in the year it'll be priced. And I would say that the cost per square foot that the building committee has developed falls squarely within those comparables, and that gives me a lot of comfort. Right now, the state reimbursement rate estimate is 61.5%, bringing the state money to this project of over $24 million and the town's money of over $14 million. And importantly, we've seen a number of cash flow forecasts from the building committee and from their architect and construction manager, and showing that this will be largely financed through reimbursements and our cash flow. And the town won't be doing any traditional financing on this until either January of 18 or 19. I would also add that the Board of Ed is still refining its population estimates for their application to the state, and this is critically important. We don't want to undershoot this, and apparently we did that with the Glenville project. And I would say that this is going to be a critically important step that they take in the near term. All this said, there are still risks with this project, and I think we all understand what they are. The first is state approval. And in the case of the modulars, there still are apparently several questions about site location and potential remediation. And if I may, through you, Mr. Chairman, just pause here and ask a question, if I could, about information that we were promised to receive, I think, today about environmental issues related to the western site. And I think Mr. Walko had promised to get back to us as to whether there was going to be testing and/or remediation required at the western site. That was the promise we heard at our last Budget Committee meeting. Is that not your understanding?
Good evening. Good evening. Yes, that was the discussion that we had last week. The answer is not as simple as the question. Numerous emails and conversations, both with the town law department, the town Department of Public Works, in particular the commissioner, outside legal analysis, building committee work individually. What I can say is we will not be able to insulate ourselves with a high degree of certainty from the obligation to test at some point. In other words, even if there is, and there doesn't appear to be an initial obligation to test at the Western Middle School site, the fact of the matter is we do need to drill into the ground. We do need to have soil then come out from the ground as a result of that drilling. And at any point along that line, if in fact there is a thought that there is contamination, we would then be obligated to test and to potentially remediate. But again, it then gets into the realm of what if. So we're still exploring that. We certainly took the comments about timing very seriously, and so we're developing, or at least discussing, whether it's Western or William Street.
Okay, thank you very much. So, Mr. Chairman, what I would propose is a slight modification of one of my subject to release conditions.
Page 26,
So
correct?
we're on page 26, thank you. So we have STR by the BET with respect to the money for the temporary modular classrooms. Number one, plan for site and installation of the modulars. I would add the phrase, including remediation plan if needed. And then there's a semicolon. Does anyone need me to repeat that? Okay. So just finishing up, some of the risks that we've discussed are the environmental risk you just heard about with respect to the location of the modulars, state approval for reimbursement of both modulars and the project, as well as construction bids on the project. And what I've proposed here is language that we have used previously for the Central Fire Station project. So, Mr. Chairman, my amendment, just to summarize, is to increase the combined appropriations for the modulars and construction of the school by a total of $2,611,058 to get to the total amount now requested by the building committee. And added to this would be the subject to release amendments you see on page 26, 2 of which apply to the modular dollars and 2 of which apply to the balance of the amended amount. Thank you very much.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Raymer. Discussion on the motion. Mr. Drake?
I'm going to propose an amendment to the motion. Is that in order now?
Please.
I'm going to propose an amendment to the motion that reduces the amount by $300,000. So it retains all the text that Ms. Kiernan has identified, but 3 numbers reduced by $300,000, the number of 2,611,058 and the 34,659,058, and down lower, the 32,361,320. Each of those gets reduced by $300,000. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second. Discussion on your motion to amend.
Sure. You know, this project has got strong support. It's got the support of the Board of Education. It's got the support of this board. It's got the support of a strong building committee. It's got the support of Hartford. It's got the support of citizens in the neighborhood and across the town. We are going to build a superb new school. You know, the building, as Ms. Kiernan identified, the building committee reduced the expenses in question by 6.7% when they first saw them. And I think this building committee has good leadership by Mr. Walco and is doing good work. We in the building committee examined an item to reduce this by $300,000. The architect had one approach to do that and said it wouldn't impair the performance of the ed specs in any way. And the conversation in the room at the building committee was, we haven't finished our work of examining to reduce these costs. So I think there's energy and goodwill there. So I would propose that this be reduced by $300,000. I think the message from the BET would be, we approve your financing budget. Please continue your good work and continue to make this $300,000 reduction, which is less than 1% of what is on the costs as identified. So that would be the message that this board should send.
Discussion on the motion to amend. Ms. Weissler?
And I would second the motion to amend. I believe that motion at the building committee had the support of the chair of the building committee. And I think that was indicative of the fact that you could achieve the Board of Education specs basically without sacrificing anything in that regard. And I think it's also indicative of continued commitment to look for efficiencies and cost savings as the building committee moves forward with this project.
Ms. Krimick?
I sat in on the building committee, and I would disagree with the characterization. I think the members of the building committee felt that in that meeting they were taking out a lot of money, and that they were prepared to have their chairman come back with the amount that he came back with. And for us to now start reducing it even farther, I think does not reflect where the building committee ended up in those meetings with the architect.
Mr. Lash?
So I just would make an observation. The intent of this reduction, if it passes, is not to reduce the contingency. It's to reduce the size of the building a little bit and save the money as it was discussed in the building committee. I think we'd be disappointed if what happened was the contingency was reduced.
So if, to add the question to that, that would mean if this came out, the actual contingency percentage would bump up a little bit.
Go up.
Okay. Further discussion on the Drake motion?
Mr. Chairman?
Ms. Kieran?
I would just point out that we as a BET should not be stepping in front of the building committee and trying to design the building ourselves. I think I'm hearing that that is the intention of this cut, and I don't believe that that is our role. I find the $300,000 number actually rather arbitrary. We have no authority to reduce square footage as the finance board. This is a cut that is purely based on, I think, a number that came out in a conversation which I also attended at the building committee meeting, which asked what it would cost to cut 1,000 square feet. And the answer was only $300,000. I think if we are going to start to make cuts based on the notion that the building committee better come back to us and show they cut square footage, then we are in fact inserting ourselves into the design process.
So, Mr. Raymer?
Ms. Kiernan said it very well. I mean, I won't support the amendment because it's plain to me that what's being asked is for us to substitute ourselves to begin to make revisions in what the building committee determined, and for that matter, what the ed specs had determined. We've got ed specs before us. I think the building committee has done an excellent job of doing value engineering. They sat down with a sharpened pencil at our request and cut substantial sums out of what's involved. At this point, I think it's their province. They brought us their best recommendations, and I think that we should support that.
Mr. Drake?
Just to be clear, it's, the intent of the motion is not to reduce square footage in the building. We can't do that. That's the building committee's task. The intent is to reduce the financing. That's our task. So this wasn't a case where the building committee, said find 1,000 square feet. The architects and construction engineers gave us a menu of about 30 or 40 cost reductions to choose among. We chose roughly half of them, as was identified, and saved a couple $1 million. So the question is, can we find another less than 1% in that $30+ million budget? I think we can. I think it's prudent to do so on behalf of the taxpayer. This is the largest capital project in the largest capital budget this town has ever had. So can it absorb a $300,000 intelligent reduction? Yes, it can.
Ms. Moriarty, followed by Ms. Tarkington.
I'm not going to support this amendment to cut the appropriation. I think that what we're trying to say to the building committee is to build as cost-effective a building that meets the ed specs as they can. There are going to be a lot of challenges between now and the time the building is open. I know that from other building projects. And I think to tie their hands starting at the beginning is not appropriate. I think we've sent the message already that costs are a factor, that we'd like the building to come in as at lower cost that still meets the ed specs as possible. And I think we also shouldn't, I don't want to waste state dollars either, but of all the projects that we're looking at cutting pennies here, these pennies we're getting, we're paying 40 cents on the dollar. And I don't think the BET should lose sight of that.
Who did I have next? Ms. Tarkington.
I also attended the same meeting where costs were discussed with my colleagues here. And as I remember the conversation around this reduction of 1,000 square foot, it was really talking about the ed specs and where they had come in originally, which I think was somewhere around 58,000 square feet. And this, and this project came in at somewhere around 62,000 square feet. So it, from the tone of the conversation, it seemed quite feasible to reduce just along one wall this number of square feet. I think this reduction is still going to result in a wow building for the town of Greenwich, and certainly a building that meets all of the ed specs. And, there are features in here with a skylight system that increase the footprint of the building, et cetera. So I think that this is an amendment that won't change the quality of schooling for our children in Greenwich, but might actually make the footprint of the building a little bit more feasible within this site that's located. I actually took the opportunity tried to find a buddy, but no one would go with me on Saturday afternoon and walk the perimeter of the site and the perimeter of the staked-out footprint. So it's still a very large building, and I'm sure it will be a beautiful building. So I support this amendment.
So I have a question for the Budget Committee members. I sat in that chair over there, and you had an item come before you for this project was $41 million. And I think you guys took action to say, well, we don't want that number to be that big, right?
We left the number that was in the submission.
From the
in
first
budget.
selection.
Which was about 32 million.
Okay, so, but I think it was very clear that we didn't want to spend $41 million.
Right.
So was that us making a decision on what we want to spend? I mean, we don't do that. So I think it's time for the real conversation. And I want this for, and I'm looking at one of the lead neighbors on there and the PTA president, and I think you're going to get a real neighborhood enhancement there. But the taxpayers in the town need to really know what's really at stake here. The BET is asked to put a number in the budget off of a limited amount of work that the building committee has been able to do to date. Land use approvals, Site A, Site B, D, et cetera. That went on for quite some time. Very valuable discussions. It's a part of our process. Our process and our due diligence is being modified by a June 30 date with the state of, to have an appropriation to send to the state of Connecticut. If I understand the process, the bond council will review that in January of 2017. The legislators will get it somewhere April, May, et cetera. So I think we need to, and I'm a proponent of a process in town, so as I'm looking at it, we're adding the modulars in, and some people have a concern that if we get the approval from the state for the money, let's use May 1st, it's right in the middle of, the April to May. Will we have time to get the modulars in place for September 1? I don't know the answer to that. And if we get them in place, we know how that goes. If we don't get them in place, the Board of Education is going to have a plan on how they handle that. Maybe it's disbursement. Maybe it's disbursement for 90 days. Maybe it's disbursement for the whole year. And maybe, as we've run into this before with modulars at Glenville, maybe we're not even going to get the modulars because of timing. Unless I don't think anybody wants to postpone this project another year. We're building a school, and we're told that 25 of the students that live in that school district go to other schools because there's no room. We know kindergarten has been displaced. We're increasing the classroom size by 50%. We're hearing of a magnet program. I said to this board in a work session, can someone please find me magnet students that are going to come across town to go to that school? Somebody has to make this conversation public. As a matter of fact, I think the Board of Ed recently had their magnet program, and all the schools had applications except for New Leb. We're building a school that can handle significantly more students. We're told in questioning about the pre-K program, we have 12 sections. We're told we have a big waiting list for pre-K. Fantastic. But we're told we're not going to change our 12 sections. We may relocate them. I think this project is, and I've said it right from the start, the BET has wanted input originally, wanted to be part of the discussions, part of the questions. Some members of our government actually made a motion to disregard the BET on this. This project should go through at this number, but the timing, I want to make everybody very clear. If the state comes back and says we're not doing 80 of 80, whatever that actually means, if the state does that, this project has gone a long way and it is stopped because the conditions this board is placing, because I almost feel we're just putting it almost one step short of an arbitrary number in the budget. So I have super confidence in the building committee. I think the communication between the building committee and us is the best it's been so far. But I would say, I just caution everyone on this project because this is a prime example of, and he was here earlier in the evening, one of our RTM members who always comes back and says, we start out these projects at X and they go up by 30 and 40%. Well, it's this process that gets us into those binds, and I want to avoid that process. So I will support Mr. Drake's amendment to Ms. Kiernan's motion. I think I think the conditions that we've written are just fantastic, and I applaud all the effort that went into that. So just from a different perspective, the pressure that will be on the BET is, where'd you come up with this number, and we'll give the best answer we can go. But recognize that we didn't make the deal with the state for racial imbalance. Quite frankly, had we not made the deal with the state for racial imbalance, we might have been already working on this school as a town project. Some say it would have cost us more. Maybe. But I'm really concerned because of everything we hear about Connecticut and the state. I'm really concerned, and I'm saying this also to our Board of Ed members, and I'm looking at some of them, keep the pressure on the state. You must do that, because if the deal gets modified, then we're really up to another challenge. So, thank you. Mr. Drake's, let's see, Ms. Kiernan's motion, the amendment is, I'll call it the Drake amendment. All those in favor of the Drake amendment, which includes the rest of the Kiernan motion, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That motion is 6-6. I will break the tie 7-6. We're on our way to New Lab.
Back to the original amended motion.
Oh, I'm sorry. Back to the original motion as amended. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? 12-0. Sorry, thank you.
Next item is temporary classrooms for $2,098,000.
We have
Okay, I'll treat it like it's included.
included in the previous.
Yep. It's included.
Is 27 withdrawn?
No, 27 was the $300,000 reduction.
That was included. We did 26 and 27 at one time. We're on 20.
So, continuing in the school's budget, okay? The advanced A&E for $450,000. Next item, master plan for facilities, $600,000.
Mr. Lash.
So there was conversation during the Budget Committee meetings about this $600,000 request and whether $400,000 would be sufficient for fiscal 17. I came away with the impression that it would be sufficient for fiscal 17 and would not inhibit the work during the year. And so we have a motion here to reduce $200,000.
And that's seconded by Ms. Tarkington. Discussion on the motion, for everybody, page 28.
Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Kiernan.
So on page 29, you have a different motion, and what I'd like to propose now is an amendment to Mr. Lash's motion that would reinstate the $200,000 that he would like to delete and add a subject to release, which reads, subject to release by the BET upon receipt and acceptance with respect to $200,000 and update to the BET on the scope and progress of the master plan. So what this would do.
I would second that motion.
Thank you. What this would do would be to make immediately available July 1, $400,000 for the purpose of this master plan. It would provide the entire appropriation in the fiscal 17 year and would ask that during the course of fiscal 17, the Board of Education return to us for the last $200,000 to be released as they move through their planning process. My understanding with subsequent conversations with the Board of Ed is they actually do need the $200,000 that is being suggested to reduce. And I personally question whether they can go out and bid for the entire project if they don't have the complete appropriation, which they believe is going to be north of 400,000. So those are the reasons for my amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
That's seconded by Mr. Raymer. Discussion on the amended motion. Yes?
Actually, the question probably should be couched to Mr. Menarski. Mr. Menarski, if we condition the 200,000, is the Board of Ed able to enter into a contract at 600,000? Or can they not enter into the full 600,000 until the condition has been released? Do you know?
It's going to cost more than 400?
If the,
I think you need it released.
they can't contract at beyond the 400,000 unless there's a release of the additional funds.
And
Ms. Moriarty?
just one point on the conditioning, I would like to retain the 600,000 with no condition on releasing the funds, because it does cost the town more money to bid for a project that has to have an ad alternate for additional services. So if we wanted to only authorize 400,000, conditioning 200, they've got to write an RFP only that covers about 400,000 scope of work with an ad alternate for the remainder of the project, and you pay a premium for that, because a contractor, when they're gathering their resources to complete the work, has no commitment on the extra funding. So they need to cover all their costs and time and mobilization in that first 400,000, because they're not guaranteed the second part of the RFP work. And the Board of Ed can't sign a contract committing itself to conditioned funds.
Mr. Lash?
So there was no presentation at the Budget Committee that justified 600,000 or 400,000. We did a comprehensive 100% of the school system analysis using outside engineers in the early 2000s for $200,000. If we put 600,000 in here, then it will for sure be $600,000. It will not. We will have no chance at 400, and we're kidding ourselves. If we put in 400 and it's not enough, they can come back to us and say, now we understand what we're doing and what it's really going to cost, and we can talk about that. But if we put in 600 and condition 200 of it, it'll be 600 for the reason Mr. Menarski gave us. And I don't mean that that's somebody acting in bad faith. I just mean the project will expand to fill the dollars allotted.
Okay. I'm going to call it, it's not really an amendment. It's two separate amendments. It's two separate items. Yours is, yeah, I know. Okay, on the Kieran amendment, all those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4. Those against the Kieran amendment? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 4, 8, 0. Back to the Lash amendment. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Against? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6, 6, 7. Yeah, I didn't understand that, but I'll make it 7, 6. I didn't think anybody wanted it to go to 0. Because that's how I took that vote, right? It would have gone to 0. Okay. Continuing on.
Let's see. Cardinal Stadium feasibility study, $40,000.
Ms. Tarkington?
Yes, so this is a deletion of the $40,000. In this proposed amendment, defer the feasibility study until the Greenwich High School Fields Remediation Plan is approved by the regulatory agencies. The feasibility study may establish expectations for the Cardinal Stadium Plan next phase development that are premature, that may not be able to be constructed due to environmental constraints, or for which there may be restraints on capital project capacity. Any study prepared within the next year may be stale by the time the next steps of testing, engineering, and architectural plans need to be prepared. The current major GHS projects should be finalized before taking on any additional project at that site.
Seconded by Mr. Lash. Discussion on this item? Ms. Kiernan?
I think we heard a substantial amount of testimony at the public hearing last Thursday night about why this project is so important for this town. We have deteriorating infrastructure over at the Cardinal Stadium. We have portable outhouses, which are not ADA compliant, certainly not user-friendly for those in wheelchairs, whether they're at graduation or they're at athletic events at this site. I believe this is a very important step forward to study what is possible there, and it's also a good faith signal to all of the substantial private money that we understand is on the sidelines waiting. So this is one of those situations where we can push forward a public-private partnership that will enhance an important facility in this town and enhance the quality of life for everyone who either attends that school or uses that facility. And I would urge my colleagues to vote in favor of keeping this in the budget.
Further discussion? Ms. Weissler?
I was going to say, I too am supportive of public-private partnerships, but I do think the Board of Ed is starting on a facility study. I would say as part of that, it would be helpful for them to prioritize sort of where this fits vis-a-vis schools and other assets that they have. So I think I would look to that study first and then a reassessment of this.
Okay. Mr. Tarkington, last motion. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That motion carries 7-6.
So if we continue, schools restroom renovation, $80,000. Interior finishes, $151,500. Interior carpentry, $907,000. Building envelope and replacement, $1,200,000. And athletics, $975,000.
Ms. Oberlander?
This is a project that we also heard testimony on, and there's been a lot of public discussion, both at the public hearings and meetings, as well as in the press. The artificial turf at Cardinal Stadium is due for replacement, and it is my opinion that that replacement should not be unduly delayed. But notwithstanding that need, because of the significant public discussion and because of the overlapping jurisdictions, we heard that the Department of Parks and Rec is responsible for the turf, and the Board of Ed is also responsible, and that there's also the Board of Health component. I am proposing an amendment, a condition on the release of this funds, subject to evidence that those three bodies, the Board of Education, Board of Health, and the Department of Parks and Recreation, have considered and agree on the product to be used. This is different than other areas because of the potential liability concerns.
That has been moved by Ms. Oberlander, seconded by Ms. Kiernan. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
I'm sorry.
Wait a minute. Let's try that. We're voting on it, just a subject to release. Before they put the new carpet on the existing synthetic field, that it's just a subject to release, that the three governing bodies come to us and tell us what they've chosen and that they're in agreement with it. Okay?
Yep.
So, okay, let's try it again. All those in favor of that condition? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wow. That was the shocker. Opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That condition's carried. Tomorrow morning when we leave the diner from breakfast, somebody can explain that one to me.
Okay, we continue. Mechanical systems upgrades at the schools, $335,000. Building envelope and roofs, $2,715,000. Electrical systems upgrade, $831,000. Top page. Learning Commons, $30,000. Exterior space improvements in the schools, $198,000. That concludes the schools. To the libraries, server upgrades, $33,000. Next item, digitization of the Greenwich Time, $50,000.
Ms. Tarkington.
Okay, so this is to remove $50,000. The reason is to cancel this project from the town's capital program and for the library to explore alternative funding sources. As an example, would the Hearst Corporation, parent of the Greenwich Times, support this initiative and contribute to the library, similar to the Bloomberg Corporation and its donation of the library's Bloomberg terminals?
Okay, so this is just this is that $50,000. Okay, discussion? It's seconded by Mr. Lash, by the way. Discussion? All those in favor?
Discussion.
Discussion, Marilyn Kiernan?
So the library has already provided, I think, private funding for this purpose. This is only the other half of the project cost. And this is a very common project for public libraries throughout the country. I don't think this is something that we need to reduce. I think this is, again, a public-private partnership that we should support and move forward, so I would object to this reduction.
Okay. Ms.
like to
Oberlander?
I'd also like to speak in favor of keeping this in. I initially had started out thinking that maybe this should come out as a public-private partnership, but I reconsidered when I thought there's an extensive memo in the budget materials produced by the library, the historical reference usage. Our library system is wonderful, and the ability to search online for the great articles that are produced as a historical record, actually, I think, is exactly what our library should be doing, and we should be supporting it.
Further discussion? All those in favor, signify by saying aye. Or raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All those opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That motion's carried, 7-6. 10:06, we're back at 10:12.
Okay, back to work. Roof repair at Main and Byram Schubert Libraries, $88,000. Fence replacement, $40,000. Parking lot curb upgrade, $395,000. Seal the parking garage roof, $30,000. And we've concluded libraries. Parks and Rec, skate park upgrade, $200,000. Heating system for platform tennis courts, $26,500. A garbage truck, $120,000. 4 pickup trucks, $168,000. A tree truck, $195,000. A compact tractor, $43,000. 2 utility carts, $22,000. An infield grooming machine, $13,000. Pardon me. The organic turf program, $300,000. Binney Park improvements, $100,000. Playground inspection and upgrade program, $210,000. School landscape renovation program, $25,000. Tree inspection program, $27,000.
Ms. Tarkington.
Okay, so I have
That's a
an
pretty long
amendment to
sentence that you
remove
have to read there.
$27,000 to eliminate this program, which should be an operating activity.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Last. Discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6. That motion carries, 7-6.
Okay, lowboy dump truck, $115,000. Greenwich Point Master Plan, Phase 1, $35,000. Stormwater Management Program, $54,000. Ferry Dry Dock Inspection and Maintenance, $260,000.
What was that?
Dredge the Arch Street Ferry Dock, $100,000. The Ferry Dock Head Wall Repair, $80,000. Repair the Greenwich Point Causeway, $1,334,000. And replace the Byram launch ramp and install their dock, $260,000. That concludes Parks and Rec. We passed to fixed charges, bond and ban acquisition and interest, $904,000. In the parking service, permit management solution system, $25,000. Town hall garage improvements, $75,000. Multi-space meter upgrade and automation, $200,000. Now we pass to the Nathaniel Witherell. Nursing equipment, $50,000. A 9-passenger wheelchair van, $90,000. Laundry equipment, $40,000. Ongoing maintenance, $80,000. Auditorium renovation, $165,000. And we pass to Public Works. Phase 1 and 2, private inflow removal, $210,000. Sewer rehabilitation, $1,789,000. Force main improvements in Old Greenwich Force Main, $2,400,000. Sewer maintenance, $375,000. Grass Island SCADA improvements, $2,260,000. Holly Hill Master Plan, $2,711,000.
Mr. Lash?
So this is the other part of the that we took out before. There's a tendency to say, the Holly Hill Master Plan's been around a long time. Some years we do parts of it, some years we don't. You can't do this piece if you don't do the other piece we took out. Sorry. But probably more to the point, if you look at the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 items immediately above this, those are all sewer-related projects. And it's not as if we're not doing a lot of sewer-related projects. This is just a project that, to my mind, and I guess our mind, given that we took the other part out, is one project too far for this year. So I'll move this.
And it's seconded by Ms. Tarkington. Discussion? All those in favor, signify or raise your hand. Aye.
Aye.
1, 2.
I was raising my hand because I was looking at discussion on it. Have we blown past discussion?
No, I was calling for the vote because I didn't hear any for discussion. Mr.
Well,
Raymer, go ahead.
Maybe I should be noisier. I thought the sentiment was in the other direction, but maybe I'm mistaken. This is the pipe that I referred to that goes from 18 to 15 to 12. It's the pipe that runs through the pond. And I don't actually know, I don't remember us being told that this piece can't be done without the piece that was already removed by a 7-6 vote under the prior portions of the capital that we've looked at. Was that indicated to us? I don't recall that.
I think that was Amy's testimony.
All right, well, if a completed vote is a completed vote, I can't undo what the majority has done. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Further discussion? All those in favor, raise your hand. Aye. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6, 6, 7, 6.
Okay. This is listing of the Public Works, but bond and
Yeah,
ban
it's for the sewer.
sewers.
See, it's
Bond and ban acquisition and interest, $34,000. Yes, thanks.
Which one, this is what?
Sewer.
sewer, it's in sewer, it's in 361.
Is it sewer improvements? Is it what this is? Pete, what is, which one are you on?
The 34,000.
34,000.
It's being for sewers.
Sewer
Improvement or
what?
maintenance?
It's K.
Improvement.
Sewer maintenance is not bonds, that's
Okay.
pay as you go.
Right,
Sewer improvement is
yeah,
bonds.
right.
Improvement, okay.
Okay. Parks and Rec, seawall repairs, $81,000. Landscaping and turf equipment, $65,000. And rest room and clubhouse partial roof, $25,000.
That takes us back to the other big four, back to page 3, if I'm not mistaken. Roland, when you get a chance, could you tell us what the total is? Where we're at so far?
We reduced the general fund by $919,000.
So the total capital is? $75,251,000. Thank you, Aaron. $75,251,000. You don't need to prove that as
No,
a
that's just
total
where
item,
we're
but
at.
just the math.
Well, we're not quite done yet.
Okay, we're not done yet. Okay.
I'm sorry, just a question for Roland, Mr. Chairman. So does that require a change in the bonding, the number in the bonding resolution?
It does, the bonding resolution would then go from $62,850,000
Okay.
61,931?
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Right.
It would go from 4,971 to 2,711.
What's he doing now?
Okay. Because of our pension issue, everybody just follow me for a second. Because of our pension issue, I'm going to skip means of financing and other revenues, because I think we're going to make some changes that are going to have an effect to those. So, Mr. Drake, if you could bring us down to sewer maintenance fund.
Sewer maintenance fund, the recommended amount is $10,585,253. Paygo, sorry, I don't think it's me. Paygo from prior years, $5,226,000. Subtracting the amount less funded in earlier years, $3,818,000, makes an amount to be financed of $11,993,253.
Okay?
I don't think
They're not
identified.
highlighted, so I have nobody on that.
I don't identify the grand
No,
list, I don't
no,
think.
you don't have to go right down to sewer improvement.
Yep. So there, the sewer improvement amount to be financed is $9,023,000.
Okay?
You have an item on that?
Just for, I'm going to ask for a little leeway. Can we just finish the other funds before we do Nathaniel Witherell?
Sure.
School lunch fund?
Yep, school.
Can I ask a question? Roland, is that still accurate? It says here total financing $9,023,000, but we've adjusted that, haven't we?
That has come down by 2,711,000.
Please give us the revised figure, if you can.
On sewer improvement.
Sorry, Mr. Drake, but I just...
It's okay.
I will come back to that, Roland.
You took 2 million plus out, didn't you?
Yeah.
I'll come back to you in a second, Roland.
Okay.
Continue on school lunch.
Sure, school lunch fund, $4,164,100. A parking fund in Department 219, parking service, $2,733,476. Traffic engineering, $1,392,100, which makes a total of $4,125,576.
Second.
Of the parking fund state portion, $167,100. Of the golf course revolving fund, $1,954,504. And the OPEB amount, $11,478,000. That concludes our page, but we're going to circle back.
Yes, I'll call them. I just want to get Roland's new number on the sewer improvement.
$6,312,000.
Thank you.
Okay. 312. Okay.
Because that relates to.
Yes, I think so. Okay, I'll take over. So Nathaniel Witherell is before us. Included in their number this year is $30,723,877. We have another tab. We have a couple motions before us. And the tab, Peter Minarski, where's the money being put over? Contribution to other entities? 999. Oh, there it is. There it is. Transfer to other funds. Okay. So the first thing before us, and I'm sorry to take over, Mr. Drake, the number for Nathaniel Witherell, that 30 million, should be moved and seconded. That's their budget for the upcoming year. Is everybody on board with that?
So you're in the fund.
That's their expenses. That's what they're going to be authorized to spend. $30,723,877. Thank you, thank you. When we go back to the page before, 999, transfer to other funds except capital. There is a number in there of $11,645,000. Does everybody see that?
Yep.
That's presuming, if I understand the budget committee, and I'm actually asking for a little bit of help, that's presuming that we are transferring from the general fund to Nathaniel Witherell for 15? 16, and what will be 17. To make their fund balance come out presumably zero at the end of this year. Okay? So now we have some resolutions. I'm sorry, let me just find it. Page 12. I'm just trying to keep everybody together here. We have two resolutions. Ms. Tarkington, let's see. Yours is on page 11. Would you like to withdraw that motion?
Yeah, you already did.
Okay, good. Okay. Okay. That brings us to page 12. Ms. Weissler's motion.
I'd like to make the motion on page 12. And do we have a second? Yes. All right.
Yes, it's already listed there.
Okay, great. And I'd like to make this motion that would result in the town accounting for pension costs for our revolving funds and parking services as it has been done up until this budget. In fact, we heard tonight when we were considering Mr. Norton's motion to change the debt service calculation for Nathaniel Witherell, the argument is we're about ready to embark on a task force to look at the strategic issues for Nathaniel Witherell, so we're better off keeping the accounting as we have in the past. Up until this budget, the revolving funds have included the normal current costs and past service costs for pensions. That is the amortization of the unfunded liability as part of their total cost of operations. At the behest of the chair of Nathaniel Witherell, the Budget Committee decided to allocate to Nathaniel Witherell only its normal pension costs and have the general fund bear the past service costs. In the case of Nathaniel Witherell, his rationale was that the town would most likely be obligated for Nathaniel Witherell's unfunded pension liability under any future ownership structure, sort of similar to the argument Mr. Norton advanced earlier, and that probably is the case. However, as a revolving fund, Nathaniel Witherell's financial statements should reflect its net cash generation. I don't believe we should jump the gun to re-engineer those statements now to address the strategic questions facing Nathaniel Witherell's future. When the Budget Committee voted to include only normal pension costs for Nathaniel Witherell, it had to do the same for the other revolving funds and parking services, hence you see all these other adjustments on my amendment. The result of this is that the general fund is now subsidizing those other funds for past service costs for a total of $377,000 when they actually generate revenues that can be used to pay for these costs. The controller has pointed out that by charging sewer maintenance fund only for the normal costs, it's $175,000 of past service costs are borne by the general fund, even though 30% of the town is not sewered. Finally, some argue that the fund should not bear the burden for the underperformance of the town's pension fund, which gives rise to this past service costs. However, each of these funds has employees who are or have been on a defined benefit plan. There would be no past service cost if all of these employees had been on a defined contribution plan. And I think if you read through the amendment, you'll see what the consequences are for the town's cash flow.
And that's seconded by Ms. Tarkington. Discussion? Mr. Lash.
So with regard to the pension plan, I think the thing to keep in mind is, take firefighters as an example. If we hire 5 or 10 firefighters, the unamortized liability changes not one penny. If we get rid of 10 firefighters, the unamortized liability changes not one penny. My view is, and it's the reason I led us to making the change that we're talking about here, that we've been confusing ourselves about the performance of the various elements that have had this normal cost plus the amortization of I don't want to call it the underperformance of the pension plan, but the unamortized liability in the pension plan. If we go back to when I was first on the BET, there was actually a surplus in the pension plan. they didn't go from surplus to liability because we hired people or didn't hire people. It happened because of two things. One was the rate of return that was earned in the retirement fund was less than was forecast. And we changed the assumptions from about an 8.5% return to now 6 3/4, which all by itself added tremendously to the amount of money that we were required to contribute, independent, frankly, of how the pension fund performs or anything to do with the employees. So with regard to the Witherell specifically, if we're going to have a special committee investigate the operations of the Witherell and see what we believe the long-term future for the Witherell is in the town, then we have to have a set of financials which show us what it's costing us to run the Witherell, not what it's costing us to run the Witherell and make up for whatever the pension liabilities have been. Because let's suppose the pension fund has 5 really good years. That will improve the Witherell's numbers, but it also has nothing to do with the Witherell. So I don't mean we don't know what we're doing, but we're kidding ourselves when we show the amortization as something that implying it has something to do with the successful operation of the Witherell. And by the way, the same thing is true in the sewer fund and in the parking fund and in all these other places. The unamortized liability doesn't have anything to do with the performance of those funds. So the Budget Committee spent a lot of time on this. We analyzed it pretty carefully. We saw the impact on these other sections of the budget, and we said, you know, it's time to get this straightened out. We know enough to straighten this out now. Let's get it taken care of. And so we did. I think we should leave it the way it is. The budget reflects, I think, more accurately now what's going on. The performance of the pension fund needs to be shown in the pension fund, not in all these other places where we, in effect, hide the performance of the pension fund. Again, not because we're trying to hide it, but because you can't find it readily. So I would urge you to reject this change.
Further discussion? Okay, all those in favor of the motion? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No.
That's 13.
13. We're voting extra. Try that again. Try that again. 1, 2. Opposed.
Opposed.
1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7. That's better.
7 to 5.
That motion failed.
5-7.
5-7-0. Okay. The next motion is, let me just get to the page.
This one here.
Yeah, I just got to get back to page 9. I'll be right with you. 1 second, Jill. I'm just turning pages. Ms. Oberliner.
Mr. Chairman, first I'd like to thank you for creating this special project team to take a look at Nathaniel Witherell. I have my little notes here. Business plan and possible future subsidies. The service Nathaniel Witherell provides to our elderly and infirm population is valuable and appreciated by residents throughout the town. As we've heard through the public hearing and in discussions and at the RTM when they initially adopted the revolving fund, our residents also appreciate the transparency with which the Nathaniel Witherell's finances are presented. And it is because of that request and because of the special project team that will be looking at the financial condition of Nathaniel Witherell that I urge my colleagues on the BET to put back the in-kind allocations that were taken out by the Budget Committee as part of the representation, the repackaging of the presentation of Nathaniel Witherall. I probably would have made this comment for the last amendment had I realized the vote was going to go the way it did, but I think these changes will be confusing when the budget gets presented to the RTM, and I think since we're going to be taking up the discussion of Nathaniel Witherall as an entity, that I would ask that we defer to make any additional changes in the way we have presented by restoring the in-kind allocations until after the project team and the BET has fully considered it.
Okay, do I have a second on that? Yeah, you didn't.
Second.
Seconded by? Discussion on the motion. Mr. Drake?
I support the principle of this. I think it's kind of a courageous step. But I think that this is a complexity that if, it's kind of debits and credits. If we move this money from here, it's got to go there. And there, in contrast to Ms. Weissler's work, where you thought through the other side of all the reallocations here, I think the things that get increased when this gets decreased need to be presented. So I think it requires more work, but I agree with the fundamental principle.
Okay, further discussion?
I'm sorry, this is still on. I'm not sure I understand what the increase in this is just putting back to the way it had previously been presented. So the Budget Committee removed the in-kind allocations from Nathaniel Witherall's contribution to other town funds, and also remove the subsidy that the town gives. So in fact, it ends up being neutral, but the way it's reflected on the balance sheet as a placeholder essentially for those in-kind contributions. And as I mentioned in our working group last week, the RTM had voted overwhelmingly in favor of this presentation when they adopted the revolving fund.
Mr. Lash?
So I think you're right. I think the RTM is going to find the change in the description of the Witherall's performance confusing at first. But I guess time will tell. I think I have a little more confidence that we can explain it to them in a way that they'll see, and that will bring them along, particularly with regard to the pension fund performance, which I think is a subject that they haven't focused too much on in the past, partly because it involves actuarial reports and complexities that I think even the 12 of us struggle with from time to time. So I plan on being at a bunch of these meetings. I'm sure that I'll get properly beaten up at a couple of them, but that's okay. I probably deserve that. I probably initiated some of these problems 10 or 15 years ago anyway, so I'm
your partner in crime, Larry Simon.
Yes, with my partner in crime, Larry Simon, who's now the chairman of the board, so he's been punished. Which is,
your turn's next.
yeah, right. So I'm comfortable having to deal with this.
Mr. Chairman, can I try to explain what I think the point Bill was getting at? The $972,000 has been put in other accounts, various departmental accounts. And if this motion were to pass, then we have to find that $972,000 in the various accounts of the other town departments to offset. Otherwise, you'd have a double accounting situation.
I didn't think that was my understanding of the accounting. Is that correct, Pete? I thought this would just, if it were to pass, increase the deficit, and we in turn would have to offset it by a subsidy. It's not going to be changing.
We would increase the revenues from Nathaniel Witherall by 972, and then increase their subsidy.
Right.
So then by 972.
So there isn't a ripple effect through the rest of the
Was
town.
Art referring to other funds?
I thought he was talking other line items in the budget.
The 972 would be in other town department budgets.
No.
This is the only department where we have in-cost.
I know, but you put them into the other town departments Otherwise, you haven't balanced your ledger.
Art, we don't take, for example, when we charge a piece of finance, we don't reduce our finance budget by the amount that we charge in Fannie Withdrawal. That is shown as a revenue item from the Fannie Withdrawal. So
Right.
finance, HR, the law department, it's just shown as a revenue account. We don't actually go back and reduce the other department. expenses.
We take the revenue from them and then we give them a contribution to
So you
pay
have
it.
to do the balance.
Right.
You do the
Okay.
offset.
Okay, so,
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
all right, further. Okay, so, I'm sorry, Leslie, I'm sorry.
I was going to.
No, the other Leslie, I was actually cool.
Shouldn't put
It
us
was
on
bound
the
to
same
happen
side
with
of
the
the
two
table.
Leslies.
Not to belabor this, but I think there's more to it than just that it's confusing from year to year. If you have a revolving fund, I think the implication is you're showing this as much as a standalone business as possible, and they would have costs for finance, for HR, et cetera. So I think it is a more appropriate presentation to have these in-kind services show up in the revolving fund.
Mr. Lash?
I just want to respond to that. The testimony we have is that there would be no reductions elsewhere if this allocation, let me say it differently. The testimony was, if we break them off, the rest of the town will reduce its costs, not at all. Now, we can say we don't think that's true, but that is the testimony that we got over and over again, partly because you're talking about a little piece of the law department, a little piece of the finance department, a little piece of HR, and all those departments take the view that none of those pieces add up to a full-time person. Now, over time, could you do something else? Maybe, but that's the argument.
At 159 people, it was 15% of the town personnel. It did seem hard to believe that, but as you say, we have to take the testimony on its face value.
Okay, so all those in favor of Ms. Oberlander's motion, please? 1, 2, 3, 4. 4. Opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 4, 8. By now, I should know if you start with 4, the 8 is the other one. Right, I should know that, right?
Good to
Okay.
check.
Okay. So now, yeah.
Okay, Mr. Lash?
So in my role as chair of the budget committee, now we have to get the budget back in balance after the changes we've made and taking into account the additional appropriation that's going to go into the pension fund. So the question is, from where should we find the money? There's been a fair amount of conversation casually about this, and a number of perfectly reasonable suggestions have been made. I'm, speaking for myself, reluctant to take the money out of the risk fund. As I said to somebody earlier this evening, if we leave the $1 million going into the risk fund and that turned out to have been more than was needed, that'll just reduce what we have to put in next year, so it's kind of a transient effect. It seems to me that the place to get the money is to raise the taxes raise the tax rate to the 3% number, which was in the guidelines, and reduce the subsidy that brought the Witherell forecast result for fiscal 17 by the additional amount necessary to balance the budget, and that will leave us with a forecast loss in Witherell. And if that number turns out a year from now to have been exactly right, then we'll know exactly how much extra we have to put in a year from now in order to adjust that. But of course, we don't know how they're going to do over the course of the next year. So that's my suggestion, but what we need from Roland is we need to know the net effect of what we've already done so we can figure out what those two numbers are that I just mentioned. So there are three numbers: the net effect of what we've done, the increased revenue from taking the tax rate up to the upper end of the guidelines, and then the net reduction in the subsidy at the Witherell. And then we'll have to have a motion to that effect, yeah.
We've got it down. Page 6, we don't have a number.
Right. Which page is it?
6,
6?
but we don't have a.
Right, because we postponed it because we didn't know where we were going to come out.
No pressure, Roland. You know he's serious when he takes his glasses off.
Universal sign.
I've been trying to get Roland to wear his contact lenses.
He is a handsome devil.
Speak against it for like 1 minute. Of course, says death always going to
I'm thinking egg sunny side, the home fries. I don't know if it's a ham or if it's bacon. Art, you get your own scramble. I want mine sunny side. I think in rye toast too, Roland. Oh, that's.
And marmalade.
Decaf.
Marmalade.
420 something million and breakfast. This is actually not that late.
So I'm going to read what Ken's saying about it.
Jeff, matter of fact, there's extra time. You should get your second wind.
I was hoping these were billable hours.
I'm retired.
Yes, you retired.
You can bill them, try getting paid.
Well, that's an old story.
See, Laura's here to make sure accidentally we don't find our missing money in the BOE
The
budget.
school's budget.
No, she's waiting for your resolution. That's what she's waiting.
Oh. That's not my resolution. I didn't write it.
Well, your amendment, let's put it that
I
way.
don't have an amendment to it.
Yeah.
To the resolutions?
Can we not? We have amendments.
Let's not.
We could take up the 2 resolutions that are not bonding resolutions.
I think that was asked and answered.
This item has still got some more steam to take out of you before we get to those.
This gets us to 3%.
Okay.
Sorry?
It's 3% the mill rate. The general fund went up $1,661,000.
1,600,000?
We have $810,000 that we can use to get to 3%. So we have to reduce the contribution to Dandy Witherell by $851,000.
Okay.
Is everybody on board with that?
So we could make it,
All those numbers again, it was a little fast.
General fund went up $1,661,000.
What was the source of that, Roland?
It was the pension contribution and the sewer tax increase.
yeah, $1.5 million of it was the pension fund.
Right, okay, the general fund being, okay,
Yeah.
Minus 49,000.
What about capital? How much did it go up?
Hold on.
I thought we didn't increase the 49.
Correct. It went,
We put it back.
didn't it go back out?
No.
You minus the 139, 100 accounts.
Oh, that's true.
49 is out of the budget.
That's true.
We saved the 49. Right? So The 49,000 is out of the budget. We saved that.
Yeah, that was 9.3.
No, we didn't put it back. We
That was
we
9.3.
moved the reduction from one place to another, but the reduction is still a reduction, I think.
Correct.
Now I'm thinking about the jelly on the rye toast.
Give the man a chance.
299 then.
Okay. So-
Okay, so that's actually, I don't think we want to cut it so close that we end up on the wrong side of the three. So that's fine.
Okay.
So tell us what the numbers are now. So confusing.
So the general fund expenses went up 1,611,000.
Okay.
We have 810,000 available to go to a little less than 3%. So then the Witherall contribution will go down to $801,000.
801?
801.
Goes down by?
No, yes, it will
Goes
go down by
down
$801,000.
So therefore, you'll leave a deficit of 801.
Yes.
Because it was zero.
Correct.
And that's the anticipated deficit for the upcoming year, which we're not going to fully fund, is that what you're saying?
Right, exactly.
So what's that number, Roland, 800?
801,000. It was zero. So, and it was zero because we were providing that 801,000 as a subsidy. So we're not going to provide any more subsidy, which leaves the various reserves untouched no further. And it pushes the mill rate up to about 3% or maybe a little less. So we need a motion to adopt that.
Well, I think we have one on page 6. So
Okay.
just change that number to 801.
Yes, I think Leslie's right. I think all you have to do is change the 1521 to 801.
I think that's right.
Right, because we don't do the mill rate now.
Right.
Okay, go for it, Leslie.
Okay, so.
Pardon me, Leslie. When you do that, which I think is right, all these numbers down below, do they go away or
Well,
change?
This was just a worksheet for you all, so you would understand
Okay.
what we had done.
Okay,
on
so
Witherall.
worksheet parts aren't
So-
needed.
So these were the numbers that after the budget committee meeting, what we had funded for each of these years, and it totaled $8,849,869, was someone mentioned that number earlier. It was just
Okay, comes out of the approved document, not needed.
so rather than a funding of $3,549,869, it would be minus $801 from that number.
801,000.
801.
$801,000.
801, so it'd be 860,
So
4,7.
I'm going to call this the last motion, seconded by Roland. No, I'll second it. Yes, I just want to make sure everybody understands before we have the discussion, because the discussion can lead to misinformation. So the mill rate is absorbing a portion, and a reduction in the money going from the general fund over to Nathaniel Witherall is going to absorb the other portion.
Mayor?
Discussion.
We could, however,
I have an amendment.
Okay.
yeah. Okay, I'll leave it to Mary Lee.
Thank you. So moving now to page 5. So there are alternative ways to fund this new addition to the pension arc that does not involve raising taxes that I'd like to propose. The first alternative is to reduce the capital tax levy by $1.521 million. This is the $3 million, the fixed $3 million that is added each year to that portion of our budget where we tax for capital purposes. And I think reflects, in our view, a force increase that does not necessarily have to happen, and I won't take you through all of those reasons. But what this would do, in effect, is allow us to borrow just $1.521 million in connection with the borrowings we do next January at a rate probably of around 42 basis points or thereabouts. 42 basis points was the rate we obtained last January. So in effect, we are doing what, frankly, what Mr. Dolan also suggested in an email we received in the last few days from the RTM member. We are basically using 42 basis point money to address a liability in the pension system that has an interest rate of 6.75%. And Mr. Chairman, if you'll just indulge me, there's really two different amendments here.
My question to you is,
Yeah.
I'm going to ask you to separate them.
Absolutely. So my first motion would be to address this shortfall that we're dealing with tonight.
Third paragraph.
Correct. And instead of raising taxes, to reduce the capital tax levy by $1.521 million. Do I have a second?
I second that.
Okay.
Okay.
What is the capital tax levy in total in the budget right now? 47, 40?
So it'd be debt service plus the cash portion of our,
No.
I'm trying to figure out.
It's $44,847,000.
That's the number.
And what's the projected debt service? In the,
$61,931,000.
no,
That's
the
the
projected
No.
debt service, that's the borrowings.
Oh, $32,165,000.
yeah.
So we can deal with
Hold
that.
on,
What are we doing?
we're doing some math.
Okay.
So, that motion right there would exceed our debt policy percentage of debt service versus capital tax levy.
I believe we're already over that.
No, we're not.
Yeah.
No, we're not. Because if you add, we're right on it, but that certainly blows it over. I mean, I didn't do all the decimals out, but we could be at, yeah, we're close. That definitely blows it out, though. We're close,
No,
okay.
I think you're over already.
Okay. Further discussion? I just was answering a mathematical question.
Do you want to review the other, somehow it seems logical to me to review Ms. Kiernan's other idea at the same time.
Well, the other one is pretty easy. It's just more reduction of a fund balance.
Yeah.
So we have to, I think we need to vote on them separately. You can't do both.
No, but it seems to me to understand each, you might want to discuss both.
Okay.
I'm
Ms.
happy,
Karen?
I'm happy to do that, and was just doing the math too, but if we, in the budget that was presented, I think we're already over the requirement that debt service be no more than 70% of the capital tax levy, Mr. Chairman. So the alternative option to raising taxes would be to use fund balance to fund this gap that has been required by the law department. And as reviewed by the Budget Committee and at our recent workshop, we heard that even if we used this 1.5 million for this purpose, we would likely land at around 9% with our fund balance, 9% of the general fund budget. This is well within our 5 to 10% policy, and it's also one of the highest percentages for fund balance that I think we've seen in recent years. I would prefer, frankly, the first alternative because we preserve fund balance in that event. But I think using fund balance is certainly a better alternative than raising taxes in this instance when we really don't have to, and we have a very comfortable amount of money left in fund balance.
Mr. Lash.
So I share your concern about reducing the fund balance. I think until we finally meet Ms. Tarkington's criterion for budget safety, where we actually know what the remediation costs of the high school and other properties around town are, dipping further into the fund balance when we're already rolling more than 11 million, 12 or 13 million into the fund balance now.
Way more.
Yeah, way more, right?
Way more.
19, thank you. You know, that, as Mr. Minarski has pointed out many times, that's not sustainable. So I think you and I agree that's probably an option, but not the better option. The other option is to not raise the mill rate and therefore raise more tax revenue, and do that in part by reducing the amount of money we have available to service the capital budget. We all understand the math. Anything that goes into the tax base this year is then built into the base for the next year, so that we get the compounding benefit. Anytime we don't raise money in the capital levy, we get the negative compounding problem associated with not having that money in the base that can be used to pay for the capital projects. So it's okay with me if we do what you've suggested, but given the amount of money we're taking out of reserves already this year, if we don't raise more tax revenue and if we don't put more money into the capital funding, then we're going to have to clearly start cutting back on capital projects. And we're probably going to find ourselves in a situation where we're going to have to cut back on operating spending, because that's what the general fund tax produces. So, you know, this might be a good moment for you to talk about long-term borrowing, but.
You read my mind.
Yeah. But, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, go.
But I don't think that's actually getting us anywhere. So the approach that I've suggested is raise taxes a little bit more, but $800 and some thousand this year. $800,000 spread over 20,000 households is $40 a household, roughly. Not a number that I think is unfair to taxpayers, given all the things they're getting in this budget. And cutting back on the money that we're allocating to capital debt service is just compounding the problem. So then we'll find ourselves cutting back on capital projects. We're going to have this debate over and over and over again about long-term versus short-term borrowing and the flexibility that our current system gives us as compared to a system where we borrow a lot of money long-term. We're still restricted by debt service and by the other aspects of our borrowing policy. It's not my policy. It's the policy that the BET adopted before I came along. And that policy is, I don't think it's funny. That policy is not a constraint now, but it will become a constraint if we keep squeezing it on both ends. Spending more money, not raising the capital money we need to pay, the capital funding money we need to pay for the debt, and not raising the tax money we need to support the operating budget. And at some point, that will mean we'll have to start taking money out of the school's budget, because the school's budget is more than half of the operating budget. So it's not just money we can keep taking out of police and fire and parks and DPW. It's going to have to come out of schools also. If we raise taxes a little bit now, if we continue with the predictable, modest increases, and if we put the money into the capital budget that we have intended to put in, but which has not been put in recent years, then we won't have these difficulties.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Respectfully, Mr. Lash, I think a lot of your comments are based on a system of financing that was adopted when you were involved in town government in a prior term, and was a system that took the town from pure pay-as-you-go financing and a substantial negative fund balance and brought them out of that negative fund balance using a 5-year bonding system, which is, doesn't allow for the flexibility of bonding at a variety of maturities. It doesn't have to be 20, could be 5, could be 10. Typically, other municipalities bond IT projects at 3 years. So that we come from a very different place in thinking about capital financing for the town. This is borrowing something I was going to say later when we came to the bonding resolution, but as you suggest, it really is appropriate now to talk about this. I think we will be hearing more from the RTM on this topic. They have expanded on a comparison of 5 to 20-year financing that was presented to this board in 2014, which showed on a net present value basis that it is cheaper to bond longer term. And this study is also going to expand, I understand, in looking at the cash flow that would be available if we do put some more flexibility into our bonding system. And so, quite frankly, if we were doing that now, we wouldn't have the situation that we're facing tonight, where we have to resort to taxing our citizens just to meet a $1.5 million shortfall that's been imposed on us by our law department. The irony here is one I'm going to point out, which I pointed out at our workshop. The irony here is that respectfully, our Republican colleagues are suggesting that we solve this by raising taxes. There is no need to do that here. And I think we heard testimony last Thursday night at the public hearing, I think someone from District 7, who said we really have to think hard about increasing taxes on our citizens. We're already doing that, right? And now we're adding again to that, potentially tonight. You may say $40 is nothing. $40 is something to many of the citizens in this town. Raising taxes actually impacts people, and we ought to think hard before we do that. So I would suggest that we choose one of the two options I've proposed instead of raising taxes on our citizens. We are fully capable of dealing with this without adding to the increase that we're already proposing tonight.
We have, on the motions in front of us, I will address the long-term borrowing when that comes. Okay, Ms. Kiernan, you have your third paragraph, which is reduce capital tax levy by that. Okay? Well, I'm just going to break.
Is there any other discussion?
Not on this. We'll bring it up under long-term borrowing. Okay. All those in favor?
I'm sorry, I'm not clear exactly what we're voting on here.
I'll say it again. I'll say it again. On page 5, paragraph 3 is a option. Paragraph 4, as it says, an alternative option. So we can't vote on both of them at the same time.
Mr. Lash has a third option, and by the way, the sums in question
it's
can
not
be
on
divided in any
Okay,
proportion
okay.
among the three.
Okay. Let's try it again. Let's try it again. Mr. Lash has a motion on the floor, seconded. Ms. Kiernan made a motion to amend. Her amendment has really two different alternatives. So we have to dispose of the alternatives, one, then the other. If they pass, well, and then we'll work our way back to the original motion. Are you there?
Can I speak?
Yes.
I mean, but the fact of the matter is, you could take the sum in question, $1.5 million roughly, and you could also divide it in any proportion among the three alternatives. I mean, there's more than just, it isn't
Are you
simply-
making a motion, an alternative motion?
No, it's just worthy of some discussion, and see if you come to some sense of a consensus, and then we'll move in the direction that, whereas you're looking for the body to simply adopt
No,
A, B, or C.
I'm looking to address a motion before us.
All right.
I just happen to consider the motion having two alternatives, so I'm breaking them apart.
Whatever, do what you want.
Okay, so I'm going to call it, Ms. Kiernan, your first option paragraph.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, so did I see that as 7-5? 5-7? I think I did. Jeff, you voted against it, correct? Okay, 5 in favor, 7 against. That takes us to the paragraph that says the alternative option, okay, which goes, just basically continues and does the fund balance, correct? Reduction in fund balance.
Yes.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 7. Okay, that brings us back to Mr. Lash's original motion, or Mr. Raymer, if you have another recipe.
No, I'm good, go ahead.
Okay.
May I just ask, so if, Roland, how much do we have to reduce the contribution to Nathaniel Woodall by in order to? How much do we have to reduce the contribution to Nathaniel Witherall by in order to keep the mill rate at 2.75? Is it $1,611,000?
No, it's 801,000.
No,
No,
to
that's
keep
not
the
her
mill
question.
rate at 2.75. It's $1,611,000.
Yes.
Okay.
So that would, and so that would, let's see, 3,549,869, $1,611,000. That would continue to fund.
Are you making a motion?
I'm asking a question. Other people
Okay.
have been asking questions. I think
Okay.
it's related to to the one I have here in this paper. So if instead of $1,521,000, we had $1,661,000, we would be at 2.77, is that where we are?
$1,611,000.
$1,611,000, we would be at 2.77. So I think I will take Mr. Lash's, but it doesn't make any difference, proposal, and I will make an amendment to increase that number by 810,000? Is that what we're saying, Roland, to a total of?
Ms. Tarkington, your
no, I can't do
motion, that motion doesn't work. Mr. Lash's motion is a combination of a reduction from Nathaniel Witherell, an increase in the tax levy, okay, in order to get wherever it works out. What you're doing is you're making a motion to reduce, you would have to modify his whole motion to take away the increase of the tax levy.
That's what I'm doing right now.
Okay, so just make sure everybody understands it clearly.
That's exactly what I'm doing. So what I'm making a motion to do is to amend Mr. Lash's proposal to not tax the residents for the $801,000, but add it to the amount, we won't pre-fund the contribution to Witherall. And so that new number that we would not pre-fund becomes $1,611,000. So we would be pre-funding Witherall's loss for fiscal 17. We're already taking care of fiscal 16, the current fiscal year, but we would pre-fund the loss for Witherall for 17 by $1,938,000 approximately.
Second.
Okay, so I have a motion basically that just reduces Nathaniel Witherell's, the contribution to Nathaniel Witherell to absorb the whole pension and sewer tax. Motion second, discussion.
Yeah. May I?
Yes.
Certainly.
So this is certainly not my first choice, obviously, But it is an alternative that does avoid raising taxes. And I'm still troubled by the notion that, that I'm hearing that we shouldn't be pre-funding Nathaniel Witherell. We have been doing that for many years. That was part of the plan associated with Project Renew. So I'm not particularly comfortable with that framing of it. The other dimension of this is now we're leaving a deficit in Nathaniel Witherell Fund and not really presenting a balanced budget to the RTM. And we will end up having a conversation once again with our auditors this year about, well, you have a deficit, what is your plan? And we don't have one. We have a plan for school lunch, which is to amortize it over several years, but we don't have an explicit plan to deal with this deficit. That said, we have this special committee that we're setting up, and I take some comfort that we're going to address this. And again, I think I would support this motion because we do avoid raising taxes with Mrs. Tarkington's suggestion.
But I would like to just make a comment, Mary Lee.
Yep.
I don't think that, I mean, number one, I think having a plan for Nathaniel Witherell to address it is absolutely critical, and I hope that this committee does that. But I don't think that this is pushed onto this fiscal year, because remember, the auditors will come in for this fiscal year, and hopefully that full loss will be fully funded. That's the intent. It wouldn't be this year, it would be 17, that conversation would happen. So in the meantime, we're doing a lot of work. This committee is going to do a lot of work. We have Mr. Simon up at Witherell, trying to work in a new plan, and, here's another way we could not increase the taxes on the public.
Roland, quick question. You said the use of fund balance right now is about 18 million? So if we add 1.5 to that, well, we add another 800 to that. So we're over $20 million. So what's 20 million on a $420 million budget percentage-wise that we're using fund balance to cover our obligations?
4.5%.
4.5%. The good thing about this conversation is none of us like how the retirement board got us in this position. And hasn't been alluded to that much tonight. Their original report was a 7% assumed rate of return. They asked for 6.75%, creating this dialogue that we had. Next year, they're going to ask for 6.5%. So half a 1 mil rate increase is not in our control, according to the current charter and the current resolution. We're using almost, I'm going to use the word almost, double the fund balance this year of any prior year. For the people who, when we talk about the capital tax levy, for all those interested, the reason that we've done this, and I'm really not interested on borrowing money to make the pension obligation, but it's having the capital, which has got us out of the hurricane storms where we had the money to appropriate. New Leb's school, we have a limited borrowing there. So when that project starts, we have to use cash flows until the reimbursement kicks in from the state, right? Because we can borrow only up onto the 14 million, I think it is, or part of that. This is just, think about it. You're willing to take 4.5% of your obligations that are in front of you tonight on this budget and use it out of fund balance. I've been accused, not personally, but I think we've heard about kicking the can. I've heard all kinds of conversations. Now I know what the definition of kicking the can is. And I like raising the tax levy. Well, raising the tax levy, to me, I could use the statement of raising the borrowings as the direct parallel to that. None of us like how we got to this position, but the way to do this is our guidelines are helping us a little bit because we didn't target the 275 this year, 2.75. And I just, that's how I feel. I mean, we're going to have another repeat discussion on long-term borrowing, I sense, in a few minutes, if we get this done. And that conversation is going to be a little different than it's been in the past. But My position is, I think what Jim is saying is the logical approach here. Because if we have the same retirement board issue next year, we're going to have that same problem in front of us. We're going to have a cash need for that fund's performance. So. Okay, so the only motion I have is Ms. Tarkington's now, and it's seconded.
Let's be clear about what it is.
It's to use 1.611 from fund balance, reduce the appropriation to Nathaniel Witherell by 1.611
To fund their loss.
to fund the pension and the sewer. There's another number in there, but that's what her motion is.
So, let me just say, the reason we used to raise the mill rate by about 3.5% every year was because it took 2.5% to cover the increase in operating costs, primarily increases in payroll. And the other 1%, which produces about $3 million a year, was to take us from very little capital spending up to, what did we say, 43 million or something now per year. We got there step by step by step over the years. I don't think, well, taxpayers would always like to have lower taxes or no taxes, but they also want the services that those taxes buy. And the taxpayers understand that inflation increases the cost of government every year a little bit. And if we don't raise the tax revenue every year a little bit, then we will find ourselves eventually where what we're doing is borrowing long-term money, if that's where we go, in order to pay for today's operating costs, which, by the way, is what the state of Connecticut does. And that's a much worse solution than raising taxes a little bit year after year. Now, we can avoid raising taxes by doing fewer capital projects and spending less money on operations. Those are options, but then we have to understand what things we're going to take out of the budget, way beyond tonight's conversation, but a conversation we can certainly have, and I'm happy to have it. What happened to us here was the Budget Committee did its work, gave us a balanced budget, and after the fact, the town attorney decided that we had misunderstood their opinion letter and said you have to raise another $1.5 million to put in the pension fund. Fair enough. So that's what we're doing here. We're patching that up. If we'd known it when the Budget Committee was still sitting, we would have taken care of it then, made some choices, maybe not these choices, and we'd have moved on. But this is where we are now. I'm sympathetic to Leslie's desire to keep the increase in the mill rate down to 275, but really, it's not enough. It doesn't produce enough revenue to pay the bills for all the services we're currently contracting for, and as somebody pointed out tonight, we're getting ready to open another firehouse and add substantially more cost. Maybe it was you, Nancy. So it's Frank Mazza, who was the senior Democrat on the Budget Committee when I joined in 2000, said, make sure you raise taxes a little bit every year, because if you don't, you're going to you'll look good for a couple of years and then you'll be in a hole. And that's the same problem with long-term borrowing. It looks great for a little while because it creates extra money to spend and it doesn't really raise your debt service. But then you run out of it. You've borrowed all the money you can borrow for the amount of debt service you have, and you're right back in the same place, except that you have a much less flexible capital structure. So on this item, I'm going to vote against Leslie's change. Stick to mine, not because I'm smarter or better than Leslie, but because I'm getting some money here and some money there, and it allows us to move off this subject.
Mike, I think Jim's comments are all very important for all of us to absorb. I think he's giving us a message about the kind of spending we have, the kind of demands that all of us have had on this budget. We really didn't go back to the departments and ask them what can they give back, the way we have in some of these years. But I pulled up, as Jim was talking, when he was here before, it was a much more inflationary environment. But I pulled up the Bureau of Labor Statistics, CPIU for the New York metropolitan area. And so for the last rolling, or 12 months, the last year, for our area, it's been 0.6. But as I look at 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, these numbers have been down on a rolling 12 basis, in either the single digits, maybe they're up as much as 2 during some of this period in this 6 years, but mostly in, less than 1%. And so what Jim is telling us is a story where we're actively spending at levels that, are probably exceed 3% per year. Once you roll in the costs of the pension fund and the health benefits and all the capital costs that we have, when the environment is substantially lower than this, many of our residents are going to be beginning to feel more and more pressures from the taxation from the state.
Leslie, I don't mean to cut you off, Leslie, but I think we understand your point. We live in a community that labor contracts are settling far north of 0.6% annually. We don't settle those contracts, unfortunately, but it's just the reality of it, and the RTM is working as hard as they can, but that's the reality of it. I just want to move on. Mr. Raymer?
So choices were presented to us. One of them was to reduce the capital tax levy. That takes $1.5 million of additional operating costs and makes it into some additional debt. I know you don't like the expression of kicking the can down the road, but that's kicking the can down the road. Another choice was to take fund balance and apply additional fund balance over and above the $19 million that we're already applying, and we're being told that's not sustainable. That's kicking the can down the road. The third choice is to take an anticipated operating shortfall of Nathaniel Witherell and refund and fund a little less toward it, so that you have to make up what you didn't fund next year. That's kicking the can down the road. And so for all those reasons, I came to exactly the same place Jim Lash did, and that was that the straightforward way of doing it is that this is an additional operating cost this year. We didn't anticipate it because we relied on some things, but it's an operating cost this year, and it should be paid for out of taxes. And to be paying taxes at approximately a 3% increase is not an intolerable increase. It seems to me it's fairly reflective of exactly what's happening here. And to my mind, that seems like the obvious solution.
Ms. Weissler, followed by Ms. Kroick.
And Jill.
Okay, I will also support Jim Lash's amendment and not reflective of the proposal by Ms. Tarkington. I guess a couple of factors. One, as we're looking at this, it is within the guidelines. Second, if we look at sort of the pressures we've had in the budget, I actually think the town departments and Board of Ed should be commended overall for bringing their budgets in at overall the 2% or slightly below the 2% level, but we are facing these fixed charge pressures such as pensions and then notably health care at a double-digit level, and that's something I think we're really having to struggle with as a town. I think we, as BE10 members over the past, I believe Ms. Cannon was on it for 4 years, the Health Care Benefits Task Force, and I've served on it for the past 2 years, and I think we would want to continue to work with the town in the First Selectman's office to try to see what alternatives we have to try to bring that down. But right now, we're not seeing any choices other than double digit. So I think we need to be cognizant this is the reality and reflect that in the tax.
I have next, I'm sorry, Ms. Kroick, followed by Ms. Oberlin.
I just wanted to say that I really am concerned that when we have a problem that has arisen out of the retirement board and the pension arc, and we turn to Nathaniel Witherell and try to impact some probably much-needed funds next year and the year after, I really have trouble with that. I don't think that should be where we go to make up the shortfall. And I must say Jim Lash's arguments are compelling.
I have Jill and then Mr. Blakely after that.
I seem to love to be in the minority tonight. So I just take exception with Ms. Crumick's comments only because maybe I'm feeling optimistic at this hour that Nathaniel Witherall's returns next year will be better than they project at this point. Remember, we are a year and a half away. They have a new admissions person coming on board that they've hired to address their occupancy and their case mix. And so I think I had an issue already with pre-funding a projected deficit, not only for the close of this fiscal year, but advancing it for next year, not knowing what that will be. So we are, and we're not taxing for that per se, we're applying fund balance for that. So I was having a hard time getting comfortable with that anyway, knowing that we've left a deficit in the past, and it seems that this is an uncertain dollar value, and instead of imposing here an additional tax burden on our residents, and we've heard from them that each dollar does make a difference, where we have an opportunity to structure it a little differently so that we can fund a shortfall in a pension obligation, which I do agree with the arguments presented that if you want the taxpayers to understand the extent of your liability, then you need to show it in their tax rate. But I think right now it is a $1.5 million fix. We don't know that Nathaniel Witherall will definitively need that money, and we can make that contribution to the pension fund without raising additional taxes over what was projected previously to our taxpayers. So I'm supporting Ms. Tarkington's motion.
Okay.
Well,
Mr. Blakely.
I was a bit queasy too about not pre-funding the Nathaniel Witherall deficit. But I'm coming around to the view that whether we take fund balance now or whether we take it in the future as a result of covering that deficit from Nathaniel Witherall, then so that leads me to conclude that the rest of Jim's argument is good. So I'm going to join with Jim in this.
Okay. So Ms. Tarkington's motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
1, 2, 3, 4. 4 in favor. Opposed?
Hey.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yep. 4, 8. That has failed. That brings us back to Mr. Lash's original motion. Do we need more debate? All those in favor?
Aye.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I only see 3 negatives on that. So 9, I show that as 9, 3, 0. Okay. Moving on. That takes us to, if I'm not mistaken, resolutions. It has Leslie's name on it, but the first resolution, resolution number 21, page 35.
So these
do it.
came out of the law. These came out of the law committee. There were 2 new resolutions with all of the budget resolutions this year. The first is for the senior center and for cash donations, and they have carved it out for furniture, fixtures, and equipment, and with maximum donations not to exceed $25,000 or combined amount not to exceed $75,000. And their point here is this would fit with some of the needs that they have. The town is doing renovations of their facilities, and they want some things like handbells that cost something like $7,600, and they might want a upgraded refrigerator from the one the town proposes to use, also some what they call upgraded furniture, but probably furniture more suitable for seniors. So this fits in, and I believe this budget resolution first came in from the Board of Selectmen, and then it was narrowed and reworked, and they came to the Law Committee with their recommendations, and this is where we are now. With some comments from Mr. Mason, and it was tightened up further.
Now to give the more accurate story. The resolution labeled 21, I was not in favor of. It has been reworked, and I am totally satisfied with that one. So for the purposes of this document, 21 is fine. Resolution 42. We will. I just want to go through the conversation because we need to vote on all the resolutions. And I think there's a third resolution we're going to have a conversation. So, Resolution 42, if you read it, financial donations from organized qualified under 501c3 under the Internal Revenue Code are designated by the Board of Education to enhance Greenwich High School Performing Arts Center or music instructional space, and such donations shall become appropriation the controller shall add to the appropriate accounts. The Board of Education shall submit a semi-annual report to the Board of Estimate Taxation summarizing these donations. Any fiscal donations received shall be used only towards the acquisition of tangible items and enhancements previously identified and approved by the Board of Ed. So even though this has been modified and it's somewhat better, my problem is, where does the BET or the RTM get off telling the Board of Ed about accepting gifts? They have statutory authority to accept all gifts for educational purposes, whether it's cash or whether it's solid item. What this resolution is saying is that any 501c3 that's designated by the Board of Ed, they can take this money and enhance the music space and the auditorium. I don't know what strings go with those. There's naming rights going on over there. I'm just not comfortable with this resolution. I have never been comfortable with this. This stems from, and my concern is that the building committee, this request came because, as you know, we just got the check, it's right over there, from the donors. And that resolution that was in our previous budget said that that money explicitly came in to relieve the taxpayers of the debt service or the capital cost of MISA and the instructional space. Understood. This resolution is trying to say, look, we just want an open door for cash to come in and we're going to make enhancement on the project. I just think it's too open, it's too controlled, and I don't think, when it comes to educational material, they have PTAs that can make donations. If it's something for educational purposes and they deem it according to state statutes that way, they don't need this resolution. They can do it. So I've been against this resolution right from the start. I suspect that there might have been a need to do some things at the MISA auditorium or instructional space that there might not have been enough money in the construction budget to do, and this is a way to get those done. I'm not sure if that's the case, but in a meeting with Board of Ed people, Ms. Tarkington, I got that feeling, and I question if this resolution has something to do with that. And I'm just being extremely cautious, because I know if something's going wrong, we could step in, and I don't want to get that far. So my position is, I would make the motion to delete that resolution.
So I just would like to make a couple of comments here. It's my understanding from the law department, and Amina Ahmad and Laura certainly was present, and I think at some point some of my other colleagues here were, because there were other things on the agenda, that because of the size of some of these gifts, that none of them, it doesn't fit in with the other policies, I guess, they have at the Board of Education, number one. And number two, to the best of my knowledge, there is nothing that was on the list that was presented by Laura that really came out of the building committee as such. But, I haven't been on the building committee as long as, say, Leslie has, and she can speak to this better than I can. But, it has been tightened up from when it was submitted. I noticed that the word tangible is highlighted, and that's only highlighted because it was a change in the law committee, and it wasn't meant to be highlighted on this page, but that's trying to come up and address Mr. Mason's issues. It's unfortunate that if the BOE does have donors that are willing to give large gifts of size that are important to enhance the facility, and everyone on this board got a copy of the list about a week ago, and they included such things as a new concert grand piano and, other things that are nice to have, but certainly weren't in the building specs, but the students will benefit from it. It's disappointing if we have an opportunity to have a public-private partnership and we're not taking advantage of it. But obviously, from the other side, I don't want to set any precedents here, precedents that would open up the doors to anything inappropriate, because I don't think that's the intent by Dr. McCursey or Ms. Erickson or anyone, the law department, when they crafted this.
Ms. Krumik?
I'm going to try to address this, but I will also say that I was not here when all of the MISA funding was debated and discussed and agreed to. So I feel like I've sort of been dropped in the middle of something. But my understanding of why we were asked to review this resolution was because there was going to be an end date for the campaign for MISA, Inc. That was a 501c3 that accepted monies to support the debt that was incurred to build this project. But that there could potentially be other donations that would be given after that 501c3 closed, and that those funds, if they were given, were going to go to very tangible things, whether it was a piano, whether it was a video program that would enhance those spaces, that there was some very specific things that the Board of Ed wanted to be able to accept. And so we were asked to consider this resolution, and I certainly didn't get any sense from Amina or from Leslie or from Laura, anyone, that this was out of order. Now, if your concern is that this may be a wide open kind of a door, then maybe we need to put a cap on it, but not throw it out, because we were being asked by the Board of Ed to put it in place in order to allow for the receipt of some gifts that they thought might be in the offing, and it would only be during the next year. So I would ask that you not vote it down, but if you feel that there still needs to be some limit placed on it, that you discuss that with us, Mike.
The original request was could they use the Nathaniel Witherell 501c3 to funnel things through, and that right off the bat, that was interesting. But these are the flags that have come up on this for me. So this is, I feel, our responsibility. Unless you're 100% sure of the implications of this resolution and what it's doing, I don't think we should support it. Now, I will say, we don't send the resolutions to the RTM for quite some time. So if it came back to us, I've said my piece. Ms. Weissler.
I actually do support this resolution. I think, we looked at the list from the Board of Ed. They all seem like reasonable items. I think we can sort of say if it's that type of item. We also have the safeguard that we are seeing a semi-annual report. And I think to the extent that we have public-private partnerships in this town, we want to continue to encourage them within having some, judicious constraints, which I feel we have here.
All those in favor of?
May I just ask Mr. Geiger, Roland, how much time do we have before we have to send these to the RTM?
We try to turn them around as quick as we can.
Salute. But resolutions usually lag.
Well, the whole thing goes out same time.
For May.
One packet out.
Right.
Changes.
So when will that be?
The resolutions go out in the May package, though. Typically, they're not in the April package.
We can do that.
Yeah. That's what's happened in the past. Okay.
We can always ask the BOE to tighten this up.
Further discussion. Okay.
So we're voting on both?
I don't need a vote on 21, but we can.
I think we should, well, it doesn't make any difference.
The motion I have is for 42H. Well, I was just vote on 42. 21 is acceptable. I haven't heard any problem with 21. Salute. Okay. 42H, on a motion to delete. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
390. That motion's failed. On the motions as presented in the budget with these modifications, obviously. All those in, I'm sorry, Ms. Kiernan, you have a motion that relates to the resolutions.
Sorry, everybody.
Bless you. I think there's a couple of things we need to deal with, Mr. Chairman. So the number in the current bonding resolution needs to change, the number in the sewer as well, is that right? Okay, so, motion to just change the number in the bonding resolution, so what is that now, Roland?
61,931,000.
61,931.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Second?
Okay. All those in favor of the revised, okay, fine.
Aye.
Yes.
And then do we need a sewer change as well? So
Yeah, I was just going to say we have to do sewer.
move to amend the number in the sewer resolution.
2,260,000.
That's the change, or that's the final number?
Final number.
Okay. I'm sorry,
2,260,000.
Is there a second?
Second.
You should call for the vote.
Okay, all those in favor of that?
Aye.
These are just corrected numbers, that's why I didn't think there's any.
Okay. Mr. Chairman? Sorry, I didn't have my mic on. I was really going to condense my comments, but I'll try to be as brief as possible. This is the same motion that this body has heard for a number of years, and it's a very important and central topic to what we do as a finance board. And that motion is to change one word in the bonding resolution, and you have before you the language, which of course would change the word 5th to 20th, and that would enable flexibility in our financing system and for our controller to bond at any maturity up to 20. So whether you're a municipality or corporation or homeowner, the best practice is to match up your assets with your liabilities over time. And any mismatch between assets and liabilities, as we currently have in our pension fund, needs to be addressed. And of course, the standard practice everywhere with regard to financing capital assets that have long useful lives, such as buildings, is to match the life of the asset with the duration of the financing. Now, I've mentioned earlier that there is a study going on in the RTM about this, and there is, of course, traction building around this notion that you should be matching your assets with your liabilities. There's another reason for creating this flexibility in our system, and that's risk. And risk management is one of the key responsibilities of the BET. 5-year bonding creates, I believe, two material risks. First, we subject ourselves to interest rate risks. With our system, we seem to have insight into where interest rates are going to be in 2 years. We ban, and then 5-year bond. And we are betting that in 2 years, we can lock in a 5-year bond rate that is favorable. Of course, the consensus now is that rates are probably going up in 2 years. And we're still in a period of historic low rates where we could reduce our exposure to this interest rate risk by locking in historically low rates for a longer term at a variety of terms. The other risk we face, and we've heard professional advice on this, is the risk we face by not diversifying our debt along the yield curve. We're only in 2 markets in the yield curve, the bond market and the 5-year bond market. And we have heard that is not a conservative approach, and in fact creates risk. In 2009, the bond market actually locked up and municipalities couldn't even roll their bonds at that point in time. I would also mention the policy or fairness argument that we've heard many times. Let's just take the Central Fire Station as an example. Only taxpayers who live in Greenwich during that short period when we're amortizing those 5-year bonds are paying for the building, when taxpayers long beyond that period of time will enjoy the benefits from that asset. And so, in my view, it's fairer to both today's and tomorrow's taxpayers to spread out the burden of debt service over the useful life of that asset. Now, what exactly will this amended resolution do? All it does is give flexibility in the maturity of the general obligation bonds that we issue, and that is it. This is a more flexible system. Could be 5, could be 10, could be 15, could be 3. And when we have flexibility to bond at longer terms, we lower the debt service that taxpayers face every year. And I think the RTM study is going to bring this forward and show how dramatically our cash flow changes when we have flexibility in our system. What do we do with that cash? We've heard a lot of discussions about that tonight, and it's quite frankly been a very important and respectful and valuable conversation for us to have. I hope we have it again when we're not all so exhausted, because it is so important. But what do we do with this cash? Well, we could certainly lower taxes, and we talked about that. And of course, there are respectful different points of view about how long that benefit would last. We could start to chip away at our liabilities, the $200 million or so of off-balance liabilities that we have. We heard that floated tonight as well. We could certainly do a few more projects, like pave our roads at $2 million more a year. And of course, we would still retain control over how much of those capital projects we might do, even if we change this one word in the bonding resolution. Let me finish quickly and emphasize what this amendment does not do. It does not authorize the issuance of additional debt. It does not authorize the issuance of additional debt. There is common confusion about that. That is not what is happening here. It allows flexibility in the maturities, not additional debt. In addition, this does not create a slippery slope towards more outstanding debt. Again, we retain fiscal authority whether or not to issue debt and to take on capital projects. I would add also it has zero impact on our credit rating. This will have absolutely no detriment to the AAA rating that we now enjoy, and we know what that's based on, our very valuable tax base and the rate at which our taxpayers pay their taxes. So, as I mentioned earlier, we have this 5-year bonding system that helped us move away from a negative fund balance and a pure pay-as-you-go system, and helped us start to address a lot of infrastructure that needed to be addressed. And I believe we can take this system to a more flexible place and still introduce constraints with fiscal discipline in our debt policy and in our own actions that create a prudent system of financing that still allows us some of better cash flow that could have addressed some of the issues that we have faced this evening. And I thank you for your patience, Mr. Chairman.
Do I have a second on that motion?
I second that motion.
Seconded by Mr. Raymer. Discussion? Seconded by Mr. Blankley, Mr. Raymer.
6 people.
It was a tie vote. Okay, discussion. Mr. Drake.
Thank you for doing that in 4 minutes. Out of respect and love for my fellow man, I'm going to try to do this in 1. Flexibility is an innocent-sounding word, but it isn't what we're talking about here today. Flexibility and lengthening maturities inevitably results in larger amounts of capital spending and larger debt. And I think that's the history of governments in a lot of places over a lot of times. What is municipal debt? It's just tomorrow's taxes. Every penny of it is tomorrow's taxes. So speaking of flexibility is really a kind of a word that doesn't really describe what will happen. What will happen is more spending and more principal. So I think the voters have spoken on this topic. They've spoken repeatedly, and a better vision than larger debts is one of lower debts, lower taxes, a better town budget, and better household budgets. That is what this board should be voting for.
Ms. Weissler?
And I just wanted to address one of the points that Ms. Kiernan made, that we should have a mix of debt. I mean, we actually do have a mix of debt. If you look to, I think, the last time I calculated, it was as of last fall, a quarter of our debt had been issued as 20-year debt, either through sewer improvement or Nathaniel Willerall. So we do have that mix of maturities now, which I think we should take into account.
Mr. Chairman, I will make one comment.
Mr. Norton, Ms. Tarkington, Mr.
Long-term
Blankley,
debt is long-term problems.
Ms. Tarkington, then Mr. Blankley.
Yeah, I think that, MESA is a good example. The total financing is about 17 years, the way we always fund with appropriations. So in effect, we are doing much longer debt than we give ourselves credit for.
Mr. Blankley?
The net present value of long-term borrowing at current interest rates means that the market is almost paying us to borrow longer term.
How come we
That
never
is
see
an
the check?
extraordinary thing, when you have to understand that in terms of, it's basic corporate finance. If there's a fear that somehow, to Mr. Drake's point, that we're going to spend more, then that shows a lack of faith in this body's ability to say no to more spending. And as I've detected, this body has great ability to say no to more spending. So I wouldn't have any fears on that score.
Well, we do.
But
with
if
the
we are
tie-breaking
going to have
vote.
more spending, I would say that this long-term bonding would give us the ability to finance a facelift.
Back to that.
Back to that.
So-
Excuse, there was one other thing I meant to say, seriously, and that is to one of Ms. Kiernan's points. The whole point about doing this is spreading the cost of municipal improvement over generations who will benefit from it. In my mind, forget the corporate finance point, which I bring to this from my corporate finance background. It is the right thing to do to get multiple generations who will benefit from a project such as MESA, for example, to pay for it. It's a moral point as much as a financial point.
Anybody else? Mary Lee, did I hear you say so we can do more projects?
No.
Oh, okay. Just checking, because when I wrote it, that's what I thought I heard.
You can't say that without leaving out what else I said, which is to develop fiscal constraints in our debt policy and with our own decision-making in order to control our fiscal future. Okay, so please don't take that out of context, Mike.
I will take something in context. We have had this debate 5 times in 2 years. Here's the bonding quote for 5 years versus 20 on, what was it, a $20 million borrowing, and exact quotes that day, it costs $4 million exactly to borrow 20 versus 5. But forget that. This has been through several different BET members, present and past. This has been a subject of 2 elections in the town. This has been the #1 section for the BET election. I say no more. The public in the town has voted. Our policy on, and we don't do 5-year notes. For those people who think we do 5-year borrowings, we borrow to meet cash flow, we borrow in tranches on capital projects. That's what we do. And it's just, at some point in time, the conversation, it's not changing. It costs more to borrow longer, and, for some of us, I would rather, I'll pay for it today, I'll make the decision if I want it today, and we'll pay for it today, rather than asking somebody else to pay for it tomorrow. And it comes down to that continuously. That's the same conversation. So, and the RTM, we hear talk of the RTM like it's J. Noble Daggett. Like the RTM's doing this study. The RTM can make their decisions. The RTM will make their decisions, and the RTM is made up of the voters. And I think when it comes down, when you do the exact math on the borrowings, that we'll see where it comes out. So on Ms. Kiernan's motion to change the digit, all those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All those opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That motion has failed. Okay. I don't think we have forgotten anything. So we normally do a wrap-up on the whole budget, right?
Yes.
Am I forgetting anything?
I think on the whole general fund budget, have we taken that vote?
We did it step by step.
Okay. Roland, tell us what we need to do. General fund was 21,492,000. No, it was higher than that. That was,
Bigger numbers than that.
yeah, a little bit. 419,049, Roland?
419, well, we took out something, took a few things out of that.
We increased it. Once everybody gets the numbers, it's a vote on the budget as amended with all the ins, outs, pluses and minuses.
We had about, took out 49,000.
It's false.
That's a funny word.
And we added 140. So we had about 100,000.
I think you got an equal sign in there.
How could you see that? Wait, I'm missing, this is what I'm missing. Mr. Lash took it on me. This is the only file I need.
But wait a minute, we took out the winner.
No. That's 49,000 and added 140, so that's about 95, 96.
But you also reduced the contribution of the widow, which is a fixed expense reduction of 801,000.
So it's got to be less than 419.
So it's basically, we took out 50, we added 140, and we took out 801, right?
That's 801,000.
Right, so we took out 50,000 in tax collector, we added 140 in pilot, we took out 801 in contribution.
It's Tuesday,
Yeah, it's been Tuesday for 9 minutes.
9 minutes.
I think that's 711,000 reduction.
And how much did we take out of Woodall?
801,000. 801,000
$91 is 801,000.
I think these are the numbers there, so if you, in thousands, if you took 50,000 out of the tax collector, added 140,000 in the pilot.
Well, I'm great for strawberry.
Took it out 50, added 140,000 for the pilot, took out 801,000. That's a budget reduction, it's a budget increase, and that's a budget reduction. So it's a net reduction of 711. Isn't that right?
Yeah, that's what
91. 91.
well, but we could do capital.
No, it's 91.
It's thousands. So what's, what's 91?
The other thing.
Yeah, right.
So Ken, when will you go to work tomorrow?
Increase in spending. This is a reduction in spending. So the difference is 710, 711.
Talk to Todd. He's having a press conference?
So that number 386, where is that number?
Well, the number here is 419,049. We're taking out
So it's 418, right. Okay.
Members of the book
Did
review. Did you put all the?
over the top thing. Over the what? Top thing.
What I'm looking at.
You gotta understand, Brandon Smith is top.
But didn't it start at 9?
You know what's happening is this guy in town. And he just got fired and said, "You gotta fix your fire."
That's from August. That's from August.
Unfortunately, we get sheriff. Oh, boy. Even Roland has his limits.
Oh, like all of them motions. Oh, that's the. Number 430, 431.
Number here is 430.
430.
You went from 430 to 431. 800 something thousand. Where you get 419? What do you see looking at?
general?
No, it's not, Peter.
No, that's before capital, because you voted on the capital separate. Now we have to take the 12 million from capital that's in.
That's cash.
Yeah, that's the
Got
cash
it.
piece of capital.
Okay. Okay. 2016-17
Thank you.
recommended budget as amended. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
That's the
Abstaining?
number 431, 291, 953.
Jill, thank you for your motion. Thank you for your second. Thank you for everybody voting to adjourn.
Aye.